that story is real for a second, okay? Like your kid's like, oh, I would want to give the homeless people homes. And you're like, no, you're a Republican now, bitch. Fucking dumb baby, dumb bitch ass baby. 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 You wanted to help those who are marginalized? Fuck you, dude. I need you to be a fucking paleo conservative right now. Fuck you. Oh, fucking own. Guess what I fucking own? My dumbass daughter who's 6 years old, dude. Stupid fucking baby. You dumb bitch ass baby. Fucking dumb baby. Dumb bitch ass baby. Fucking dumb baby. Dumb bitch ass baby. Fucking dumb baby. Dumb bitch ass baby. I'll kick you in the fucking baby face. I almost got, child labor going too. You fucking tight. Fuck you. Oh, fucking own. Guess what I fucking own? My dumbass daughter who's 6 years old, dude. Stupid fucking baby. You dumb bitch ass baby. Fucking dumb baby. Dumb bitch ass baby. Fucking dumb baby. Dumb bitch ass baby. Fucking dumb baby. Dumb bitch ass baby. I'll kick you in the fucking baby face. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from not sunny, but once again, June gloom, even though it's literally August. California, Los Angeles, folks, we're live at Alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today's a special day. Today's a very special day. Folks, you might be thinking, Hasan, is it a special day because you got a new ascot / bandana going? No, that's not the reason. Okay, that's not the reason. That's a good reason. Is it because you finally lifted today and you feel good? Is that the reason? No, it's not the reason. That's one of the reasons, right? I mean, is it because it's Summit Day? Finally, two lovers that have been pushed away from one another for far too long that finally get to see one another, Donald Trump and Pooty Poo. That's part of the reason. But the main reason why today's a special day is because it's always a special day. Because it's Friday.
It's finally here, right? It's Friday then.
That's right.
It's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then.
You already know what it is. You already know what time it is. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, it is Friday. An incredibly important day of the week that we celebrate, that is worthy of celebration. Every freaking Friday, we do it. And why do we do it? It's because we celebrate what our forefathers fought long and hard for. The weekend, baby. You like the weekend? A sense of autonomy, a sense of purpose in your life for the first time ever. After toiling away, after putting your life on the line so that another man can make $1 off of your labor, the weekend is where you experience autonomy, a sense of purpose, a sense of freedom in your life. You feel like a human again, and therefore we celebrate it. That's right. It is Friday, also known as Fry-Yay, or Fry-Slay, or Fry-Gay. It is 11:26 a.m., 8/15, 2025. We're here. Have you seen the backdrop of the F-22 fights and red carpets Trump's going to have? Is So America, baby. I haven't seen too much of it. Okay. Did you actually lift, though? There's no Insta story of it. Yeah, I didn't film myself lifting. Bowser and DS Attorney General blocking Bondi, some sign of a fight. Yeah, good luck. We'll see. What is this? The gays are calling you out? Are straight guys with big fat butts ever like, wow, I'm a straight guy with a big fat butt? 72,000 likes. At Hasan the Hun. Yeah. Yeah, I say it all the time. To be fair, as I told you guys before, some of the old heads know I used to be very insecure about my big fat butt, and now it's just a thing. It is what it is. You know what I mean? It's just not something I have no control over it. I got a fat ass. Straight up. If you lift and you didn't film it, did a tree fall in the forest? Yeah. Only time will tell. Only time will tell. But bro's got the cake. Nah, big fat butts are in. Yeah. Did you watch a new Alien Earth on Hulu? It shows tentacles of capitalism in the face of unimaginable nature. It also got really dystopian capitalist world building. I think you'd like it a lot. I have not seen it. I have not seen it. Let me tell you. All right. Folks, you already know what time it is. Is personal news time. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, I ended the broadcast yesterday. I just couldn't deal with the awfulness of the news. So I just kind of pulled the plug early, and I knew that I had to still do the podcast later, which we shot last night, the Fear and podcast. And that was because Will and QT Cinderella were doing an ad, a hashtag ad stream sequence thing. So I what do you call it? I just I wanted to take some time before I did that, but it's crazy that it took. It's crazy that I was basically working till 11 last night, you know, doing Thursdays are the worst days, honestly. It's just the longest work day that I got. Are you still going to the protest in New York City? No, I'm here, so I'm probably not going to be going, okay? I couldn't make it work. But I did work out this morning. I went to bed, played some Expedition 33, talked to Will about it. He doesn't like it. He liked the combat system, but he doesn't like it. He doesn't like the game. And you know, he just couldn't. I was not wrong. He just couldn't find himself feeling a sense of investment in the characters. He thought they were. Remember when I said it's like they're too French, they're too fruity. I think that's what it is. But yeah. That's it. That's it. Can we watch this? John Mearsheimer versus Matt Does, a debate on Trump-Putin summit. Ukraine and Russia's path to peace. Wait, what? Matt Does did a Mearsheimer debate right after?
The War and Peace.
That's so funny. Matt Does and Mearsheimer actually duked it out this morning on Democracy Now! Well, I guess I gave him the precursor. That's so funny. We might watch it. I might watch this actually. I kind of want to see how the Mearsheimer Matt Does combo goes. That's crazy. He was prepping with me. This man used me as prep. This man used me as prep, as debate prep, as a warm up. But in any case, I fell in love with my psychiatrist one. The video that came out on my YouTube page has been getting incredible reviews, by the way. It has been a while where like people out and about in the wild approach me about watching some kind of thing that I've done. This is the one. A lot of people have watched it and they love it and they think it's hilarious, and we got to do more Girly Pop Nation style, Girly Pop adjacent content such as that one. It seems people want me to look at some Delulu ladies. Your YouTube hit 1.7 million. Oh, nice. Hey, look at that. YouTube, 1.7 million. We got to hit 2 million at this point. What is happening, dude? We gotta hit 2 milli. What the heck? I'm watching Hasan react to the lady who fell in love with her psychiatrist. I'm losing my mind as a psychologist. I wish I was in the chat. I have so many takes and it's eating me up inside. The lady is the main problem and is clearly mentally unwell, but the therapist is also the problem. She's the one that had to diffuse the situation, but she enabled the delusions, and she was so unprofessional throughout. The psychiatrist should sue the therapist too. Cracks knuckles. All right, I'm rewatching and live commenting. Oh damn, we got a Twitter thread going. She's 6'2". That's it. That's it. That will diffuse every argument that you have against this lady. I heard Internet Today mention that they watched your video about the catch up on what's going on. Lol. What's Internet Today? Did you see Ben-Gvir visiting Barghouti and threatening him in his jail? I heard about it, yeah. Literally modern day zone of interest. Yeah, I know. We'll talk about Israel. Don't worry. I got my 60-year-old auntie and 50-year-old mom hooked on you via the Kendra videos. Hell yeah. Can you sprinkle in things that actually make us look good? We're only 23%. The men don't need another excuse to joke about us. I agree. This is true. Okay. If I can't swing with my noodle arms, I can crochet, kick, steel toe boost. That's my rhetoric whenever someone brings up height. Not at the woman. She's crazy, but I ain't saying this to her. Lamau. Okay. So, Cutie cooked you on TikTok? From his GQ photo shoot. I don't know. I had to tell him who to vote for. Yeah. Yeah. You know who she told me to vote for? Donald Trump. And I did. I voted for Donald Trump. Because of Cutie Cinderella. Elliot and Ricky from Internet Today, they're great. Progressive as fuck. Hell yeah. Russian journalists are sleeping on cots in a stadium because all hotels are booked in Alaska. Yeah, I heard about this problem. I heard about this problem for American journalists as well. Apparently, Anchorage this time of the year is popping. I don't know why, but maybe it's because they have like limited hotels to begin with because it's fucking Anchorage. But Anchorage in August is apparently popping. I had no idea. That's what NPR told me. Okay. If people are saying fishing. Okay. That makes sense. I think. I don't know. But in any case, they were talking about how like it's actually really difficult to find an area that you can even get together in. And that's like part of the reason why they're doing it at this like military base. What do you mean Anchorage in the summer is beautiful? Dude, it's Alaska. Do you understand? I hate the cold. So for me, it doesn't register. Like I'm sure it's incredible, but I don't really fuck with nature like that. And also on top of that, not only do I not fuck with nature, but I also don't fuck with the cold. What is this, bro? This is popping up on TikTok right now. Everyone hates your past and future debate op. Oh, I saw this AI video. If Charlie Kirk was alive during Jesus' crucifixion. Yeah, I saw this morning. It's very funny. It's very stupid. But yeah, this is one of your biggest L's, guys, live and let live. Okay. Live and let live. I'm living La Vida Loca out here. I'm not hurting nobody. Yeah. I got eclectic taste. Okay. It's like, I get it. You guys love nature. You guys listen to music. There are certain things that I just don't do, and it's fine. Just let me live, please. You know, I know I'm the weirdo. Your reasoning is exactly why Alaska is busy this time. Yeah. Anyway, we're going to obviously get into the Pooty Poo Summit because like everyone is fucking tuned in. This is a big deal. I am going to blast off and get right into it because there's so much happening. Where the heck is it? All right, let's do it. Let's blast off. Let's blast off sexual style, okay? Trump x Putin summit in Alaska is live. Will there be peace? Will they kiss? Updates on Gaza as Dems refuse to Consolidate. Solid messaging. Freaky Friday. Freaky Friday. So we'll have some fun. Get in now. I thought this was a stream for kids. What do you mean? So no vibing with a polar bear? No, the one type of bear I know I will never be able to vibe with. The one type of bear that I know I'll never be able to vibe with is a polar bear. I know that. I know that that's like, polar bears are ops. We know that already. You know what I mean? Polar bears, they eat humans. Like, that's not even a question. Like, obviously, you know, what was it? Was it the brown bear that was scary or the black bear that was scary? One of the two is like actually also kind of like scary, but nothing in comparison to the apex predator that is the polar bear. The polar bears are straight up ops to everybody. And they are the ones you cannot vibe out. Like, I don't think I definitely think I can vibe with a brown bear, black bear, doesn't matter, but a polar bear I cannot vibe with. I'm telling you right now, polar bears are ops. They're dangerous. They will kill you. It's just not a thing. Okay? Call it what it is, bro. It's a white bear. Yeah. Black fight back, brown lie down, white good night. That's that's crazy. I know you're talking about black bears fight back, brown bears lie down, white bears good night. Actual comment saying though, no, I know. Yes, bears, Jesus Christ. I know. It's a commonly known expression. I know, I've heard it before. You want to know why I've heard it before? Because I obviously am invested in vibing out bears, okay? And as someone who is invested in vibing out bears, I have learned what kind of bears to avoid and what kind of bears that I could vibe out. Like, for real, okay? Alaska has something like 95% of all brown bears in America. Are you in LA? Aren't you surrounded by white bears? It's true. I am in WeHo. I am. Maybe Donald Trump and Pootie will do a shirtless horseback ride, but instead of a horseback ride, they'll do a bear ride or something. That could be cool. That would dramatically change my opinion on both of these guys. I'll be honest. I am very susceptible. I am persuadable. Okay. I can change my entire worldview off of just vibes of global leaders. And that's it. Here, let's watch if Charlie Kirk was alive during Jesus' crucifixion. Sometimes AI slop hits. Okay, this is one of them.
Israel has a right to defend itself.
True, Charlie. Thank you, Charlie. Anyway, Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin hold summit in Alaska. Sky News is doing full coverage.
Defend its territory.
They got Anchorage, Alaska.
Somewhat.
They got the cameras on. Vladdy Poo is flying in from Russia. That's a 9-hour flight. Donald Trump is flying in from DC. That's a 7-hour flight, I believe. That's a big ass plane right there. I don't know if this is not the Qatar plane, right? That one is still being worked on, I suspect. But ladies and gentlemen, we got a lot. Okay, I'm just down the street, man. I got an AP notification that Trump has landed in Alaska. Does AP suck? What do you mean? Trump is no longer doing a one-on-one with Putin. Rubio and Witkoff will be in on the meetings as well as Putin's other advisors. My guess is Trump was told he should have some smarter people in the room. That's crazy. You won't let two lovers see one another in private? That's actually fucked up. Bro, they literally... Okay. I am now more invested in the Blue Anon narrative that they are gay lovers than ever before, because clearly people in the know also recognize this reality. They are straight up stopping two lovers from seeing one another in private. That is crazy. Okay? That's crazy. That's messed up. That's messed up. You gotta let the lovers do their thing, I think. And that's messed up that they won't do that. So free pump, stopping Trump from sucking Pootie's toes. They're cock blocking our big beautiful boys. Straight up. Straight up. Yeah, he got Benny Johnson. He got Benny Johnson. Dude, this is pretty funny though. Like I love that. I love that they normally, it's going to potentially last 7 hours until we get a press conference. Dmitry Peskov, Putin's spokesman, says a summit with Trump could last about 6 or 7 hours. 6, 7. Oh God, I'm so stupid. Fucking, I deserve punishment. Hope Trump is excited to learn a lot about Yurik and Bogdan Khmelnytsky. Okay, 6, 7, skobliat. Okay. Hi, Hasan. I'm sorry I'm late. Thanks for doing the scarf thing. It makes it cool and less zesty. If you do it, you got it. Good luck. Good luck for you. Okay. So, I will say this is pretty funny that even Trump's own people who normally let him do his thing were like, bro, you are not, we can't let you do this one. Like, it is even Trump's own people were like, yeah, we have to be in this, man. We can't let you give up Alaska, because that was being floated. Okay, that was being floated around. I read a report that Trump was like, yeah, we'll let them extract from Alaska. The art of the deal, baby. Can't have peace talks without Zelensky involved. No, that's not the concern. What do you mean? It's not happening already. It's not like Zelensky's involved in these conversations. That's not the concern. The concern is you need like actual adults in the room. Otherwise, Vladimir Putin is going to get like 8 states out of this convo. They're going to come out of this meeting and Donald Trump is like, yeah, I gave him North Dakota. Who needs it? We got South Dakota. We got 2 Dakotas. I said, Putin, you can have one of them. He said, there's a lot of Russian speakers in North Dakota. I gave it to him. I said, whatever. Trump tells Fox he's willing to walk away from the table. Alaska is yours. And now, I said, Putin, I'll throw in Idaho for you. He said, I don't want Idaho. Nobody wants Idaho. I wanted to give him Idaho as well, but he said no. Yeah. This is the reason why even Wickoff and Marco Rubio are like, we have to be in the room, sir, please. You will fuck this bag up real bad. Because, like, this kind of dynamic, Trump has the same dynamic with Vladimir Putin as he does with, like, Benjamin Netanyahu. But, of course, given that... given the way that American foreign policy works with Israel, you can have Trump eat Benjamin Netanyahu's toe jam, right? Like, that's fine. That's normal American foreign policy. But you can't have him do that to Russia because Russia is a foreign adversary. So that's the reason why they were like, hey, man, we have to be in this one. A White House official confirms Trump's one-on-one with Putin is no longer happening. Instead, it'll be a 3-on-3 with Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, Secretary of State Marco Rubio joining Trump. Not clear who will be joining Putin from the Russian side. For the expanded bilateral meeting and working lunch, Trump will be joined by Secretary Marco Rubio, Secretary Pete Hegseth, Secretary Scott Bessent, Scott Lutnick, Special Envoy Witkoff, Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, per a White House official. Don't worry, we still have the one with the faces, the big, beautiful faces. I just think they legitimately were like, we cannot let you. We don't trust you. We don't trust you in a one-on-one situation with Vladimir Putin, Mr. President, sir. We're gonna have to. We're gonna have to deal with this ourselves. Okay. Here's Trump with what's his face? Brett Baer, I think. Is that him? One of these like potato guys who looks like he played football in high school and peaked. He's on Air Force One, Trump Force One. I think it's going to work out really well, says Donald Trump. Let's take a look.
Okay, in the office with President Trump on Air Force One, heading in. What's your initial feeling? How are you feeling about what you're going to get out of this?
I think we're going to do very well. Our country is doing.
Dude, Fox News is going red, white, and blue on the subtitles, too. Just really.
Doing very well. We're setting records economically like we never have before, including the stock markets are all at a record high. We're taking in trillions and trillions of dollars with tariffs. We're going for a meeting with President Putin in Alaska, and I think it's going to work out very well. And if it doesn't, I'm going to head back home real fast.
I mean, if it doesn't, you walk.
I would walk there.
Okay, in the office with President Trump on Air Force One,
right.
Heading in. What's your initial feeling? How are you feeling about what you're going to get out of this?
Isn't this a little bit, it feels like AI, yes. Trump sounds like he's AI. Isn't this also kind of an L? If you just like invite Vladimir Putin, war criminal, to the United States of America, which is fine, you have to do that, right? You have to have a ceasefire. You have to have a conversation with Vladimir Putin. I don't have an issue with that, right? But like if you invite him all the way to Alaska and then you don't get anything out of it, isn't that a little bit of an L for America again? Especially because like for the past week, mainstream media has been explaining for the first time in a long time the actual conditions, the actual battleground, the actual battle lines and what they look like and how much leverage Putin currently has and how much interest Putin currently has in the continuation of its conquest, its incursion into Ukraine. This is, of course, unique as opposed to the way that they've covered this issue for the past, 3 fucking years almost with very little criticism, very little accurate assessments of how things were unfolding with the hopes that, America will just like be able to make up for the lack of manpower, right? But now they're saying Vladimir Putin doesn't really have a big investment in stopping its incursion because the battle lines have been drawn and it truly favors the current way that the battle lines are drawn is favoring Russia. This doesn't mean that Russia has all of the interests of the world to continue. Obviously, they would rather not have to continue fighting because it's never that beneficial to continue killing people, right? Putin did the "you broke, I'm up" meme a little bit, but for that reason, I don't know where this goes. But I do recognize that there is a lot of appetite from Ukrainians that want the conflict to come to an end, that want the fighting to come to an end. They don't want to die. And they realize that the situation is untenable. So yeah. Russia has a massive numbers advantage, but their logistics is so bad. I know, but like at the end of the day, you still got to look at the battle lines. You still got to look at territorial acquisition. And they clearly, in spite of their logistical issues, they've been able to clearly push in and harden their positions inside of Eastern Ukraine and are still actively taking over militarily further and further into Ukraine. So like it's manpower is the name of the game here. In the war of attrition, Russia is at this stage the party that is winning. You're just not historically. That's just how they kind of handle all of their problems. You know what I mean?
Come back for more at some point in the future.
Yes, and I guess that the strategy of Putin and his delegation will be to either get a deal that's just too good.
Logistical issues, Lamau. Russia unfortunately produces more virtually everything than all of the U.S. and EU combined. What are we talking about?
Some time.
No, when I say logistical issues, it's like equipment.
Yeah, that's right. Let's remember
The equipment being like older overall. Like, I mean, they have drones, they have artillery, and they have allies that have a lot of drones, like Iran, and artillery, like North Korea. But overall, the Ukrainian, the equipment. Well, I guess Ukrainians also have supply chain issues as well, from what I understand. Like, there's a lot of corruption. And maybe even potentially like people just like stealing equipment to sell it on their own and shit. Like, this is another thing that I've heard that people consistently complain about. Like, Ukrainians have drones. They have really good equipment overall. They're getting it from America, but like there's a limit to how much they can get. There's a limit to that runway, especially post Israel's genocide. I think that limitation has been even more severe. But you know, even if the tech is better on the Ukrainian side, the Russians just have more manpower, and they can just keep throwing more and more people in the front lines, in the meat grinder. So yeah, that's where we're at.
So it might sound good. It might actually, in reality,
It was actually kind of interesting because, like, I have some disagreements with like Matt Duss on this, but a lot of the people who say like I'm fucking a bad person and pro Russia or whatever, how do they square that circle? Like, the conversation I had with Matt Duss, like, he said shit that wasn't that far off from my assessment of the situation. You know what I mean? Like, what is that? Why do people still run this fucking song and dance? No Shoddy walks out. Russia are the Zerg of countries, just Ling Rush after Ling Rush. I don't know what that is. They just follow whatever Trump said instead of having sincere populist beliefs. Who could have possibly seen this coming? What a big shift coming towards Ukraine among the GOP from 6 months ago. Percentage of people who think Ukraine, we've given Ukraine too much support has dropped dramatically from 47%. No, I know Zerg Rush is a StarCraft reference. I didn't know what a Ling Rush was, though. But yeah, of course, as expected, Donald Trump is able to swing his base wildly back into whatever fucking. Oh, Zergling is a Zerg Rush. I didn't know that. I've never played StarCraft, for the record. I'd always thought it was like a Zerg Rush, but I didn't know it was called a Zergling. And I've never heard it be called Ling Rush. Anyway, that doesn't matter. Let's watch Holy Toledo. Let's watch Harry Enton cover the polls.
Yeah, what a big change from where we were at the beginning of the Trump administration. GOP, the U.S. gives too much support to Ukraine. Back in February, the plurality, 47%, said yes. The U.S., in fact, gives too much support to Ukraine. Republicans did not like that. But look at where we are now. Look at this. No takes the cake at 46%. We have had an inverse of the positions. The Republican Party has shifted at least a little bit on Ukraine, and now all of a sudden they don't believe that, in fact, the U.S. gives too much support to Ukraine, which is very much unlike what we saw in February. Rarely do I see poll numbers like this. You read the blogosphere, you read X, you might think that Republicans think that we're way too much in Ukraine's camp, but Republicans at large no longer believe that.
And on the issue that is a big topic of debate, especially early on in the administration, supplying weapons, continued support for Ukraine in that regard, where are they?
Yeah, this is an even bigger shift. I mean, my goodness gracious. U.S. should give Ukraine more arms and military supplies. Look at this again among Republicans. In March, it was just 30%. Hello, we're now up to 51%. The majority of Republicans, and certainly majority of Americans at large, believe that the U.S. should give more arms to Ukraine. So this, to me, is just such an important point as we head into the summit later.
Very confusing presentation. It's not that confusing. Donald Trump says Ukraine bad, Ukraine enemy. Republicans in the base go Ukraine bad, Ukraine enemy. Donald Trump turns around and says Vladimir Putin has actually hurt my feelings because we were lovers and now he's actually fucking me over. And then Republicans go, hey, by the way, maybe Ukraine not so bad, maybe Vladimir Putin kind of bad, at least for the interim. Watch this space. If they actually kiss and make up, for example, and Donald Trump turns around and says, and I mean this sincerely, if Donald Trump came out of that meeting saying, like, we're going to give pieces of Alaska to Russia, the base of support would literally swing for that, okay? They'd be like, oh my God, he's such a peace lover, dude. He's so fucking goated. I love giving up American land. If that was a Democrat that even remotely suggested something like that, the Republicans would actively try to assassinate that person. Okay, they'd be like, this is a Russian agent. This is an agent of communism. We have to kill them. Okay, that's the attitude. That's it. Donald Trump has tremendous bandwidth for two reasons. He has tremendous bandwidth to do whatever the fuck he wants. One, because he's a Republican, and Republicans own the space of patriotism, and also because they're kind of fucking stupid. I'm sorry to say. Okay, so any Republican has more bandwidth than any average Democrat when dealing with things like this. The other side of the story, of course, is that Donald Trump is a cult leader. He is incredibly telegenic and speaks to a frequency that many Americans can't comprehend. However, Donald Trump supporters love it, okay? That's it. So for those two factors combined, make it so that he can just say and do whatever the fuck he wants, with some exceptions like the Epstein stuff here and there. But with those like exceptions, whatever he does, whatever he says goes, whatever he does is great. That's it. Piker, please. Luging into this after a year. If Trump gives Alaska, he'd lose a huge group of supporters up here in Alaska. Alaska is Trump land, but they hate Putin more than they love Trump. I mean, I'm exaggerating. I don't think Donald Trump's going to give up Alaska. I don't know. I mean, I've joked about it, so maybe it will happen because things I keep joking about end up becoming reality for some fucking weird reason. But like, the point is, Trump's base broadly will go wherever he wants them to go to.
Today, Americans and Republicans are much more on the side of Ukraine than they used to be. It is quite the switcheroo from where we were just a few months ago.
It's very true. And what about views of Vladimir Putin?
Yeah, what about views of Vladimir Putin? I mean, this guy is hated across the political spectrum. Unfavorable view of Putin. Look at this. Among all adults, 88%. Among Republicans, 84%. Independents, 88%. Democrats, 93%. You rarely ever find Democrats and Republicans united as much as they are on the issue of Vladimir Putin. The bottom line is they don't trust him and they don't like him.
All right, I'm still just wondering what's happening with the other 10+% here.
10+% believe that we faked the moon landing. So
he's more hated than Netanyahu. American media does really work, huh? Oh, yeah. But it's not just, there's a couple different factors here, okay? The reason why Vladimir Putin is viewed as unfavorable is because he has been a foreign adversary. Like give Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu 20 more fucking years and maybe the unfavorability ratings would like meet that standard. But you're absolutely correct when you say like it's because it's a foreign adversary. He's the leader of a foreign adversary, whereas Israel for the longest time and still to this day is considered an ally, right? And perhaps the most significant ally. So that enmity is not built in. It's like a relatively new phenomenon that people don't like the leadership of Israel to begin with. Holy Toledo, 100 big ones from Open Presents. Okay, but basically, that's the reason why Putin is so hated, because like it's not he's the leader of the foreign adversary, a major foreign adversary for a very long time, and not only is he the leader of a major foreign adversary, like this country is, in the eyes of many Americans, in the eyes of the average American, this is communism. This is the place where communism was invented and continued, and that's dangerous and scary. So like they don't They don't have a decent way of looking at the situation and being like, Vladimir Putin is not representative of communism or whatever. Or, I mean, not that it even matters. There's just like a lot of fucking animosity against him. Not only because he's, you know, a bad guy in general, but also because there's a fuck ton of anti-Russia, anti-USSR. My Jam episode just came out. Hell yeah. Obviously, we're not going to watch it right now, but go check it out if you want some a little bit lighter. I don't even think that's true. Who under 40 associates Russia with communism anymore? Many people, I think. That kind of almost a century of anti-red propaganda doesn't go away overnight. Unless you are a Republican, in which case you were duped by a Telegram group into thinking that Russia is like fighting Ukraine because of trans people or something, because of woke. Yeah, most Republicans wrongly believe Russia is a communist country. Poll. This is from 2022. A majority of Republicans erroneously believe that Russia is a communist country, according to a new poll. 52% of Republicans agree that Russia was operating under communism, despite the country not being communist since the Soviet Union dissolved in 1991. Among all Americans, 42% thought that Russia was communist, including 44% of Democrats. Well, some people think North Korea is heaven. Do you think the number of Americans that think North Korea is heaven is in any way, shape, or form comparable to the number of Americans, 52% of Republicans who falsely believe that Russia is communist? How many people, that's like literally the number of people who believe this is, you can count them with one hand. What are you talking about? You just made a comparison to like at most 10,000 Americans versus half of the country. That's crazy. That is crazy. That is an absurd comparison. Yeah, you can find a person who's also hallucinating on the fucking on the street, you know? Probably not the same. It doesn't have that same level of support. Well, I don't know, actually. I can't even say that any longer because half of America, the administrative apparatus is now just like schizophrenic. So
they would see
I can't even say that.
Because in Ukraine and Europe, they've said
doors opening.
No ceasefire today. Then we will increase
Putler
sanctions.
said
That's
doors
what they
open.
want to hear from Donald Trump, and they have not going in to this meeting. You know, from a president who has had much to say, riffing all the way here to Alaska, to the tarmac of this historic air base, and to this meeting imminent now with Vladimir Putin on the tarmac, up the red carpet, and into discussions.
Yes, James, thank you very much indeed. And as we can see, the scene is set for this meeting between Donald Trump, the handshake, and Vladimir Putin. His plane on the right-hand side, Air Force One on the left-hand side. 8:05 in the UK, 11:05 in the morning here in Anchorage. And there on the steps of the American aircraft, you can see the words, "Watch your step." And Donald Trump is going to have to do that in this meeting with Vladimir Putin. And many fear, many in Europe, certainly many in Ukraine, fear that he will fall into President Putin's trap, that President Putin will sell the idea of some sort of land deal to Donald Trump. knowing that it's a plan that President Zelensky could never accept, and then Donald Trump would then blame Zelensky for holding the whole thing up, because Donald Trump is keen to get a deal done pretty quickly. So it says watch your step. He'll have to do that, and it does seem though that Donald Trump Martha feels pretty upbeat, positive about things.
Yeah, he's spent a lot of time on the sort of 8-hour plane journey over talking to journalists. He spent 20 minutes answering questions. He was asked by a reporter whether he thought that today would be a breakthrough. He said, I hope so. I think it's interesting the way his language about this meeting has changed over the past week. It was described earlier on in the week as a listening exercise, something that was just the first step, and that there would be other more important meetings that followed. Then we woke up today to a Truth Social post in bold capital letters that this was a high stakes meeting, and now talk about potentially getting a deal over the line today. So
yeah. So there he is. The President of the United States of America emerges from Air Force One. Big moment for Trump. But this, of course, is a president who relishes big moments.
Who will fuck this up, Trump or Putin? Trump. What do you mean?
In many ways, his presidency is about creating big moments just like this. And I assume the plan is for him to get to the bottom.
I think this entire process is. I think this entire process is set together by Putin just to fuck around. He doesn't. I don't think.
To this Air Force base.
We're not even. First of all, you have to remember something. This person right here was a fucking KGB operative. And then also the head of state,
Ukraine, but
basically for my entire life. You know what I mean?
Have huge influence on what
like he has a lot more experience.
Ukraine and
as opposed to Donald Trump, who is genuinely an incompetent person.
That things are moving perhaps towards a ceasefire. There will equally be many in Ukraine who are very worried about what
he wasn't that high up in KGB. It don't matter.
About to happen. So each of them walk down their respective red carpets and will soon be together. And for Vladimir Putin,
this is a crazy experience, though. It is kind of wild because, like, I guess there is the whole.
Donald Trump
it's got to be like a little bit of a flex, I think, that Trump is just like walking by himself to show. I mean, this is American soil, so he's like
pariah, certainly in the West.
It's to say like I don't need security, but whereas like Vladimir Putin is like obviously walking with security around him. I assume that's like a bit of an environmental flex. Vladdy to Batty is on time. Yeah.
Victory for Putin, who is.
When was the last time like a Russian leader was on American soil? It does feel wild. I mean, these guys used to fucking cooperate all the time. There's like a shit ton of photos. Putin comes to Trump directly. That's another power play. He's doing the Erdogan. That was the Erdogan. That was the Erdogan technique. The claw grip. You just keep gripping.
Good-natured. They look pretty pleased to see each other.
Bro, they literally look like lovers. They look like lovers that haven't seen one another in a long time.
Freeze. Certainly as far as the West.
Is Putin wearing heels? Fuck yes, he is, bro. Are you kidding me? He is a manlet. Putin is much shorter than Donald Trump. Donald Trump is like 6'3". Putin is a much shorter man, so he definitely is wearing heels.
And it'll be interesting to see if they are going to speak beforehand. James Matthews is with the American delegation. James, tell us the plan. What is the plan? Are they going to speak before they get down to talks?
It would surprise me if he spoke publicly here, Mark. I'm in a an event center where there are 2 podiums set up.
This is a weird This is weird, bro. I'm not gonna lie, this is a weird sight
from both these individuals. A very happy President Trump clapping the arrival of Vladimir Putin, and big smiles. You know, this is the superpower moment, the smile and the shake of men who hold peace in their hands. A defining moment for both men.
You really have to be a demon to be president. Imagine palling around with someone who's killed hundreds of thousands of people, and you probably have yourself as well. I mean, yeah, these guys have bodies. Both Trump and Putin have fucking bodies. So at that stage, it's like normal. You know what I mean?
Their questions.
It's like an entry point. It's an entry point to being a world leader is that you have a fuck ton of bodies. Wait, did they get in the car together? They're in the Beast. They get in the Beast together. They're kissing. Oh, you know they're kissing, bro. You know. So they do have some private time.
6 or 7 hours, and I would think that is something that the Americans are not prepared for.
Yeah, the White House indicated earlier this week that they expected the talks to last for 3 hours, and I think that's more of the time frame that Donald Trump would be expecting. You know, he does not want to be locked in a room with Vladimir Putin for 6 hours. We can actually hear just above where we are now fighter jets.
There we are, yes.
We can see in the distance.
Fly past. It's just roared over our head. A number of, there it is in the sky is a display of American military might right over Vladimir Putin's head.
Yeah. Flying in diamond formation. They left from that joint base Elmendorf-Richardson, and not an unfamiliar sight in this part of Alaska. There's lots of air training exercises around here, but yeah, I'm sure there'll be a few demonstrations of American strength for Vladimir Putin today. Interestingly, on the flip side, I've been told that the Russian journalists who were flying over on the jet chartered by the Kremlin, they were eating chicken Kiev on their way over here, perhaps a dig to Ukraine there.
And the 2 presidents, extraordinary shot, actually, 2 presidents together. Off they go for the talks, and they were chatting. I mean, Donald Trump seemed to be doing most of the chatting in the back of that car, but off they go to do a lot more talking. And it really is quite some moment, isn't it? I mean, although the narrative is that Putin asked for the meeting, it was Trump who, and there's the handshake again, it was Trump who allowed it to happen, and allowed it to happen without seeking anything in return. Certainly not a ceasefire.
Mm-hmm. You know, Vladimir Putin on US soil, and many people viewed that as a concession of sorts by Vladimir Putin, that he would come to America. But I actually think it's almost the opposite in many ways, because this is exactly what Putin wants. As we've been saying, you know, he was an international pariah. He invaded a sovereign nation. He is wanted for alleged war crimes by the International Criminal Court. And here he is walking step in step with the most powerful man in the world, the US president. And what a picture that is. You know, you can really get a sense of the size of the 2 men there. Donald Trump is...
I think they were there acknowledging the flypast that
right.
happened. But
you think he was like a little worried?
Donald Trump, sort of an imposing.
You think he was a little worried when the flyover happened?
Take control of this situation right from the off.
I mean, he's right next to Trump, so I don't know. But Trump is also not exactly a beloved person himself. Nah, probably not. Putin, hell no.
And James Matthews is, I was talking to James just before the handshake there, and I mean, Russian TV, James, have been shouting this very point about Trump sort of allowing Putin back. They've said Trump has brought the Russian leader out of the diplomatic deep freeze and given him the chance to cajole.
What do you mean? From mainstream media? From mainstream media? Because they are invested in whatever the State Department narrative is. In a world where if the American government unilaterally decided that actually Russia was our ally against China, they would also start reshaping that narrative in that direction. I promise you. If tomorrow they actually were able to, in this, like, I mean, I'm not saying this is likely, but if tomorrow America decided Russia was an incredibly valuable ally and they were going to do another Sino-Soviet split, you know, right? By warming up to Russia, normalizing relations with Russia, then the media would celebrate that. The media would talk about Putin as like a brilliant fucking leader who finally is paving the pathway to peace. That's it. That's the reason why. That is the reason why they talk about Benjamin Netanyahu as a complex leader that is trying to do his best or whatever the fuck. Normalizing invading countries. I mean, we're America. We already do that. One thing that Does said that was totally right is that Russia is practically a vassal state of China now. No, he didn't say that. He said it was a junior partner. And he chose those words carefully because I think it's not a vassal. I think Russia still has a lot more autonomy in this process than like actual vassal states do. Like I'll tell you like this. America has more control over Israel than China has over Russia. Russia is seen by those who are on the opposing pole to Western influence around the world as like the only country with the investment and the bandwidth to militarily oppose America and America's allies. I'm not issuing a value judgment here. I'm just simply relaying how other countries that are outside of the periphery of American interests that are in the global south or just not a part of the Western the Western world umbrella and the joint security cooperations that take place, they see Russia as like a violent force of retribution. This is not to say that this is a correct assessment. Having said that, China does have a lot of leverage over Russia, especially now. Okay? China control over Russia, what a joke statement. I didn't say China has complete control over Russia at all. I'm simply saying that China has a lot of influence over Russia now, more than ever before, because of China being the manufacturing hub of the planet. China has leverage over Russia. It's true. Russia has become China's junior partner in this. Why do I have to keep repeating myself over and over again if people will just not offer me the dignity of listening to what I'm saying? Oh my God.
Donald Trump was threatening sanctions on Russia, but he's invited him here as a guest, welcomed him here for a summit, despite Vladimir Putin offering no concessions whatsoever. And it doesn't look like from these pictures that's the start of this meeting that Donald Trump has any intention.
China doesn't give a fuck about Russia, actually? That's not true.
Getting tough and threatening more sanctions on Vladimir Putin.
That's not true. That's not true. First of all, China requires OPEC plus commitments for energy still. Russia is a part of that. That's number one. Number two, of course China gives a shit about Russia. Are you kidding me? I'm telling you what it is. China is not going to do military intervention anywhere, but Russia certainly has a lot of ambition to do so and has done so. They do it in Africa, they do it in Ukraine, they do it in the Middle East, and China benefits from that. If there are two different poles around the world, you know, similar to the Cold War, if you have like two different blocks
I think it also
and then maybe the non-aligned countries, but not necessarily. You got NATO and Western forces, like the Western security apparatus that exists, and then you got everyone else. Everyone else in the equation would obviously be China being like the major superpower that is behind this bloc, okay? And Russia is the tip of the spear, the weapon that they wield against any kind of Western influence.
And convince Donald Trump the quickest path to peace is a deal on.
They share the same ideology, so there's a historical bond. No, they don't share the same ideology. I don't agree with that.
Yeah. Okay.
Um,
thank you very much. Joining me now.
I don't think that they share the same ideology. There's actually no ideological commitment whatsoever, and China never has required one either. There is no ideological bind, with the exception of like just being victims to Western intervention in the past historically. That's it. And also ongoing interventions in general.
What are your thoughts?
That is the only thing that has brought these other world powers together.
Of the democratic world tapping the hand, almost chumming up with the war criminal aggressor.
And while China is a transitional socialist state, and there are still many areas in desperate need of improvement in Chinese governance and issues, when it comes to their foreign policy, they have an incredibly, I would even say, in a damaging way, a non-interventionist attitude. I mean, look no further than Israel. Okay? They will never intervene. They will never intervene. The only time where they engage in any kind of like foreign policy intervention is when they set up a deal between Saudi Arabia and Iran over the ongoing conflict in Yemen. That was it, and that was pre-October 7. And the reason why they did that is because of their need for a steady flow of energy, and it, like obviously Iran was threatening oil refineries and vice versa. And of course, Saudi Arabia was threatening Iran and its position in Yemen. So obviously, like China didn't want that to continue, so they packed it up. That's it. China only cares about China and nothing else. China only cares about doing trade around the globe and nothing else. Millions will thrive with Labubus. That has been their attitude.
Not as with an enemy, but as a partner. And I think that one of the issue which will be discussed, that will be the issue of revamping, refurbishing U.S.-Russian relations. And definitely Putin knows how to play on the false ideas, illusions of Donald Trump, who really wishes to implement some absolutely, in my view, illusionary economic projects or trying to revamp the rules of the world politics with Russia, or to drag Russia off China. Definitely, Putin will be playing all those cards. And as I said, it augurs quite well, quite bad for the possible outcome of this meeting for Ukraine.
There's lots of talk about territory. Donald Trump has talked about land swaps. Putin seems to want the rest of Donbass. I think it's about 18% or so that you still have. Putin wants
best
that.
Outcome here is
would Ukraine ever give that up?
Ceasefire that is actually implemented.
Well, definitely there is a difficult reality on the front, but definitely we were quite adamant to not to allow further violation of our territorial integrity. What wants Putin is to add the Donbass to the land grabs he already made in Ukraine, occupying a new territory in addition to the territory and to Crimea occupied in 2014. Well, and the public opinion of Ukraine is definitely would like to end this war, but we cannot end the war at no matter at the basis of no matter what. Because it should be understood that if the world, the United States, Europe allows Putin to implement even the part of his plan for Ukraine, that would be the prelude to the new war, new aggression of Russia. And in this case, it would encompass not only Ukraine, but
okay, I can't.
Open the possibility
no
that he would address reporters from around the world on his own if he has to. He said he's going to meet with Putin here in Alaska. I think it's going to work out very well. And if it doesn't, I'm going to head back home real fast. The president has talked in the last 24 to 48 hours, and here we see the pictures right now.
I gotta pee.
Inside the summit room there in Anchorage, Alaska.
Oh, shit!
The sprawling joint base.
They're speaking!
Richardson. Let's listen to the reporters as they try their best here.
Everybody get out of the room! Thank you, press.
Back to the images from before. We're going to re-rack to the beginning of those images because, again, that's the pool feed of what's playing out in the room. You can hear all the reporters trying to get questions in. You can hear some of the advance team is telling folks to get out of the room, meaning the moment is over. Now they work on the summit on their own, the 6 in that room. If we're able to queue up those images again, we'll surely share them with you. But what we've witnessed here today, obviously, is the landing of Air Force One in Anchorage, Alaska, the Russian president arriving a short time thereafter. President Trump coming down those stairs, waiting at the red carpet for Vladimir Putin, a very warm embrace of the Russian leader. We have seen these two leaders at a summit before. You'll remember in Helsinki during the first administration. It was during that summit the president was asked during a joint press conference afterward, much like what they're talking about today, about Russian meddling in the 2016 election. The president, in so many words, said, the President Putin said it wasn't Russia. I have no reason not to believe him, essentially putting his faith in Vladimir Putin on that stage in front of the world over his own intelligence community back in Washington. That moment is something that really people on all sides of politics remember well. The question now, all these years later, is will President Trump get what he wants going into this summit? He's given Vladimir Putin, at least initially, what Putin would like, which is a summit on American soil. The White House had said leading up to this that this was in large part Vladimir Putin's idea. They came up with a location to do this in Alaska at Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson, obviously in Anchorage. They will meet together. And Mary Bruce, we know this is going to be 3-on-3. We did not know exactly who would be in that room. Now we know Steve Witkoff and Secretary of State Marco Rubio will be present as well.
And David, of course, they both bring their own unique strengths to this conversation.
It's over, you missed
Steve
it.
Witkoff, the president's
I didn't miss
special
shit,
envoy,
brother. It's going to be a fucking 6-hour meeting. The Donbass dweller writing here, don't want to sound like a Z-Bob, but saying with Russia would be logistically simple for the people here. But staying with Russia would be logistically simple for the people here.
Has been, quite harsh and critical of Russia and Vladimir.
Bro, how Hasan, not an obese ham-leered, streaming 6 hours a day? I work out a lot.
The last several months, but it will be interesting.
They kick the press out, yeah, because they're lovers. They're about to have an orgy. You can't have so many cameras. Trump is camera shy.
Met when it was just them and their translators, a decision that got a lot of pushback and sparked a lot of concern about just getting to the truth of what was actually discussed in that meeting. Now you have a broader, bigger delegation. We were mentioning, of course, that Vladimir Putin has shown an interest in broadening out the conversation beyond just ending the war in Ukraine, possibly to discuss nuclear arms cooperation, economic cooperation as well, and trade. So possibly an effort by him to try and distract from what the president wants, which is that ceasefire. That, while he doesn't want to say it, is truly how we are defining, I think, the success of this meeting. Is he able to get progress in any kind of inklings towards that ceasefire? It certainly is what Ukrainian President Zelensky is hoping will come out of this meeting. But the president has also been very blunt that if that doesn't happen, well, he'll just pack up and go home and go back to being, the president of the United States and focusing on everything everything else he has to focus on. Trump, though, is acutely aware of the power of the images here today. He is also aware of the criticism and the pushback that he has faced, that simply meeting with Putin here today, allowing the world to see these images, is giving Putin a win, but it is a gamble that President Trump is willing to take if it means that he can possibly make some progress towards ending this war, David.
But let me ask you, Mary, you mentioned Steve Witkoff, obviously his trip, and I've been talking about this here, his trip to Russia that led to this summit, the Russian Federation saying, members of the Russian delegation saying Witkoff gave some signals that the U.S. would be open to a summit like this. Now we've seen it somewhat hastily arranged. It came together. It's playing out now in Anchorage, Alaska. You'd have to think that both sides here have been in communication leading up to this moment. President Trump has even said in the last day or two that he looks forward to an additional summit during which President Zelensky would also be a part. He said that today they will talk about the future of Ukraine. We'll talk about the ceasefire. And Air Force One, he was asked about by Rachel Scott, our own Rachel Scott, about land swaps, which is something President Trump brought up. President Trump saying they will be discussed, but I've got to let Ukraine make that decision. And I think they'll make a proper decision. But for President Trump to say publicly in these last couple of days that he looks forward to this next step, a summit that would include Vladimir Putin and President Zelensky of Ukraine, would at least make you think that President Trump thinks going into this there is room for some ground to be made here.
Yeah, it certainly seems that he is trying to lay the groundwork today for another meeting. He has said that that's really the one that matters. And remember, the president all along was pushing for a trilateral meeting. He wanted to sit down with both of them.
No, Trump is a come-hungry power bottom for sure. That's not even a question. That's not even a question. He's never topped. Trump has never topped a day in his life with Benjamin Netanyahu, with Vladimir Putin. He does not top. He is no loads refused, okay? Straight up.
Details, what an exchange of territory would look like, what that land swap would entail, that's going to be up to Ukraine. So the president telegraphing that he is here to try and take that initial step to really try and get these two leaders to the same table. Ukraine has said, though, for that to happen,
bottom shaming. I have tremendous respect for bottoms. You're out of your mind. I have been a bottoms rights advocate in perpetuity. This is not new for me, okay? I've told the bottoms to unionize for years.
And what he would do if that's the case. Mary, stick with us here. We have a cleaner feed, if you will, of the images of the two leaders meeting, preparing to begin this summit. We can show you inside the room moments ago. As you can see, President Trump right there next to Vladimir Putin for a photo op.
Is that the first time anyone is cruising that beast or not? No, dude. Famously, Obama did it with the Cleveland. Obama got a Cleveland suck job. If you remember, from the toothless crackhead, according to the toothless crackhead. What was his name? Larry. Yeah, the Duluth Dyson. Larry sucked Obama off, and Obama did crack cocaine in the beast. The Duluth Dyson. Larry Sinclair, dude.
Putin, will you commit to a ceasefire? Will you stop killing of civilians? Make sure that there is a halt to any killing of civilians. Obviously, Vladimir Putin did not engage. The moment we can play you that audio, they'll let me know in my ear, and we'll play it for you. But Jonathan Karl, our chief Washington correspondent, watching these images play out. John, you saw the warm reception on the red carpet, as you point out. President Trump and his team at the White House have made it very clear that they believe up until now nothing else has worked. And so, as you alluded to earlier, this is sort of the home field advantage. That's the way President Trump sees this. The red carpet, American soil, riding in the beast, and the presidential motorcade. Vladimir Putin appeared very happy with that as well, smiling through those windows. The hard part, though, John, is what comes next.
Absolutely. And look, Donald Trump has never been reluctant to embrace even pariah dictators around the world. The embrace of Kim Jong-un, the embrace of Vladimir Putin,
this kind of language I think is like somewhat unwarranted. And I feel a little bit more confident criticizing it now, especially after talking to Matt Duss yesterday, because like you gotta deal with these dudes. Okay. I'm always going to be on board with dealing with these dudes, especially adversaries, rather than taking a position, taking like a Brandonian stance where you're like, no talks whatsoever is never going to happen. It's how you talk to these guys and what you get out of those conversations that obviously matter. And the problem that I have with Donald Trump, at least with respect to this dealing, is that the conversations that he's having with Vladimir Putin, I don't think are going to be productive. We'll see. Only time will tell. I just don't think that it's going to be. I don't think it's going to lead to a serious ceasefire. Centrist take from Hasan, Mr. Moderate Piker. I'll give you an example of a pariah leader that Donald Trump actually, I think, handled even better than Democratic administrations have. Kim Jong-un. Donald Trump, ironically enough, due to the South Korean leadership at the time, and due to Donald Trump's like weird fascination, had more productive conversations between South Korea and North Korea than any other leadership prior or since. Like that literally was not, that was actually incredibly solid in terms of like American foreign policy. People got mad at me at the time, but I gave him credit for it. That was on Trump 1, where Donald Trump basically stayed out of the South Korea, North Korea talks, and even de-escalated in terms of like military training and the posturing that they were engaging in around the Korean Peninsula. That was productive. Obviously, it amounted to nothing at the end of the day, but that was a good thing that he did. And he didn't take up the liberal attitude. He didn't take on the liberal attitude of like just vilifying the enemy. I thought those meetings were a good idea too, but they ultimately resulted in nothing. They got a photo op, and neither the U.S. or DPRK really changed their behavior much. No, there was a period of productive talks back and forth, but I think South Korean leadership has obviously fallen apart since then. The guy who was managing those talks is gone, right? And then South Korea ended up electing the incel president who ran on an even more aggressive stance against North Korea in the process. Who knows where it goes now? But you know, I'm all in favor. I'm all in favor of America allowing. He did actually do a temporary halt to ICBM launchers and nuclear tests as a result of those talks. Yeah, there was positive. There were positive things that came out of that meeting, like North Korean de-escalation and a period of legitimizing Kim for nothing was a better job than Dems. Really? Yes. It was a really solid attempt at having diplomatic talks between South Korea and North Korea. That was true. That is true. It's if I give credit to Barack Obama for the JCPOA, which I do, right? And if I give credit to Barack Obama for normalizing, or at least starting the path of normalizing relations with Cuba, which I do, right? You have to give Donald Trump credit for the way he dealt with the North Korea, South Korea situation. Instead of like direct intervention, and instead of like leaning heavily into constant escalations, constant militarization, he did the exact opposite, and he allowed South Korea and North Korea to have this conversation on their own. Obviously, there was still, profound American influence in South Korean politics. That's never going to go away. But like, there is no like legitimizing a fucking foreign leader. Like that is silly lib talk. The dude is in charge of a country with nuclear arms. Like there is no, it's like saying, oh, you're platforming Donald Trump. It just doesn't mean anything. These are meaningless terms that you're using.
Into these negotiations, and he has said, I want the rest of Donetsk. I want to be able to say, this part is mine that I don't own. This part of Zaporizhia I want. I want this down at Kherson. But the real goal is to get the rest of the Donbass here. Why? Because it's a rich agricultural area. It's where the majority of industrial production comes from. And underneath the ground, there is critical minerals like titanium and lithium and coal. And so this is the consolation prize. There's no way that Ukraine can accede to this kind of releasing this much territory to Putin. So as the president has said, he's not going to negotiate today on who gets what. But this is what the expectation is that Putin is going to ask for. It will be a very difficult negotiation because neither Putin can show much leeway and Zelensky cannot afford to give up this much of Ukrainian territory.
Lithuanium, which comes from Lithuania.
Eastern part of Ukraine. Steve, leave those circles right up there. Actually, if you
It's Lithuania mentioned.
You know, in the east right there. Anywhere where there are stripes along that eastern region of Ukraine, that's where Russia has made significant advances since this invasion. And Steve, all those circles that you've just put back on the map, as Steve points out, that's what they want in addition to the area where they have made strategic advances. Reuters and other agencies estimate up to 20% of Ukraine is now in Russia's hands. And Steve, this is going to be the central question of these discussions. Even if they get the ceasefire today, then you're going to get. Will you
grant critical support to J.D. Pondan and his goal of ruining the American empire? No, because once again. While I joke about this sort of stuff, empires don't fall quietly, unfortunately. So the more Donald Trump deprives America, the worse things will get for not only Americans at the domestic level, but also everyone around the world. Look no further than America's grip of power waning on the global stage and what it is allowing, what is entertaining with Israel. Okay? Empires don't die quietly. They go away kicking and screaming, and it's incredibly bloody. And especially given the short time, the timeline of human existence, and you know, our lifespan being relatively short, we will experience all of that. We will see it. And one might think that we might not have any say in the process anyway. So, you know, we're just kind of along for the ride at this point.
On both sides of this war. Steve Gagnon, our thanks to you. Let's go back to these pictures from just moments ago as we wrap up this part of our live coverage today. Again, President Trump in Anchorage, Alaska, arriving before Vladimir Putin, then greeting the Russian leader when he arrived on the red carpet there, saluting obviously the troops, but also giving a very warm welcome to Vladimir Putin after they had that photo op there on the stage of Alaska 2025 there. We then watched.
I'm going to kill myself before that. You shouldn't. You want to know why? And I say this all the time. Here's why. Are you really going to not see the end of Israel? Like you're really gonna end your life before you see the end to Zionism as a fascist ideology? You can't do that. You gotta survive directly out of spite. Okay? Never kill yourself. You're really gonna fucking cut it short before even Donald Trump dies? You know what I mean? There's plenty of this is a target-rich environment, chock full of evil villains everywhere. You're really gonna let them outlive you? Fuck no. No shot. No shot.
Night, and then we'll be coming on the air live coverage here on ABC of the joint press conference with President Trump.
Oh yeah, there's a joint press conference coming up, baby. Like I know it's coming, so I don't care about seeing it personally. No. You best believe I'm seeing that shit personally. Are you kidding me? Ain't no fucking way. I will see it with my own two dang eyes, baby. Yeah, no way. Yeah, so many graves to piss on. Out of your dang mind. You must bear witness. In terms of land swaps, I think Russia should be able to retain parts of Eastern Donbass and Crimea, but with certain economic rights for Ukraine. Reparations for Ukrainians as well should be paid, but I doubt Putin would agree to that. I mean, I think Putin has a maximalist position that he has made very clear over and over again. So I don't know how they're going to fucking square that circle. But let's take a look at two knowledgeable parties, one of which I actually routinely bring up, Matt Mersheimer, and also Matt Duss, who I had on the broadcast yesterday, and we actually had a conversation around Russia and Ukraine. They had a debate on Democracy Now! This morning.
President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin are meeting today in Alaska for Ukrainian
President Putin, President Zelensky, and if they can, it'll be great.
All right, this is the intro.
To talk more about the war in Ukraine, U.S.-Russian relations, and more, we're joined by two guests. In Washington, D.C., Matt Duss is with us, Executive Vice President at the Center for International Policy, former foreign policy advisor to Senator Bernie Sanders. And John Mearsheimer joins us from Cambridge, Massachusetts. Mearsheimer is professor of political science at the University of Chicago and author most recently of How States Think, the Rationality of Foreign Policy. In 2014, he wrote a widely read piece for Foreign Affairs headlined, Why the Ukraine Crisis is the West's Fault. Well, Professor Mearsheimer, let's begin with you. Talk about what's happening today in Alaska and what your view is of Trump's relationship with Putin and Zelensky and what needs to happen now.
Very much wants a peace agreement. He wants to shut down the Ukraine war. But the fact is that he's not able to do that. And meeting in Alaska with Putin today is not going to do anything to help achieve that end. And the principal problem here...
Dude, Mearsheimer thinks U.S. is good and not an empire. He's stupid as fuck. I love when people go... I love when people hate Mearsheimer because he's like still very much... you know, an American who has like very American style foreign policy opinions, like, you know, being a China hawk, things of that nature. And then the other side of it is the war hawking liberal international relations understanders who also hate Mearsheimer and say he's a fucking Russian stooge. Yes, Mearsheimer is not a leftist, okay? He's not. But his analysis, especially as it pertains to Ukraine and Russia, before the Russian invasion into Ukraine, has been fairly prescient. It's important to fucking look at a variety of different opinions, even if you don't fully agree with them. Everyone needs to fucking calm down.
Amy, is that the Russians have a series of demands that they will not compromise on, that Trump cannot accept, and certainly the Ukrainians won't accept, and the Europeans won't accept. And those three demands involve the West and Ukraine recognizing that Russia has annexed 4 Ukrainian oblasts and the Crimea. That's number one. Number two is the Russians insist that Ukraine be a neutral state. This basically means it can't be in NATO and it can't have security guarantees from the West, especially the United States. And then the third demand is that Ukraine disarm to the point where it doesn't have significant offensive capability against Russia. These
are the maximalist positions that Vladimir Putin wants to get out of these conversations. They are also directly at odds with objective reality, as far as like the sovereignty of a nation, for example. They're also, it's not maximalist. It absolutely is maximalist. The reason why it's also ridiculous, like no NATO assurances is fine. It's a guarantee anyway. It was a guarantee even before Russia invaded Ukraine, which is part of the reason why I say that Russia's invasion of Ukraine was not only immoral and totally unjustifiable, but also it was stupid. It was a mistake, in my opinion. Okay, because Russia had already taken over and annexed Ukrainian territory, internationally recognized Ukrainian territory, such as Crimea. And also on top of that, the 2 oblasts that we're talking about, DPR, LPR, already had enough like Russian intervention that they could have continued meddling in Ukrainian affairs and would never have allowed Ukraine to gain permanent sovereignty or find itself directly in find itself directly in the Western sphere of influence for that reason. So Putin could have just continued to do trade and trade max and you know, meddle in Ukrainian affairs that way and keep Ukraine not directly in the sphere of Western influence without actually killing so many fucking people. If there's no permanent ceasefire, Putin will use it as a time to reset and go back in. Ukraine has actually been extremely successful in defending off Russian forces in many regions since 2014. Russia would also... Wait, what? You can't say that, bro. What the fuck do you mean? Russia literally took over 20% of Ukrainian soil since 2022. That is a crazy statement to make.
Demands are unalterable from a Russian perspective, but obviously they're unacceptable to the Ukrainians. They're unacceptable to the Europeans, and there's no way that Trump can agree to them. So there'll be a lot of talking today about a lot of issues. But
Russian media is reporting that there was a car waiting for Putin on the tarmac. It's unclear why the Russian leader got inside the beast with Trump. I don't think it's unclear. I think it's very clear why he did that. He wanted alone time with his buddy.
I find it hard to imagine you're going to make any progress towards an agreement.
And Professor Mearsheimer, the mere fact that this summit is between Trump and Putin.
I called that out too when I saw it, because like they're not supposed to be alone. The entire meeting is supposed to be with like Trump and Steve Witkoff and Marco Rubio and then Putin and his envoys. So like the fact that they got alone time is actually significant.
Doesn't that, in effect, reinforce the perspective of some that this has essentially been a proxy war between the United States and Russia from the beginning?
Oh, it's clearly been a proxy war, and there's no question that the United States and Russia are almost at war with each other. And therefore, it makes sense for Putin and for Trump to sit down and talk and try to work out the broad parameters of a deal. But the problem is there are two other players in the game, and those two other players are Ukraine and Europe. So you have a situation here, Juan, where even if Putin and Trump were to work out some sort of agreement, they could lay out the parameters of a deal, they have to run that deal by the Ukrainians and the Europeans. And I think if Trump makes the necessary concessions to accommodate the Russians, the problem is that there's no way the Ukrainians, the Europeans, and truth be told, a large chunk of the American national security establishment would accept the deal that Putin worked out. And that's why this one is ultimately going to be settled on the battlefield.
I'd like to bring in Matt Duss to the conversation. Matt, your perspective on this summit in Alaska and what you expect or think may come out of it.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, in terms of what's going to come out of this summit, I actually don't disagree with Professor Mearsheimer. It seems like there's not been a great deal of preparation going into this summit. And Putin, as the professor said, Putin's goals do not seem to have changed much, if at all. He wants a Ukraine that's effectively under his influence, part of Russia's sphere of control. That's not something the Ukrainians are going to agree with. I think we can imagine a possible resolution to this in which Russia retains control of parts of Ukraine. I think there is some evidence that Ukrainians themselves would settle for that if it really ended the war. And I think that's the key question here. Can we get an agreement that ends the war, not just temporarily, but in the long term? And I think that's very, very unlikely, at least right now. Although I will say, just the fact that the U.S. and Russia are sitting down could possibly create some other opportunities that we haven't yet considered, although I'm very skeptical.
I want to put this question to both Matt Duss and Professor Mearsheimer, because I know that you disagree on this issue, is how did we get to this point? Let's start with you, Matt.
Well, we got to this point because Vladimir Putin decided to invade Ukraine and try to take it over. There's a longer history there, of course. I mean, Professor Mearsheimer has talked a lot about the growth of NATO and how Russia sees that as a threat. I think there is evidence that that is true. I mean, that others have claimed that as well. U.S. officials throughout the 1990s, former Secretary of Defense Bill Perry, former head of the CIA Bill Burns, have all in their time as diplomats mentioned that this is a real problem for Russia, not just for Putin. However, that does not explain the entire problem. NATO alone was not the cause of this war. Putin himself has made clear various times, most notably in a speech that he gave in June 2021, of his much grander vision of a kind of restored Russian imperium in which Ukraine was a part. So I think the growth of NATO again, is part of Russia's larger grievance, but I do think Putin has made clear that he has a pretty grandiose historical conception of what he sees as a kind of renewed Russian empire that is simply not consistent, certainly with Ukraine's own sovereignty and independence. And I don't think it's consistent with a kind of a general approach to international affairs that is based in any kind of law or norms.
Professor Mearsheimer.
I think, Amy, before I give you my explanation on what caused the war, it's very important to understand that how you think.
Wasn't it about denazifying Ukraine? No one believed this. I hope. It's just like Israel's goal is not to denazify or de-Hamasify Gaza. Okay? That's not like countries and governments, foreign and domestic, behave in certain ways for their own personal interests, okay, their material interests. But what they say in the process is all marketing. That's it. That's it. It's fucking ridiculous. Do all countries recognize Ukraine as a state? Yes. What? MAGA communists believe it? No, they're just fucking trying to say that to themselves, okay? They're just repeating it to themselves so that they can act like there is a defensible prospect here. And it's really interesting because like so many fucking liberals have gotten mad at me for even bringing up Azov or Ukrainian nationalist movements and their historic allegiance to the Nazi Holocaust and the Nazi initiatives. And also it's contemporary versions that are still very much primarily neo-Nazi. And they always get mad when I bring it up to be like, oh, you're giving justifications to Russia. You're actually giving legitimacy to Russia. This is Russian propaganda. It's not. Russia has its own fucking version of neo-Nazis as well. You know? It's not even just the Wagner group either. Like there are a fuck ton of fascists in Russia. Okay? People just make shit up. People say, oh, we're doing this for this reason or that reason. But there's an underlying material reason for all actions that governments engage with. At most, the only argument I will entertain beyond like land grabs, resource extraction, would be security concerns. That's it. And security concerns is also usually a lie, for the record. It's a lie that people tell. But like there's an understandable security concern that like every country has. That's where Mearsheimer's analysis kicks in terms of realpolitik, where he says like there is a reasonable security concern for a foreign power in its own periphery, in its own backyard, to ensure that they don't have further NATO encroachment, especially when this like security cooperation has been designed specifically to undermine Russia and to militarily dominate Russia. Starting off with the USSR, but then continuing against Russia as a foreign adversary, even after the dissolution of the USSR.
About the causes of the war has huge implications for how you think about the prospects for actually settling the conflict. Now, Matt basically makes the argument that the principal cause of the war was that Putin had grand ambitions. He wanted to restore the Soviet Union, create a greater Russia or what have you. And he was interested in conquering Ukraine and incorporating it into Russia. I don't believe that. I believe there's hardly any evidence to support that line of argument. And I think it's quite clear. In fact, I think there's...
See, this is the part I don't actually agree with him on. Like, I think if Russia had if Russia had the power to do so, they absolutely would bring the entirety of the Ukrainian nation state directly back under the banner of Russia. Especially because, like, while it's also marketing to say, oh, Russians and Ukrainians are brothers, and Ukraine means the border, and it's always historically been a part of Russia, like, all those narratives are still marketing. There is definitely that, I would say, is closer to the reason for why Putin is doing this than denazification. The ties to power situation and wanting to reestablish status as a regional hegemon, but it also seems as though Putin and those around him have an ideology at hand here. Putin has made it very clear that he does not believe in Ukrainian identity. He talks at length about his obsession with imperial Russian history. This is a war for regional hegemony and for Russian identity. It's not either or. Yeah, like the idea that like Russia does not have greater ambition of overtaking Ukraine is I think false. Does it mean that they will fully entertain it? I don't know. He didn't mince words. He said there's no evidence. They have grand ambitions, so should be easily to disprove if there is evidence, right? Yes. The easiest way to disprove it is to listen to fucking Vladimir Putin's own statements when he was talking to Tucker Carlson. What do you mean? If we take at face value the Greater Israel Project coming from Zionists that range all the way from Benjamin Netanyahu to even like the quote-unquote centrist opposition, why the fuck wouldn't we take Vladimir Putin's words at face value as well? I'm not saying Mearsheimer is lying. I'm saying that his analysis on this aspect, I think, is incorrect. The evidence is not only trying to, the Russian attempt to overtake much larger parts of Ukraine, including like Western Ukrainian territory, including like literally invading Kyiv, okay? And the other evidence that I have for it is Vladimir Putin's own words. The idea that, Ukraine has always been, Ukraine is not like a sovereign nation state, that Ukraine has always historically been a part of Russia and it should be a part of Russia. That's what he says all the time. I don't think that's like unfair to hear him out on. I think that's a fairly decent amount of evidence. Sounds like you're overly reading between the lines on Mearsheimer here. He might agree with you with what you just said, but his point is they didn't have the power to consequentially freely do this act, and they felt pressure because of NATO expansion. They acted while subject to substantial consequences because of that.
Overwhelming evidence that it was NATO expansion into Ukraine that drove this train. Putin made it clear when NATO first announced in April 2008 that Ukraine would become part of NATO. Putin made it perfectly clear that he viewed this as an existential threat, and this would not be allowed to happen. And the invasion on February 24th, 2022, was driven in large part by fear of NATO expansion. And what that means is that
Mearsheimer's views the same as you and Chapo initially held. No, I remember us rightfully blaming NATO encroachment in 2022. No, what made you get all libbed up all of a sudden? Because Russia invaded. I don't think I'm saying that the only reasonable security concern that I totally agree with Mearsheimer's assessment on is NATO encroachment. But if I knew that that was never going to be a thing, a real thing, and Russia certainly knew that that was never going to be a real thing, then a military invasion of fucking Ukraine was absolutely an insane fucking thing to do. Was the wrong thing to do. It was not only immoral and violent, but it was also costly, and I think will hurt the Russian country in the long run. And it has already. They have incurred penalties. Yes, of course, NATO encroachment plays a role in this. That's I literally said that already. I said that just now. That has not changed.
Putin sees NATO expansion. He sees Ukraine and NATO as an existential threat. And because he sees it as an existential threat, he's unwilling to compromise. Many people think that in Alaska, what Trump can do is work out a deal where there's a territorial swap, where there's a ceasefire to start with, and so forth and so on, and the Russians will make this accommodation and that accommodation. That's not true. The Russians have laid out their demands from the very beginning. They have not wavered at all. And the reason they have not wavered is because they view Ukraine in NATO as an existential threat. We, on the other hand, in the West, don't see things that way. We think that that Putin was just aggressive. He didn't get all he wanted, but we can work out a deal with him. I don't think that is an accurate description of reality. I think, again, you want to understand that Ukraine has to be a neutral state. There can be no Ukraine in NATO. There can be no Western security guarantees to Ukraine. But we refuse to accept that. The Ukrainians refuse to accept that. And that's why we're at an impasse today.
Matt Duss, I wanted to ask you, back in the 2013 and 2014 on Democracy Now!, we had the Russia expert Stephen Cohen on many times, and he...
Your view is valid for the first world, but many third world countries for many third world countries, Russia is seen as the underdog fighting the hegemon and is supported more than ever today. I have described this as well. I think it's an incorrect assessment. But yes, I have talked about this already. The pro-Palestine, pro-Russia position is very much alive in many, many parts of the world. Parts of the world that we never actually take a look at or care about. But it is definitely a real thing. Russia sells this as a war against Western hegemony. And a lot of people see it like that. And I keep trying to explain this. I keep trying to explain this to people. And they think I'm saying that, they think I'm agreeing with that assessment. But yes, this is a very common position outside of the Western world. They clipped me explaining this while simultaneously saying I don't agree with it, and made it seem as though that was my position recently.
He essentially said the same thing. In fact, he insisted that the president who was overthrown, Yanukovych, wanted to maintain the neutrality in the Maidan revolt in 2014, wanted to maintain the neutrality of Ukraine, but it was NATO that was insisting that Ukraine could not be neutral, and that had to take a stand against Russia, and that's part of what then led to his overthrow that the United States clearly backed. Wondering your sense of that, and also, do you think that if Mexico reached a security agreement with China or Russia, stationed troops from those countries in its own country, or missiles from those countries in Mexico, that the United States would sit idly by?
Sure. I mean, all good questions. I mean, first, I want to just respond to something Professor Mearsheimer said. I mean, it's baffling to hear him claim that there's no evidence that Putin wanted to conquer Ukraine and establish a new kind of Russian imperium. Putin has said this explicitly. I would encourage people to look at that June 2021 speech that I mentioned. He also, landed troops outside Kyiv in February 2022 as part of the failed effort to topple Ukraine's government and install his, a friendly Russian government. Those Russian troops were not landed in Kyiv to go camping.
Here we go. Let's make up some bullshit. Yeah, he said it. Sure. Dust information. No, I don't think it's unfair to say. It's not just the 2021 speech, dude. Like, he has literally repeated that over and over again. I think it's interesting how you will contextualize historically pre-October 7th, but not pre-Russian invasion. What about the treatment of ethnic Russians in eastern Ukraine? Maidan. Russia sits firmly in the anti-imperialist camp, and Ukraine is a running dog of imperialism. This is your lib take. The reason why, first of all, I do factor all of that in. That's number one. Number two, you just don't agree with my analysis after I factor all of that in. So that's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous claim that you're making. Okay? You want to know why? You want to know why my assessment ultimately is not suited to your, is not aligned with your belief. The reason why it's not is because in order to save the Donbass, you must level the Donbass is a fucking stupid argument. 14,000 people died in the back and forth between the Ukrainian National Guard, the artillery strikes in LPR and DPR, many civilians, right? Airstrikes, artillery strikes. Ukraine is like shelling its own territory because there are Russian speakers and ethnic Russians that live there that want autonomy, let's say, right? That's the argument here. How the fuck do you justify rolling tanks and mining the entire area as the only acceptable solution here? That's fucking insane. That's insane. Every single world power, both within the periphery and outside of American sphere of influence, makes this exact same argument. Okay? That is the argument that they make. You don't have to believe it. You know what I mean? Every single invasion is justifiable with that framework. Putin would like to be dictator of Earth, but that isn't a rational argument for why he would invade any individual country at a specific time. Mearsheimer's position on why the invasion took place when it did is far more coherent, to be honest, even if it requires him being somewhat irrational from your POV on NATO aggression. You believe Russia started this invasion with the idea of occupying Ukraine, a 40 million nation, large country with the backing of Western weapons. Your evidence is speech. Putin can dream of it, but he can't take over the Ukraine, and is not why he did it. Guys, the very fact that he wanted to forcibly overthrow the Ukrainian leadership and implement whatever leadership he thought would be more favorable by literally going into Kyiv is evidence enough that that was a part of his grand design. That was a part of his ambitions. I don't think it's a fucking ridiculous assessment to make. He literally tried it. It failed. Okay? So now he's going through the motions of territorial acquisition that is much more manageable. In the long run, I don't even think that's going to be manageable anyway. I don't even think that's going to be manageable for the next decade, the next decade plus. Like Russia completely cooked any chances of Georgia entering NATO, any chances of Ukraine entering NATO, which is, I think, a reasonable position to hold regardless, when it took pieces of Ukraine, when it took Crimea and annexed Crimea, when it took pieces of Georgia. Any further incursion beyond that is just is ridiculous. Why are you pretending to be a NATO supporter? I'm not.
So that effort failed, but I think that's clear evidence that Putin's ambitions were much larger.
Why did they let the Baltic countries join NATO then? Because they don't have enough they don't have enough manpower. Russia, for all intents and purposes, will throw manpower in the fucking meat grinder to win a war of attrition, but they also understand their limitations, especially because they don't have America backing them like Israel. So Israel can do a 7-front war because they're fucking psycho, especially because all of the countries that that Israel is dominating have already been dominated by America before Israel gets to blow them up because they have no fucking anti-air defense systems, for example. But the reason why Finland and Sweden, which previously had a dual neutrality agreement, with Russia and didn't join NATO was partially because Russia's invasion of Ukraine gave them, one, made them fearful. Two, if you want to look at it cynically, gave them the reason for why they could advocate to join NATO. And also, Russia's failure to overtake Ukraine in a short period of time, like they said he was going to be able to, made it so that Finland could join without fear of Russian invasion. That's it.
Then the professor seems to claim.
Like the point is I guess it's like almost the way I look at the situation is almost like if you can understand why the global South would see Russia as like the militant vengeance against the hegemonic superpower that's dominated them, you should also be able to understand why countries that are in the immediate vicinity of Russia would be fearful of Russian incursion. Especially after Russia literally did invade Ukraine. And not only did it invade Ukraine, they didn't just like roll the tanks and just take over Ukraine with ease, but instead Ukraine was able to, with the entire backing of the West, capable of pushing back Russia. This showed all of the neighboring countries that, one, there was good reason for them to join this American security cooperation, and two, they would most likely not be able to, they would most likely not have to withstand any sort of like Russian military conquest because Russia had its hands full with Ukraine.
Now, with regard to the Maidan and Yanukovych, I don't think I would put this on NATO. Clearly, as I said, Russia and Putin have seen the growth of NATO as a threat. I think we should take that seriously. That's something we need to discuss. I would also note that countries are not absorbed into NATO. Countries...
entire backing of the West, seriously? Yes. Are we going to act like the Western nations were not on board with allowing, with giving Ukraine the capabilities to defend itself? What are you talking about? Okay, that I disagree with. What the fuck? Are you? Is this like a weird semantics argument that factors Hungary as like the lion of the West or something? Is that your argument? Hungary, the real lion of the West, was actually not a part of this coalition, and therefore it wasn't the entirety of Western nations. This is one of those shadows of the POV of like anything less than nukes or foreign boots on the ground armies isn't actually support as wild. Yeah, I just nobody said they emptied every armory, chatter. Yeah.
In Europe have sought to join NATO. This is not something that is being imposed on them. They see joining NATO as part of their security. Again, that's not to diminish, I think, the kind of the way that Russia sees this as provocative. I do think we need to take that seriously. But the Maidan Revolution was not about NATO. The Maidan Revolution was about the people of Ukraine seeking closer relationships with Europe rather than closer relationships with Russia. And I think it's important to note
converging interests, classic tool of American State Department. You got people who have anger and resentment towards their administration. America comes in. It's already established civil society organizations and numerous other means of pushing buttons. They take advantage of one of the poorest countries in Eastern Europe at the time. Okay. They take advantage of the volatility and move the organic protests that develop in a direction that suits their interests.
with that. This is not something that was driven by NATO. This was something that was driven by the Ukrainian people. And I think this constant obsession with NATO really denies Ukrainians their own agency. And I think we need to put that really at the center of this conversation. Now, your question about Mexico.
Like the example of America's success, if you look at color revolutions, or if you look at the Arab Spring, right? Those are examples of American success. A genuine instability creates resentment. People rise up, and then America takes advantage of that destabilization to either further destabilize the country or to literally push their own to push their own people into gaining more power and influence. Okay, but a failed version of that was with Hong Kong. Understandable desire for people living in Hong Kong not to be under the influence of China, even though it was obviously on a lease, basically like a loaner agreement to England, to the UK, and it was slated to end regardless, and they just like accelerated that process, but it was ultimately a failure. Now China completely controls Hong Kong. I'm saying it was a failure from the West's position. Or maybe the U.S. is behind the uprisings. No, this is also silly. Okay, that's a silly, like, the CIA does not have a hypnosis tool. Okay, no, they can only take advantage of the actual fears that people have, the actual anger and resentment that people have. They can't just like whip up a protest out of nowhere. Okay, this is something that a lot of people fail to contend with. Like a lot of leftists look at this. This is not a centrist position. This is just a correct position. Okay. They can't just like radio free Europe or radio free China their way into mass instability. Look at Iran. Look at the decades of American propaganda. They can fund certain initiatives and take advantage of them. There's a great book by Vincent Bevins about all the 2010s protests called If We Burn. Yes, it highlights the failures of horizontalism in these movements. Like, think about it this way. If the CIA had that much motion, there wouldn't be this much anti-Israel sentiment right now in American society, in the Western world. Come on. If the CIA had the capability of just like kick-starting protests out of nowhere, and it was just not even like, they weren't even like using the genuine instability and anger that the people had to their benefit, to suit their purpose, to overtake movements, okay, then they would be able to just use that hypnosis beam on American society broadly and fucking make them all pro-Israel. A lot of people treat these type of color revolutions as identical to things like U.S.-backed military coups, but it's totally different. Usually it's an organic protest movement that Western interests invest themselves in to make sure that the end result is on their side, but the grievances are real and the protest would have happened anyway. Exactly. So you're legitimizing the protest even if the CIA is involved? Is that your take? No, I'm a fucking adult that's telling you how these things work. The idea that like you're just denying reality if you think that there aren't people who are angry and resentful in these areas, in these countries, and aren't like going to have a protest regardless. And if you think that like the United States of America is able to single-handedly make protests happen, it's crazy.
Clearly, if Mexico was to sign a security agreement with Russia or China or any other power, the United States would probably have something to say about it. I think that's something we should work through diplomatically. That would not, in my view, justify the United States invading and occupying parts of Mexico in response.
I want to talk about what Ukrainians want. First, going to Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, speaking to reporters during a joint briefing in Berlin with the German Chancellor Friedrich Merz.
They did it in Chile? No. The end result of Chile was a military dictatorship that was backed by the United States of America. Is a coup. You're describing a coup. An American-backed coup. You can't compare an American-backed coup to America taking advantage of like existing instability to suit their purposes of encroaching on different forms of governance that is like more servile to Western interests, to prop up and make people believe that like this method is going to be more successful for them, to give them true sovereignty.
We must prepare a trilateral format for the conversation. There must be a ceasefire, number one. There must be really reliable security guarantees. Today, by the way, President Trump spoke about supporting this and about America's readiness to participate. Also, among the agreed principles, Russia cannot have a veto right over Ukraine's European and NATO prospects. And peace talks should be combined with appropriate pressure on Russia. Sanctions must be in place, and they must be strengthened if Russia does not agree to a ceasefire in Alaska.
Let me go to Professor Mearsheimer first and point out that there was just this Gallup poll. More than 3 years into the war, Ukrainian support for continuing to fight until victory has hit a new low. In Gallup's most recent poll of Ukraine, conducted...
Can you explain why the Azov Battalion visited Hong Kong during the protest? Can you explain why all the student leaders of the protest met with U.S. officials, including Nancy Pelosi and Marco Rubio? Yeah. Exactly what I'm stating. Do you think that there wasn't fears from young people living in Hong Kong and just like people broadly that whether warranted or unwarranted, that like the Chinese control over Hong Kong, which was obviously an inevitability, would eventually lead to people existing under a more repressive state? Whether warranted or unwarranted, don't you think that that was like a real fear that people had? Come on now. Like, you think student leaders in Hong Kong that met with fucking Marco Rubio have the capacity to bring thousands of people to the fucking streets? No. And it ultimately failed regardless, because China is a more powerful country that you cannot meddle in the affairs of, as opposed to engaging in some kind of proxy war with Russia by using Ukraine. That's why I'm saying it was a failure at the end of the day. And the more Donald Trump does shit like this and causes broad instability around the globe, and the more America's hegemonic status and its influence wanes in the international stage, the less soft power initiatives and the less like destabilizing initiatives they can engage with. That much is clear. So the delusion of petty bourgeois and the interests that benefit from independence are having to compete with Chinese capital means the U.S. should destabilize China. Got it? Did I say any of those things? Did any of those words come out of my mouth? Did I say anything like that? Why are you saying this?
in early July. 69% say they favor a negotiated end to the war as soon as possible, compared with 24% who support continuing to fight until victory. Let's go back to 2022. 3/4, 73% in Ukraine favored Ukraine fighting until victory. Let's get your response, Professor, and then Matt Duss.
Well, I think it's not surprising that enthusiasm for the war in the Ukrainian body politic has diminished. They've suffered enormous casualties. The Russians have been winning on the battlefield.
Fanboy Mao.
And it doesn't look like Ukraine can rescue the situation.
Hype train level 2 has been achieved. The Piker Broadcasting Service is funded by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. No ads. Just pure content, baby.
Or that the West can help Ukraine rescue the situation. So obviously down below in Ukrainian society, support for the war is beginning to melt away. The problem is that at the elite level, there's no evidence that anyone is willing to cut a deal with the Russians. And again, you want to understand that the Russians are driving a hard bargain here. They're driving a really hard bargain. It will be extremely difficult, and I'm choosing my words carefully here, for any Ukrainian leader to accept the terms that the Russians have on the table and don't show any flexibility with regard to. Now, what the Ukrainian elites are hoping they can do is they're hoping that they can drag the Americans and they can drag the Europeans into giving meaningful security guarantees to Ukraine for the future, and that they will continue, the West will continue to support Ukraine, and that at some point in the future, Russia will weaken and Ukraine will be in a position, with help from the West, to get territory that it's now lost back from Russia. That's their great hope. So the elites are willing to hang in there. And this is what you see reflected in Zelensky's comments. But the question you have to ask yourself, Amy, is what is going to happen to Ukraine in this war as it continues to lose on the battlefield and support at home melts away? One would think at some point Ukraine will collapse. Given historical evidence, that is the likely outcome.
Matt Duss, do you agree?
Yeah, I do pretty much agree, except I would not put so much on Ukraine's elites. Clearly, there are some in the Ukrainian government, who fit the characterization that the professor just made. But I think what's important here to note is that there is growing support among Ukrainians, as you noted, to end this war. If you could have a durable and real end to the war. I don't think we should, with regard to President Zelensky's comments, I don't think anyone should be surprised. I don't think anyone should.
I think a lot of people misunderstand when I say that, like, Putin had an ambition for taking over and seizing a larger part of Ukrainian territory, as like he will never actually concede to any sort of ceasefire, no matter how much he gets out of it, because he will then turn around and eventually invade the rest of Ukraine. So that's why I think a lot of people push back when I disagree with Mearsheimer on that aspect. That's not what I'm saying. I think it's on the conditions of this ceasefire. It's up to America as the major power player on the Ukrainian side to set the stage that makes it more costly for Russia to try and do this again in the future, and makes it so that Russia is comfortable with whatever territory that they've taken so far, and doesn't think to continue waging this kind of battle and militarily take over larger swaths of Ukrainian land.
Should expect the president of Ukraine to kind of preemptively concede territory. I do think that if there was an offer or an agreement in the works that really ended the war, the government of Ukraine could probably be, pressured into agreeing to it. They understand there is political support in the country, even though it will be a very, very tough decision.
If not militarily, how else is someone supposed to defend themselves against NATO imperialist expansion? Diplomacy clearly didn't work. They rejected Russian membership before any of the other invasions. It seems you're trying to come up with talking points in fear of being labeled a NATO asset. Yeah, I'm so scared of being fucking labeled a NATO asset to the 11 fucking leftists, myself included, that's anti-NATO openly. Are you fucking stupid? Being pro-NATO and claiming you're a leftist is the normal position in America, dumbass. It's like fucking people complaining that I'm actually trying to hide my transphobia or some shit. It's like being transphobic is the popular position in America. Okay? There's no reason for me to try to withstand this kind of propaganda. It's just what I believe. I'm anti-NATO, and it's not something that I fucking hide. And it's unironically an incredibly unpopular position. And it's half the reason why people fucking yell at me all the goddamn time, because Western chauvinists can't fucking contend with the reality that NATO is the most significant protection racket that America has in order to continue its imperial domination around the globe.
To accept a large part of their country is now under the control of Russia. But again, the key question here is, has Putin changed his ultimate goal? And there is no evidence that Putin is willing to.
That's a gross oversimplification of NATO. No, that's not a gross oversimplification of NATO. It's just the most accurate assessment of NATO.
Enter such an agreement that really ends the war. That is the key problem here.
People once again think that, like, Baltic states that wanted to join NATO personally are the reason why NATO must exist or something. Ultimately, it comes down to whether or not you think America is a force for good around the globe. And I think Americans, at the end of the day, believe that. No matter how hard I try to explain to them the history of American domination post-World War II, people just can't let that go. It's understandable. You live here, okay? This is the environment you were born into. You're just never going to let that go. Personally, you think it's best that America remain the world police, and you are fearful that if America tried to maintain diplomacy and try to deal with other countries, not as like adversaries, but instead just simply other nation states. And there were numerous cooperative agreements with even like the countries that were historically considered foreign adversaries. That would give grounds to, I don't know, the foreign adversaries to do really scary stuff, to do America shit back to America and America's allies. That's the underlying fear for many Americans, and that's the reason why when push comes to shove, most people side with America maintaining its hegemonic superpower status. That's why there's so much animosity on this issue whenever I talk about it.
Mearsheimer, I wanted to ask you a couple of facts that are startling to me. When the Soviet Union collapsed in the early 1990s and Ukraine became independent, Ukraine had a population of 52 million people. By the time the war started with Russia, the population was already down to 40 million. And today the estimates are, given the out-migration, the refugees that have left, the continuing high death rate and low birth rate, that there's only about 28 million people in the current Ukraine. This is an astonishing decline of population for a country. Has Ukraine essentially been a country that's been disintegrating ever since the fall of the Soviet Union?
Well, let me make 2 points on this. First of all, the phrase is sometimes used to describe the situation in Ukraine that it is in a demographic death spiral. Just think about those words. It's in a demographic death spiral. And what this war has done is ended up killing huge numbers of Ukrainians. And furthermore, huge numbers of Ukrainians have left the country, and I would surmise that many of them will not return. So this is a disaster from a demographic point of view.
We just
the
have
second
30
point I would
seconds,
make
Professor.
is if you look, sorry, Ukraine is going to end up as a dysfunctional rump state as well. And this is a disaster of great proportions.
What do you...
He's right about this. Ukraine already was like unstable to begin with, even before the Russian invasion. And it is going to be, I mean, it is already in an infinitely worse state now, stuck between two superpowers, one regional power and one global power, and they're cooked. And now they have a fuck ton of weapons, and also on top of that, the most nationalist forces are now seen as the great emancipatory force that was necessary to push back, and they're national heroes. The very same people that would duke it out in the streets when these guys were like football hooligans, okay? Like the Azov Battalion and all the fucking Nazis and shit that initially were causing rampage on Ukrainian streets, and all the anarchists and all the fucking anti-fascists in Ukraine that were fighting them ended up fighting alongside them against a much larger force that was killing their family members. That much larger force is Russia. Is cooked. Is entirely cooked. I don't see any way out of this, and I think it's going to lead to even more chaos. Can you explain your position on NATO? Help me understand if it's the only position, as it is the only position I disagree with you on. It's too long to get into right now, but I have talked about it extensively, time and time again. If you want to go and look for, I don't know, any number of different videos that I've done on the matter.
I think in 15 seconds, how do you think this should end?
I think it should end with the Ukrainians doing everything they can to concede to the Russians and put an end to the war. I don't think they're going to get a better deal if they fight on.
10 seconds.
I think the best thing to do is cut it now.
I would agree. I wrote a piece with my colleague Rob Farley back in November for Foreign Policy magazine saying this was the time for the Ukrainians to make the best peace they can. Basically saying that if they can concede part of Ukraine that Russia now controls, they should do it. But the question is, will that really end the war? And the problem is we see no evidence that
we have
Putin
to leave
is
it
interested.
there. Matt Duss and Professor John Mearsheimer.
That's so funny. Anyway, let's see. When is the summit supposed to start? In a couple hours, right? That's classic. That's classic democracy now, by the way. You got 10 seconds. Make your case.
TV producer, but also was an actor on his...
What the fuck? What the hell was that? Maggie Haberman sounds very different today. Hey, yo. Let's see. Maybe it's just like the stream was busted or something.
On his own show, and so he does think about what these things look like. This is the type of display of pageantry and grandiosity that he really likes. They put this together very quickly. We should not lose sight of the fact that Putin has been accused of war crimes, and there are many people dead, and there is mass devastation in Ukraine. And so, you know, the president is meeting with Putin while he has had, by contrast, this really aggressive meeting with President Zelensky.
Bro.
They have since had a
We're
better
America.
meeting at Vatican,
Okay.
and the president.
We're America. The mainstream media can't fucking say this a week after Donald Trump ate Benjamin Netanyahu's asshole. Okay.
Against Putin
like
right
this
now.
is.
But this was a really astonishing spectacle to watch. To your point, and it's on a military base.
It's just it literally is crazy. Is crazy. It's crazy to fucking have CNN turn around and be like, yo, it's so wild that Donald Trump is inviting a war crime to America. It's like a war criminal to America. Wow. How wild that they're doing this. How wild. This is so new and so different. So unprecedented, okay?
Well, I think that President Putin would also be able to ascertain how far he can go, right, in terms of pushing President Trump or not. And I think that that's part of it, too. When there is no note taker there, when there is no translator there, a lot can be happening that we're not aware of. President Trump famously does not like notes being taken. Thought it was notable that what was supposed to be the one-on-one meeting then extended to have Steve Witkoff and Secretary of State Marco Rubio on President Trump's side. I'm not sure who is going to be there for President Putin's side, but the configuration here is somewhat different than it had been before. I know there are low expectations, Caitlin, for the idea that there will next be a meeting with President Zelensky. I think some people in President Trump's orbit still do think it is a realistic possibility.
Yeah, obviously we'll be waiting to see if there is a second meeting and what that looks like. We'll learn a lot when the two leaders come in here to this press conference in a few hours from now. Maggie Haberman, thank you for that reporting as always. And Jake, obviously that is the key question. What does it look like when they come in here to this room together? What do these leaders have to say? When they met in Helsinki, that was really where we
generally. What are your thoughts on Maggie Haberman? One of the worst examples of access journalism.
By side, giving their readouts of how the meeting went.
Yeah, fascinating stuff.
Dude, oh my God.
Thank you so much, Caitlin. We'll come back to you in a second. The Russian president is obviously here on U.S. soil, right here in Anchorage, Alaska. Not a sentence I say every day, not a sentence anyone hears every year or every presidency. So how high are the stakes here, the political stakes, the geopolitical stakes, the life or death stakes of this historic summit for President Trump?
What is this?
Press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you, press. Let's go. Thank you, press.
What's he fucking saying? What the fuck? That's weird, dude. What is that? He's hitting an emote.
Press. Press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you, press. Let's go.
He's doing carny faces. I'm gonna do this once more, by the way. I'm not anti talking to Vladimir Putin directly. I can't stress this enough. I just don't think that it's going to lead to any sort of serious. I hope it does, but I don't think it's going to lead to. My speculation is I don't think it's going to lead to any sort of serious ceasefire. Okay.
Slight sound issue there. Apologise for that. But we can speak now to the former commander of the UK's Joint Forces Command, General Sir Richard Barrons. General, good evening. Thanks for being
You'd have him
with
on.
us.
He's a war criminal. Wait, what are you talking about? I'm saying having Putin directly talk to America is not a bad thing.
I think it's extremely unlikely, given that there's no real indication that either side knows what the outcome of this current meeting is going to be, and there's an awful lot of speculation.
Maybe you'd be lucky this time and be wrong about the start and wrong about the end of the war. That would be great. I think the best
we can hope for is that it doesn't go wildly wrong, and perhaps it does begin to pave a way to more substantive discussions, particularly including Ukraine and Europe.
All right.
Yeah, if they're going to lose land, if the Ukrainians are going to lose land, and Donald Trump has been speaking about land swaps and so forth, I assume the most important thing then for the Ukrainians is this whole idea of security guarantees. What do you think those security guarantees?
What's the worst possible outcome of this meeting? I mean, I don't know. Nuclear holocaust is always an option, and it's always the worst option. But within the realm of possibility, no negotiations don't go anywhere. And then Vladimir Putin takes by force even larger chunks of Ukrainian land, gets Donald Trump to actually reverse even further on offering any sort of security to Ukraine, He gets Donald Trump to bomb Ukraine. I don't know. There's so much. There's so many crazy things that could happen. He just it's very unpredictable.
Not a guarantee, and I fear that guarantee is a word that is too easily tossed about.
Well, this is my point. It is the only real security guarantee the Americans, and would the Americans be willing to be part of any security guarantee?
So I think it's important that America is connected to guarantees in parts of three ways. The first is, right now, only American defense industry can provide the quantity and the types of weapons that Ukraine needs in order to continue to fight on the battlefield, and if there were to be ceasefire, to credibly deter. And whether it's the US taxpayer providing those weapons, which seems unlikely, or much more likely the European taxpayers.
Why won't you talk about Trump sending Alaska back to Russia? I'm worried I got to start learning Russian. I mean, I think that's not a very likely scenario, if we're being honest. But who knows, man? Try saying the N-word online. What? You're like, you think denuclearization and you think coming to a reasonable ceasefire negotiation with Ukraine and Russia is hard? Try saying the N-word online.
Vladimir Putin has said he's against Western forces going into Ukraine to monitor any ceasefire. But he would say that, wouldn't he? Do you see any role at all for British forces, for instance, in Ukraine during a ceasefire?
So as I understand it, that conversation is already pretty advanced, and that British forces are likely to do, at the minute, three things. One is contribute to the security of the Black Sea. That's a job for the Navy. The second is to train the new Ukrainian army, and that training would probably occur in the west of Ukraine, so further away from the front line, but still in Ukraine. And thirdly, in a way that I don't think is completely tautly defined yet, to help police Ukrainian airspace. But we're going to come back to this critical question, which is, if the ceasefire, should there be a ceasefire, exists, it's going to be very fragile, and both sides will expect the other to break it. So what happens when the ceasefire breaks? Does the UK Armed Forces simply say, well, the ceasefire is broken and we're going to leave? Or are the UK Armed Forces going to be part of reasserting that ceasefire? And that means, if necessary, using force against Russian elements in some way. You need to be really careful about that.
Yes, and one other point. It's being reported that Putin and the Russians want the whole of the Donbass. They don't have that at the moment. The Ukrainians have, I think, 18% or so. And it seems to be a critical area for the Ukrainians. They have defensive positions there, they have troops there, and they are holding that quite successfully. Do you see any scenario in which Ukraine would willingly pull out of that area?
I absolutely do not. Russia claims to have annexed the 4 eastern provinces of Ukraine. It doesn't occupy anything like all of that territory, and it doesn't even occupy the 2 provinces of Donetsk and Luhansk. And I think Ukraine is almost certainly never going to cede that territory, because were it to, it would be a gift to Russia, but also it would cede to Russia territory that made it much easier to Russia to relaunch their offensive at some point in the future, because Ukraine would have given up some heavily fortified
Jake, listen, I agree.
So,
I agree with a lot of things that David said earlier about
on this.
What's going to be determinative of the outcome of success of this meeting. You know, the proof is going to be in what occurs and when Trump and Putin get to the mics and say what they're going to say, and then afterwards. But I think having Rubio and Witkoff there are useful because Trump can blame them. Trump can say, listen, Mr. President Putin there, my guys tell me that you're this. My guys tell me that. I think it's an effective foil, enables them to, Trump doesn't have to be the bad guy. He could point to Rubio and Witkoff and say, these gentlemen are telling me something completely different. And so it enables him to kind of be the negotiator in chief and allow other people to be the foil. Listen, I think what's important as well is, Jake, it has to be somewhat disconcerting for Vladimir Putin, who never gets, a mean thing said to him back in his home turf. When he's standing there on the red carpet right before they got into the beast, you heard reporters shouting, him, what does it feel like, you're a murderer, basically, for all intents and purposes. I can't believe Vladimir Putin was too keen on hearing Western, reporters asking him about, all the horrific things that he's done. He speaks English very well, and he had to understand each of them. So while he stood there, he was getting berated by the press. That's not something that happens to Vladimir Putin every day.
Yeah, I'm sure that really hurt his feelings.
David Axelrod, according to a new poll from the Chicago Council on Global Affairs, American support for sending U.S. military aid to Ukraine has actually climbed sharply since March, with the increase driven largely by Republicans increasing their support for U.S. military aid to Ukraine. David Urban, let me start with Axelrod and then Urban. What do you think's driving that? Axelrod first.
Well, I mean, the images that we've seen from Ukraine over the last few months as Russia has advanced and in the air and on the ground have been absolutely savage. And I think people see that, and I think they're reacting to it. So, that's why what comes up here matters. And if he comes out of this meeting and doesn't get a path to a ceasefire or an agreement for a ceasefire, and then doesn't take action, because for all these months, and even when he's criticized Putin, he's uncharacteristically not done anything. Is he going to hit them with the sanctions that have been threatened, or is he going to get another pass?
Yeah, Jake, I think I think the numbers have increased because people, as David said, you see these things on your screens, whether it's on social media, whether it's on this network, whether it's anywhere. You continue to see the Russians do one thing, they say one thing, and then you see these atrocities continue to be committed in Ukraine. And American people, they don't want to see it continue. There's a strong sense that Ukraine is the victim here, because it is, and the Americans know what's right and wrong.
Yeah, David Urban, David Axelrod, thanks to both of you. Appreciate it. President Trump and Russian President Vladimir.
I think the people's needs don't really factor into these decisions, but the people of Ukraine's needs don't really factor into these people's decisions at all, as I've said time and time again, which again pisses people off whenever I say Ukraine doesn't get to have a say, unfortunately, in this process at all. But the other thing that also doesn't really matter is the American public opinion. Look no further than Israel if you want to understand why. This is going to be in 2 hours at 4:30 p.m., the joint press conference.
Continuing coverage for you of today's...
With the world watching, President Trump traveling to Alaska to come face-to-face with Russian President Vladimir Putin for their high-stakes summit to try and end the war in Ukraine. He's confident he can convince Putin.
I think that President Putin would like to see a deal. I think if I weren't president, he would take over all of Ukraine. It's a war that should have never happened. If I weren't president, in my opinion, he would much rather take over all of Ukraine. But I am president, and he's not going to mess around with me.
But the president, who once promised he could end the war in 24 hours, now concedes it's not that easy.
But I thought the easiest one would be this one. It's actually the most difficult.
Putin has been trying to set the stage, heaping praise on Trump. Putin saying the current American administration is making quite energetic and sincere efforts to stop the hostilities, stop the crisis, and reach agreements that are of interest to all parties involved in this conflict. saying Trump wants to create long-term conditions for peace, both between our countries and in Europe and in the world. But Ukrainian President Zelensky, who won't be in the room, says Putin is bluffing. Zelensky, concerned about Trump's support for an exchange of territory, is calling for a ceasefire first and then negotiations. The Ukrainian president, backed by European leaders, also demanding security guarantees. Trump has said there will be severe consequences if Putin doesn't agree to a ceasefire. But he's also described today's meeting as a feel-out to see what's possible. Putin now says he has other goals from this meeting that go beyond the war in Ukraine, that he wants to discuss nuclear arms control. The Kremlin saying trade and economic cooperation will also be on the agenda. Trump admitting he thinks there's a 25% chance the meeting fails. But if it doesn't, he says he wants to quickly bring Putin and Zelensky together, possibly even bring Zelensky here to Alaska.
I think it's going to be a good meeting, but the more important meeting will be the second meeting that we're having.
Now, President Trump has said there will be severe consequences if Putin doesn't agree to a ceasefire, but it's not clear still what those consequences would be, though Trump has been threatening harsh sanctions. One other question here today, will we see a joint press conference later this afternoon with President Trump side by side answering questions with Vladimir Putin? Trump has said that would be nice, though he says if this doesn't go well, he'll just do his own press conference and head home.
Turning back to our continuing coverage for you of today's highly anticipated meeting between President Trump and Vladimir Putin. It's happening in Alaska later this afternoon. Face the Nation moderator and chief foreign affairs correspondent, that's Margaret Brennan, is already in Anchorage, and she talked about the summit with Alaska Republican Senator, that's Dan Sullivan.
Vladimir Putin's being brought in from the cold. He's been isolated by the world for a reason. Do you think that this is rewarding bad behavior by giving him this spotlight on the American soil?
Vladimir Putin is coming to negotiate with Trump because of the sanctions. Don't take it from me. Listen to our European allies who are definitive on that. The reason
is he? I don't know. I do sometimes feel like we don't have that much motion anymore, man. I just don't think we got motion like that anymore, especially with like how much we've hit that sanctions button from Obama to Biden to now Trump. We've forcibly created a secondary market. On the military side, I don't know if we got motion. I feel like what we tried to do, bro, you were in GQ. No, I don't mean like us here. We have no motion anyway. But I'm talking about America as a global power player. Like, obviously, we still have a lot of power around the stage, or around the global stage, okay? Around the world, we are still, I would say, the most powerful country, okay? No other country comes close. They don't have 800 military bases. They haven't, like, given gear to every country around the planet. But as far as like how easily we could dominate foreign adversaries as opposed to now, I think like things have changed rapidly.
The reason Putin is even doing this is because of the threat of serious secondary sanctions. So I think that is important.
We're happy to say Margaret joins us now. Margaret, good morning to you. You know, Donald Trump has said very publicly that he's going to know within the first couple of minutes if Vladimir Putin is serious about these conversations. And he said his goal basically is to get to a second conversation. So what do you think needs to happen? What needs to be accomplished to get to that second conversation?
Well, Gail, we know Vladimir Putin wants to avoid sanctions, and we know President Trump wants...
What do you mean? Murs on the chair just watching, happy to gobble whatever it left at the end, be it Russians or the Americans, Europe is ready. Yeah, I'm not even... Dude. Europe is not a relevant player in this conversation. It's just a mere extension of American interest at this point. I think that much is clear. When Mark Rutte called Trump daddy on a fucking private text message, and then Trump leaked those details, it's never been more Jover than at that moment. Okay? Come on. Let's be fucking real.
At least a ceasefire. So if he can get that ceasefire, which Ukraine has already agreed to,
Dabbed
Russia
on Europe day one. Oh, yeah, he's been dabbing on Europe.
has not, that would be some progress. But really, Vladimir Putin just needs to keep on talking. He may want to stave off those sanctions by showing some kind of interest in a deal with the U.S. And President Trump's goals here have been murky. He's mentioned U.S. interest in business investments, for example. We noticed that the Commerce Secretary is on his plane this morning. His Treasury Secretary is on his plane, along with national security officials. There's also mention of interest in arms control deals. So if Vladimir Putin can dangle something like that of interest to the U.S. and keep talking, he may be able to call this a success. And that's what Ukraine fears, is that something dangled to President Trump by this former KGB agent may stretch this out into diplomacy that ultimately can weaken Ukraine. The hope
Margaret,
is certainly it won't.
Yeah, you've been speaking with European diplomats about this meeting. How are they feeling about it? What are their expectations about this meeting?
Well, you know, Nate, I'd say concerned. The NATO Secretary General told us that he views Russia still as the primary threat to the Western alliance in Europe, full stop. So there's a lot of skepticism that Vladimir Putin, if he is forgiven for seizing 20% of Ukraine's territory by force, that he would stop there. There's concern he could go further. And right now, the U.S. intelligence assessment is that this war has turned in Russia's favor. So if Vladimir Putin buys more time, staves off those sanctions, and gets even a short-term ceasefire, does he just use that to refit and refuel and send his forces back?
I mean, this is the same. This is like literally relitigating the same arguments over and over again. Oh, this is appeasement. This is appeasement to fascists. This is appeasement to Putler. It's just like, sure, you said it in 2022, okay, but saying it in 2025, like, who is this for? Is like claiming that the overwhelming majority of the Ukrainian population is now foolishly demanding appeasement because they're also in favor of a ceasefire. But it is appeasement. Come on, bro. Yes, because appeasement conversations only make sense when you're talking, especially between two foreign adversaries that have nukes. Appeasement in the post-nuclear arms race world is very different. Appeasement is the name of the game. That's the entire purpose of nukes and mutually assured destruction. That's why there's a distinction between the handling of Russia and Ukraine, where Russia is the responsible party, Russia is the foreign adversary here, and we have limitations as to what we can do, how much we can get Russia to do the right thing, if you will, versus with Israel. We have all the power in Israel, in the genocide that Israel is conducting. We are a belligerent. With respect to Ukraine and Russia, Ukraine is our proxy in the process to undermine Russia, and it's been a failure. The talking point is that there must be forever war because any kind of peace outside of total victory over Moscow will just give them time to bring back the Soviet Union states. I mean, it's just like, at a certain point, people, you run out of people and you run out of interest. You run out of you run out of belief.
Onto the battlefield, Or is this really the start?
Do you really think MAD is still a thing? I think if U.S. dropped a single nuke, no other superpower would retaliate. That is the most insane concept, dude. I am not willing to entertain this conversation. Do you not understand how greatly you expand the permission structure when you even say silly things like this? That is psychotic, dude. Americans are so wild. People in the West are so wild about this. It's probably one of the biggest threats aside from climate change. That is an endless threat to wiping out the entirety of humanity as we know it. And people just like say, oh, dude, just a single nuke, bro.
Of some kind of peace negotiation. We know, and this is pretty interesting, actually, that the vice president has been very involved in the details here. He's been talking to European diplomats, saying to them that, yes, there does need to be some kind of security guarantee for Ukraine, but that the U.S. doesn't want NATO to be part of it at all. And that, he said, the U.S. won't make territorial concessions. Anything about Ukraine's territory has to be done with Ukraine directly.
It's going to be a very long day, and the world is watching. Margaret, thank you so much. And a reminder that Margaret and John Dickerson, who's going to join us a little bit later on in our program, will lead CBS News coverage of President Trump's meeting with Putin today here on CBS and streaming on CBS News 24/7.
Hello, everybody. I brought a friend of yours, Brett Baer. He's here. Brett, how you doing? How are you?
What will make a success of this summit today?
I can't tell you that. I don't know. It's there's nothing said.
What the fuck? That's not a question about like what you're capable of doing. He's asking what you think is a successful meeting, what amounts to a successful meeting. That's not like a he's just asking for your opinion, man. What the hell? Why don't you think this is appeasement? It is. It is appeasement. But the opposite of appeasement is awarment. Okay? My argument always has been from the start that, and this was the same thing that people said to me initially. The same thing that people said to me initially when I said Ukraine, at a moment of maximum leverage, should take the off ramp, and that the Western nations should not goad Ukraine into going into a battle that they will inevitably lose more territory and lose more people on. People said that's appeasement. People said, oh, Putin is going to violate the terms of the ceasefire. Okay, even if he does, then still you have to give peace a chance no matter what. Because if Putin were to violate the terms and the ceasefire, the terms of the ceasefire, you just go back to square one. I agree they should have taken the off-ramp earlier. Okay, if you agree that they should have taken the off-ramp earlier, then don't you think that that was appeasement? That's what people were saying to me back then. You work with the power that you have. You work with how much influence you have over other countries. Sanctions package is a part of this, for sure. Another part of this, of course, is arming to the gills the country that you are quote unquote protecting from invasion. Okay. Secondary sanctions plays a role in this as well, trying to cripple economically the foreign adversary. But as far as like what you can do, there's only two. First of all wars end with treaties regardless. It either ends with treaties when you have complete military defeat over your adversaries, when you've achieved complete military defeat over your adversaries, or it ends with a treaty in the process of your adversary militarily defeating your proxy. And because a lot of people were saying back then, it's appeasement, now you have arrived at that position that maybe that appeasement would have been the appropriate thing to do. Do you want to have the conversation a year from now when Russia has killed even more people and you go, yeah, you know what, Hasan? In 2025, when they had this fucking ceasefire conversation, maybe that was a better off-ramp. Do you understand? If you recognize that there was an off-ramp, which you would have considered appeasement back then, because it's the same, it's in line with the same fucking mentality, then don't you think that you might end up saying that exact same thing after a more costly war, after even more territorial acquisition militarily? I'm not going to say these words so you can make a clip.
In stone. I want certain things. I want to see a ceasefire. This is not to do with Europe. Europe's not telling me what to do. But they're going to be involved in the process, obviously, as will Zelensky. But I want to see a ceasefire rapidly. I don't know if it's going to be today, but I'm not going to be happy if it's not today. Everyone said it can't be today, but I'm just saying I want the killing to stop. I'm in this to stop the killing. You know, we're not putting up any money. We're making money. They're buying our weapons, and we're sending them to NATO, and NATO's sending us big, beautiful checks. But that I don't care about that. I care about, it was a big factor when Biden spent $350 billion and got nothing. But what I do care about is they lost last week, 7,011 people were lost, almost all soldiers. 36 people in a town which got hit by a missile, but over 7,000 soldiers. It's crazy.
Could you describe a little bit, Mr. President, because I know you've had a lot of phone calls with President Putin. What's the difference in a face-to-face, in-person meeting?
Look, he's a smart guy, been doing it for a long time, but so have I. Been doing it for a long time. And here we are with President. That was much more difficult than what I'm doing today, believe me. So we get along. There's a good respect level on both sides. And I think, you know, something's going to come of it. I noticed he's bringing a lot of business people from Russia. And that's good. I like that because they want to do business, but they're not doing business until we get the war settled.
Are you going to talk about business? Would you talk
business? We have the hottest country on earth. We have the hottest economy on earth. We have the hottest country. We just set a new stock market record again. We have hundreds of billions of dollars flowing in from tariffs. We're the hottest. We were a dead country, like doornails, a dead country. 1 year ago, we were dead as a doornail, and now we have the hottest country. And he wants a piece of that because his country is not hot economically. In fact, it's the opposite. And China's not doing well economically, but we're all, look, I want everybody to do well. The war's got to stop and the killing's got to stop.
Mr. President, what do you mean by thank you for coming back to take questions. We saw that Russia continued its violence into Ukraine last night, launching even more drones. What did you make of that?
I think they're trying to negotiate. He's trying to set a stage. I mean, in his mind, that helps him make a better deal. It actually hurts him. But in his mind, that helps him make a better deal if they can continue the killing. Maybe it's a part of the world. Maybe it's just his fabric, his genes, his genetics. But he thinks that makes him, gives him strength in negotiating. I think it hurts him, but I'll be talking to him about it later.
It's on the table for discussions today, Mr. President. Are the territorial swaps on the table? Will you be discussing that?
They'll be discussed, but I've got to let Ukraine make that decision. And I think they'll make a proper decision. But I'm not here to negotiate for Ukraine. I'm here to get them at a table. And I think you have two sides. Look, Vladimir Putin wanted to take all of Ukraine. If I wasn't president, he would right now be taking all of Ukraine. But he's not going to do it.
Mr. President, what did you mean?
Just one thing. What about the possibility of the United States providing security guarantees to Ukraine?
Maybe. Along with Europe and other countries. Not in the form of NATO, because that's not going to, you know, there are certain things that aren't going to happen. But, yeah, along with Europe, there's a possibility of that.
Mr. President, the number of business people that President Putin is bringing along, is that something that you want to discuss with President Putin at this meeting?
Yeah, if we make progress, I would discuss it, because that's one of the things that they would like. They'd like to get a piece of what I built in terms of the economy. Just so you know, we were a dead country with our economy. He wouldn't be interested. He wouldn't have been interested a year ago with the Biden economy. But he is interested in the Trump economy because we're doing. Wait till you see when those factories start opening up. We have hundreds of factories all over the country, and that includes auto factories, AI factories, and every other. They're all coming in because they want to beat the tariffs. Because if they open here.
The reason why Trump says Russia could take all of Ukraine is because I'm judging this off of like how he operates. Is because he's like trying to set up AI factories. I know data centers. It's great. He's trying to set up for the inevitable territorial acquisition that he's going to concede. Art of the deal, baby. When concede to the demands of your opponent. Concede to the maximalist positions of your opponent as though they are justifiable, only to turn around and make people feel a lot better about he's soft launching it exactly. The territorial acquisition that comes next. This is how you do it.
They don't have to pay tariffs. If they don't open here, they have to pay, in some cases, 200%, 300%. I haven't even set some of the tariffs yet. I'll be setting tariffs next week and the week after on steel and on, I would say, chips. Chips and semiconductors. We'll be setting sometime next week, week after.
What are you looking at? What rate?
I'm going to have a rate that is going to be lower at the beginning. Then that gives them a chance to come in and build. And very high after a certain period of time. And if they don't build here, they have to pay a very high tariff, which doesn't work, so they'll come and build.
Mr. President, hi. You had said earlier...
I didn't see you over there. Isn't he a gentleman?
He's helping me out.
He's a very nice, he's one of the few nice ones, actually.
You had said earlier this week that Putin would face severe consequences if you get the sense from him that he's not interested. What do you mean by that?
Economically severe. Yes, it will be very severe. I'm not doing this for my health, okay? I don't need it. I'd like to focus on our country, but I'm doing this to save a lot of lives. Yeah, very severe. Thank you very much, everybody.
So if you were to paint a picture of what perfect looks like coming out of Alaska today, what does that look like in your mind?
Look, it's not for me to negotiate a deal for Ukraine, but I can certainly set the table to negotiate the deal. And our next meeting will have President Zelensky and President Putin and probably me. I'd like to focus on doing our country, but you know, I get these interruptions. I've solved 6 wars in 6 months when you think about it.
There's one president he forgot to mention, Recep Tayyip Erdogan. Turkey is at the table. Watch this space, folks. Watch this space. Turkey is the table. Turkey's not only at the table, Turkey is the table. He's probably telling Putin right now, he's like, I have Ryan Ruth, I will release him, and I will release the second largest army, standing military in NATO, the Turkish military, and send them to Ukraine if you don't concede. And then Vladimir Putin hears that and goes, no, Mr. President, please don't do that. That is my biggest fear. Okay? And then he says, we're giving Crimea back to the Ottoman Empire. The caliphate will rise once again. This is what's going on right now. They're literally having this conversation. Trust.
And that's from Pakistan to India. That was going to be a terrible one. Planes being shot down. That was getting ready to flare. And then nuclear powers and so many others. And, you know.
Well, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Congo, Rwanda. In fact, did you see that Hillary Clinton yesterday said that if you got this deal done and not capitulate to Putin, that she would nominate you for the Nobel Peace Prize?
If President Trump were the architect of that, I'd nominate him for a Nobel Peace Prize.
Well, that was very nice. I may have to start liking her again.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe.
Just a week ago, exactly a week ago,
this past week, this guy's just been talking about how much the fucking front lines have shifted every day. Doing an about face as opposed to what like Western media has covered this stuff. It's kind of wild.
Talking in terms of the United States demanding an immediate ceasefire from Russia in Ukraine, or else there be crippling sanctions. And here we are a week later with Putin apparently being rewarded with a summit, a high-level summit, bilateral summit in Alaska with the United States president. And there's not much evidence of a ceasefire across the front. The front itself is 1,000 kilometers, 600 miles. There's been fighting all the way along the front. And this week, the Russians conducted a pretty effective surprise offensive in the Donbass area. It probably won't amount to too much because I don't think they can back it up very well. And the Ukrainians are bringing in reserves to stem that particular offensive. But the offensive itself shows that the Russians are serious about proving that they can take more and more territory if they keep fighting. And that's what this is all about. The Western world, the United States, have said, we want an immediate ceasefire. Zelensky agreed to that back in March. And then, if we have an immediate ceasefire, we can talk about the issues that need to be sorted out. Whereas the Russians say, no, we've got to talk about all of those issues, we've got to agree those difficult issues, and then there will be a ceasefire. And of course, that's just a way of putting off a ceasefire, of creating conditions before we can have a ceasefire, because the Russians don't want a ceasefire. They think that they're winning. They think that if they keep on going, they'll get more and more territory, and only when they've got a lot more territory in the whole of the Donbass, this area that they haven't yet conquered, will they really think about a ceasefire. That's the dynamic of the what's going on the ground. Behind that, the Europeans are really worried. They're worried, of course, as Dominic was saying, that this may constitute a sellout in Alaska with neither them nor Ukraine critically at the table. They talk about the infamous Munich Conference of 1938, where Britain, France and Germany carved up Czechoslovakia without Czechoslovakia even being in the room. And that was a dishonourable and disastrous treaty which did a lot to create the conditions which led to the Second World War just a year later. And so the Europeans really worry about that. And behind that are two different dynamics. The dynamic of the Russians is that when the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991, the Soviet Union collapsed into 15 different successor states, of which Russia was one and Ukraine was another. So the Soviet Union became 15 different countries in Europe, in Central Europe itself, in the eastern part of the Black Sea, and right through to the Asia and the Stans and so on. And the Russians have never accepted that. And they blame Ukraine more than anyone else for precipitating that breakup. That's not true, but it's what they think. The Europeans, on the other hand, they see these successor states as something that are a force for good in a new world. But they worry now that the Russians have crossed a Rubicon. In 2022, Putin actually did something that he hadn't done before. He set up a full invasion, and the Europeans worry that this is an attempt, which Putin talks about all the time, of recreating something close to the old Soviet empire. And that dynamic means that there's no way back for Russia after 2022, and there's no way back for Europe after 2022. The United States doesn't see it that way. They see Ukraine as a war they want to get out of. The Europeans increasingly see Ukraine as a war that they have to prevail in. Two different dynamics, two different ways of looking at it within the NATO alliance. And that's a historic difference of opinion about the nature of the world and the nature of European security. And the fear is that Alaska will take a big step down that road of divergence between Washington and the European capitals. We'll see.
As the sirens blare, in Kyiv they wait. As their invader and the leader of the country they thought was an ally meet to discuss their fate. Uninvited, their leader has done his utmost to try and influence the outcome from afar. President Zelensky urgently lobbying allies. Today, Keir Starmer in London to pressure the US president.
I'm sorry, but Well, people might get mad at me for saying this, but this is the most no motion meeting of all time, is what the people are calling it. What the fuck is Keir Starmer capable of doing? I know he has to keep up appearances, but like, I mean, he's sauceless. He's so sauceless, utterly devoid of motion. I don't know. Rumor is that UK sends troops as securities. I mean, that's what Keir Starmer has said. That's what Macron has said. I don't believe that that is going to happen. UK has nukes is a good move. If America is not going to entertain triggering Article 5 and going directly into war with a nuclear power, what makes you think America's little bro is going to do the same, especially when they have not even a fraction of America's military capabilities? That's the argument.
President not to be hoodwinked by Vladimir Putin. But will their efforts be enough? The Allies believe their meeting yesterday has steered Donald Trump away from talk of land swaps. But he's unpredictable and Putin manipulative.
I mean, would there be more support if he met with no one? What world leader would have been a better choice? I mean, no, that's what I'm saying. That's why I said, like, he has to do this, because what else is he supposed to do? They're just pretending. They're playing pretend.
They are all holding their breaths. Ahead of the summit, the fighting has been stepped up. Russia's made advances and Ukraine's launched one of its biggest drone attacks yet on an oil refinery deep inside Russia. We met the commander responsible for the attack in woods outside Kyiv for his security. He's a wanted man hunted by the Russians. If Putin doesn't make peace, General Yuri warned, it will only get more painful for Moscow.
Operations that began in 2022 and continue today will indeed.
There's also different types of ceasefire negotiations in play. Like they're trying to implement like maybe no drone warfare. There's the trench warfare, then there's the drone warfare, right? The bombings that happen. Russia bombs Kyiv, Ukraine bombs Moscow, right? Both have seen some success in these initiatives, and I think like if there's a ceasefire that actually ends up curbing trench warfare, that would be beneficial for Ukraine, as opposed to drone warfare ceasefire would be beneficial for Russia. Ukraine never bombed Moscow. Hello? Wait, what? Ukraine has had a fuck ton of successful bombing campaigns inside of Russian territory with drones. What? They absolutely have. What are you talking about? It's nowhere near as impactful as the ways in which Russia has consistently bombed Kyiv and other parts of Ukraine. But it's like confusing to say that they don't have, they have not seen any success whatsoever. Ukraine also literally destroyed a chunk of the bomber fleet that Russia had with that sophisticated military campaign with trucks that had like a fake roof.
Develop if Russia refuses a just peace and stays on Ukrainian territory. Initially, we had a few drones a month, capable of striking targets 100 to 250 kilometers away.
Also, it's funny because like he's literally talking about that. Like the Ukrainian soldier here is straight up talking about Ukraine's drone strike capabilities while the chatter's like, that's never happened.
Today, we have drones capable of flying 3,000 to 4,000 kilometers.
After all they've been through, Ukrainians are under no illusions, though, about the chances of a breakthrough. As Vladimir Putin's unprovoked invasion has gone on and on, killing so many Ukrainians, they have watched Donald Trump give the Russian leader the benefit of the doubt at almost every stage of his presidency. If he really wanted to end this war, they know he could impose far tougher sanctions on Russia and give them all they need to see off the aggressor. Instead, he has, it seems, so often sided with Russia. Many Ukrainians aren't expecting much from Alaska.
To be honest, I feel nothing because I think nothing will be changed. Trump always says that I finished the war in 24 hours and nothing has happened. And it's, only blah, 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 and it's just words on the wind. So I don't really believe that something will change.
It's impossible to predict unpredictable. That's my answer. So I don't know. No one knows.
There was some good news for Ukrainians today. 84 prisoners of war returned by Russia in the latest exchange. Diplomacy can at least claim progress on that front, even if so far nothing else. Dominic Waghorn, Sky News, Kyiv.
They were among the first to arrive in Berlin, crowds of terrified Ukrainians fleeing war. Germany's taken in the most Ukrainian refugees in Europe. Some now call these container villages home. But will Donald Trump's summit with President Putin mean it could soon be safe to return? On the edge of one camp, Elena isn't feeling hopeful.
It's so funny. I don't know.
That's crazy. I thought they just like straight up had entry into European countries. What the fuck? That looks have European countries started treating Ukrainian refugees like they're brown? That's crazy. That's the type of refugee camp structure that you see Syrians go through. Damn.
Or anyone who trusts Trump. It's a horrible joke. And this meeting meet terrorists, presidents of Russia. It's unbelievable.
More than 1 million Ukrainian refugees sought shelter in Germany. Elena and her family fled the badly bombed city of Kherson.
So that's your house? Yes.
They've lost everything. And the Russian president they hold responsible gets an invite to the US.
Does that make you angry? Yes, I'm angry. I'm disappointed. I don't understand this. I understand for Trump it's only money.
Across town, the dismay is shared by Maria, a refugee from Kyiv.
Is it normal to play with a war criminal and boost your ego with that? Or is it rather normal to help another state to defend, people?
Photos show how much her home has already changed, and she fears Ukraine will be forced to sacrifice much more before the fighting stops.
Would you agree to Ukraine giving Russia land to end the war?
No, I do not see how giving up on land helps to win, because so far what the practice has shown is that Putin plays more wildly when he gets what he wants.
President Trump has said any land swaps will be signed off by Ukraine and warned Putin will be punished if he doesn't agree to peace.
There will be, I don't have to say, there will be very severe consequences, yes.
But in a Ukrainian cafe, Mum of 4 Elena is skeptical.
Do you trust President Trump to represent Ukraine's interests?
No, I think he's a traitor and he is pretty brutal in his policy, and he is pushing the people to get the conditions he wants to get.
And what about President Putin? Do you think he has any desire for peace?
I don't think that he is considering those terms like peace and not peace. I think he has kind of a picture in his head, and he's just going to it by any means.
Elena, like so many other refugees, has lost so much. They'd love to think the Alaska meeting is the first step on the path to peace. But very few believe that's true. Siobhan Robbins, Sky News, Berlin.
Why doesn't the Western media interview Palestinian refugees in this manner? Because they don't see them as human beings. I think what's interesting about Ukrainians in diaspora, what they fail to consider is that like the only way to continue Ukraine's defense is by forcibly sending Ukrainian refugees back to Ukraine so they get forcibly conscripted to fight in the front lines. That's the only way to make up for the lack of manpower, which is something that I suspect many of the Ukrainian refugees would not be in favor of. So while they're talking about like their fears or frustrations, I think there's only two options for Ukraine in this process, which is, of course, one, lower the age of conscription. Again, no guarantees that would actually change the outcome or push battle lines, push the battle lines in favor back to Ukraine, or forcibly deporting Ukrainian refugees back to Ukraine. That's incorrect. There's 4.5 million people of draftable age still in Ukraine undrafted. They've only drafted about 10% of the total pool. Yeah, but chatter. You've seen the images, right? I can't be alone on this at this point. There are a fuck ton of Ukrainian men that are of draftable age that are actively hiding from the authorities. The very fact that the Ukrainian interest in coming in doing a ceasefire has gone up to 69% implies that this is irrelevant. Don't you think?
President Trump is allowing Russian President Vladimir Putin onto a U.S. airbase in Alaska for today's summit in Ukraine, or on Ukraine.
Why don't they use mercenaries for rearguard actions and stuff? They do. They have a foreign battalion. They used a foreign battalion in the counter invasion into Russian territory. It's not enough. Russia is far larger.
In the past, they've only met abroad, and for good reason. The location of these meetings has a lot of significance. CBS Evening News co-anchor John Dickerson has more on that part.
Gotta say, I'm getting tired of hearing you talk about Europe like it's America. It reminds me of the way 4chan talks about Europe in broad brushes. I'm out. 18-month subscriber. 1, this is not an airport. You do not need to announce your departure. 2, the reason why I talk about Europe like it's America is because Europe, unfortunately, is an extension of America. And this is something that I've been talking about for years, far before you ever even subscribed. Back in the day, a lot of European liberals would yell at me and say, that's just America shit. We don't have those kinds of problems here. And I would tell them, get ready, because you are going to experience the exact same waves of brain rot that we are duking out. We are actively fighting here in the United States of America. And lo and behold, that's precisely what happened. It is not an accident that there's a global, there is a global fascist movement, a global fascist resurgence in Europe. America's played a formative role in this. Your dismissive attitude of Europe is so deeply misplaced, especially on Ukraine. It's very jarring to listen to. I want Europe to have autonomy. I want Europe to have autonomy. I want Europe to be to abide by the actual values and the principles of liberal capitalist democracy, even if that's like an entry point of the conversation, as they claim to be. But they won't. It's obvious that the European continent doesn't have the same, it doesn't have any sort of like serious sovereignty. Look at the way that they're dealing with Donald Trump. And when you say, hello, what about yourself? You're an American. Speak for yourself. I am. I do every day. And I get yelled at all the time. That's it. We're in it together. You might think I'm like shitting on you personally, but I'm not. You're in here. So obviously, clearly, you also recognize some of these issues as well. They don't, and tell him to fuck off all the time. He's not respected. I think that's just cope. I mean, look at NATO. Look at what Trump is able to demand out of NATO nations. Look at the tariffs conversation that just took place. It's like the worst possible time to claim sovereignty here.
I don't know. Story. John, good morning.
Good morning, Tony. You're right. Location does matter. Before it was the far edge of America, Alaska was Russia. In 1867, that changed. Russia, drained by war and in need of cash, sold the territory to the United States for $7.2 million. That's about 2 cents an acre.
In parts of Alaska, Russian Orthodox churches still stand. Their onion domes a reminder of that earlier.
I think like chatters that are expressing their frustrations with me should get mad at their politicians instead. That's what I think. That's what I hope. And I guess that hope comes from this long history of European countries having some semblance of sovereignty that leads me into believing that they could potentially push back against America because we can't do it. We try. You know? So maybe a partnership of an important economic, a bunch of different countries that have still some semblance of influence around the globe getting together to push back against American incursions would be more effective than me chirping. But that requires people to also call their politicians and get them to actually respond to their demands, as many Europeans are doing. And I celebrate and applaud those efforts all the time, especially when it comes to Israel, for example.
That might sound like ancient history in the light of the events bringing leaders of those countries to Anchorage, except that Vladimir Putin justifies his...
When I first started watching you, I got angry when you called European countries vassals, but I realized you're right. I mean, Trump has basically dispelled any kind of notion that Europe has sovereignty in this last 8-month batch of ridiculous decisions, ridiculous things that he's done. He showboats it too. He's dabbing on everybody. He's dabbing on us here in the United States of America, and he's dabbing on fucking European countries as well.
Invasion of Ukraine by citing the history of the 9th century. The war that bled Russia, leading to the 19th century sale, took place on the Crimean Peninsula, the location of Putin's 2014 start of this war. Diplomacy usually unfolds in the courtyards of capitals, under chandeliers where the marble floors are polished by centuries of careful footwork. In Alaska, the marble is still in the ground, jagged and unworked. like the present diplomacy. Hard-edged, slogging work, little room for ceremony. The chosen venue keeps up the tension. A meeting meant to project cordiality is being held at Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson, whose fighter squadrons intercept Russian aircraft that regularly test U.S. airspace. For decades, Alaska was derided as Seward's Folly, a barren expanse bought on a whim. Then came the gold, the oil, and the strategic advantage. An unexpected payoff that fuels the hope, however slim, behind today's meeting, that geography might be destiny, and that a gamble against all expectations can yield something that looks like wisdom in hindsight.
John, that's a really interesting piece there, and it raises the question of how this summit will, if in any way, be different from past summits.
Well, there's sort of three stages of U.S.-Russia summitry. There's the Cold War, right after the Second World War, big staged, choreographed events. Then after the fall of the Soviet Union, they were sort of chummy. Clinton and Yeltsin met 18 times. They were sort of two countries cooperating. Then Putin comes in and it gets scratchier. And that's the era we're in now. But you know, if this isn't like the Cold War, where two countries were having an ideological fight for the entire planet, there is a way in which the narrative shaping of this event, setting aside from what actually happens about the fate of Ukraine, the way in which both men are trying to shape a story is actually like those summits from the Cold War period, where what was done was important, but also the messaging was important. So that long history is now on the table here today.
Really interesting stuff, John. I'm glad you're there to bring it to us. Thank you very much. And a reminder, John and Margaret Brennan will lead CBS News' coverage of President Trump's summit with Putin later today here on CBS and streaming on CBS News 24/7.
Well, Israel's...
We have a couple hours remaining until we develop some kind of understanding of what took place. When is the Trump x Putin freak off? I mean, the summit going to start? It already started. It's already going on. The freak off began a while back. A White House official says the working lunch with the expanded delegation has not started yet. This was at 2:09 p.m., an hour ago almost. So the smaller meeting with Trump, Putin, and senior aides has been going on for about 90 minutes. Look at them. Look at how happy they are. Look at how happy they are together. This was not supposed to happen, by the way. Trump was supposed to go in a separate car, and Putin was supposed to go in a separate car. But Putin just jumped in the beast. They're hating on your goat. Oh, I saw that. I saw that post. I'm not even going to entertain it. I'm not even going to dignify this ridiculous post about LeBron the GOAT James. Anyway, while we await for further developments in the summit, let's move on to another country that I suspect is taking advantage of the attention being moved to Russia and Ukraine. Let's talk about Israel.
Security minister has been criticised after a video posted on social media showed him confronting a prominent Palestinian prisoner in jail. Ben-Gvir, an outspoken member of Benjamin Netanyahu's cabinet, entered the solitary confinement cell where the Palestinian leader Marwan Barghouti is being held.
Whoever messes with the people of Israel, whoever murders our children, whoever murders our women, we will obliterate them. You will not defeat us.
Well,
that is when people say, like, who is the Palestinian Nelson Mandela? That is the person who Ben-Gvir is threatening in that video. Okay? Israel has killed most of the potential Palestinian Nelson Mandelas. He is the last remaining one. And he's actively, as you can see, even from the way he looks in that photo, in that video, most likely under torturous circumstances like the rest of the Palestinian prisoners are in Israeli prisons.
International correspondent Diana Magni has been following all of this from Jerusalem and sent us this report.
We just saw a very small part of the exchange that clearly took place in there. We have not seen Marwan Barghouti, who's been in jail for since 2002, 23 years. We haven't seen him for really quite a long time. And in that video, he looks pretty bad. He looks scared, he looks pale, he looks drawn, he looks clearly intimidated. And Ben-Gvir is abusing his authority as National Security Minister to have access to him and to threaten him. And his lawyer says that he made direct threats against him and that he thinks that his life is in danger. And bear in mind that we have seen dozens of detainees die in Israeli jails, especially since October the 7th and since Ben-Gvir has been in charge of national security. Now, Marwan Barghouti is a very, very important figure across the Arab world. He is largely seen as really the only man who could
Fatwa Barghouti, Palestinian lawyer, activist, and the wife of imprisoned Palestinian political leader Marwan Barghouti, in a message on Facebook, is true. I didn't recognize you, nor could I make out your features. Maybe part of me doesn't want to acknowledge everything your face and body express and what you and the other prisoners have endured. They are still, Marwan, chasing you and pursuing you, even in solitary cell you've lived in for 2 years. The occupation... Wait, what? The occupation and its figures are still locked in with you, the shackles still on your hands. But I know your spirit and your resolve, and I know you will remain free, free, free. You care only about the cause of your people, ending their suffering, which has reached the heavens in Gaza, and achieving their freedom and preserving their dignity. You are of the people wherever you are among them, from them, part of them. Your fate is bound to theirs. That is how you have always been and how you will remain. Now, one of the high-profile hostages that Israel has taken is obviously Marwan Barghouti, as I've said. He is the most popular Palestinian figure in Palestinian politics in general, both in the West Bank and in Gaza. And the very fact that Hamas has tried to get him released, among many other Palestinian political figures that are also unjustly detained by the Israeli state, that would dismantle or dethrone Hamas, implies that they are more invested in the emancipation of Palestinians rather than whatever kind of power grab, cynical power grab that Israel claims that they're interested in, or Israel defenders claim that they're interested in. Because if that was the case, they would never try to get Marwan Barghouti out, because if he was out, he would be a national figure that would have more influence, and still has more influence than Hamas does. And also the Palestinian Authority as well, certainly. So I think this posturing coming from Itamar Ben-Gvir is deliberate. It's just to threaten him, is to, once again, is to humiliate Palestinians and to show them that they have no hope. They shouldn't have any hope whatsoever.
Bridge the gaps between the sort of religious side and the secular side of Palestinian leadership. He's a unifying figure, and that's really because he hasn't been tarnished by the ineffectiveness and corruption that has characterized the leadership of the Palestinian Authority. So I think a lot of people feel that if there ever was a Palestinian state and Marwan Barghouti was ever released from jail, then he might be the man to lead it. And that, I think, is why at this particular moment you see Itamar Ben-Gvir go in there and threaten him very unpleasantly, humiliate him, and then have this video released publicly, is really to say that if the Israeli far right has anything to do with it, this notion of Palestinian statehood will never ever come to pass, and you, as its potential leader, will never be allowed out. I think that is the message that we're meant to take from the leaking, which was clearly done on purpose, of that video by Itamar Ben-Gvir. And also yesterday, remember, we saw from Ben-Gvir's far-right ally in Benjamin Netanyahu's coalition, Bezalel Smotrich, unveil a plan to restart an age-old settlement plant, really, just outside East Jerusalem, that he said would bury the notion of a Palestinian state. These are two extremely provocative acts, and I think they are messages to Palestinians and messages to the international community who are supporting the idea of a Palestinian state, that if these guys have anything to do with it, it is not going to happen.
Far-right Israeli minister unveils settlement plan to bury the idea of a Palestinian state. This is every day. They just openly communicate their genocidal desires, their genocidal ambitions, their interest in more territorial expansion. Every day they openly state what they are doing, and yet it falls on deaf ears in the Western world. But I guess this is a sign of change in the positive direction when you got Sky News also covering this stuff.
Sanctioned by the UK for inciting violence against Palestinians in the West Bank, Israel's far-right finance minister has plenty of friends up here. And that's because his plan to start work on what's known as the E1 settlement, which would connect Ma'ale Adumim in the West Bank to East Jerusalem, is a long-held dream of the Israeli settler movement.
Yes, I covered the 972 magazine investigative reporting on the unit that Israel created called the Legitimization Cell, which was a unit that they specifically tasked with creating fake information about journalists, creating fake information about aid workers so that they could legitimize the targeting of aid workers and journalists alike. An entire unit tasked with finding fake shit, making fake shit up about any Palestinian journalist whatsoever, so they could justify the murder of all Palestinian journalists. Now, even with a department specifically tasked with this goal, they've still done a horrible job. And I think part of the reason why they've done a horrible job of actively creating a narrative that legitimizes these operations is because Israel understands that there is no opposition to these incredibly violent actions. There's no opposition whatsoever. What? The great Palestinian journalist Anas al-Sharif, watching the Israeli military spokesperson threaten him last month, said, "He wants me to stop coverage. He wants to threaten. He wants to bomb. The message will go out until our last breath. We are not afraid." This was a video by journalist Ibrahim Nufal, brother of Mohammed Nufal, one of the 5 other journalists killed alongside Anas al-Sharif on Sunday. Yeah, Anas al-Sharif literally personally got threatened by the Israeli military spokesperson. And then a month later, Israel killed him. And people still entertain the notion that this person was like an active threat to Israel. And he was, but through his journalism. An active threat to Israel by any other means is ridiculous. Wrong link. Here's the offer he got. In an interview, Anas al-Sharif's brother revealed that just 4 days before his assassination, Anas was offered a tempting deal to leave Gaza with his family in exchange for halting his coverage of the situation there. He firmly refused. What is this? Don't even say that he was Hasan that helps them. Journalism isn't a threat to anyone who isn't hiding genocide. No, I'm saying that journalism is a threat to Israel, which is why Israel is murdering journalists. if journalism wasn't a threat to Israel, because exposure of its war crimes wasn't a threat to Israel, they wouldn't have to shut out the rest of the world from seeing the truth actively. It wouldn't kill so many journalists. They're not even trying to not do war crimes. I mean, it's just like they're doing a genocide. They don't give a shit. Anyway, here is Donald Trump's exclusive interview with Brett Baer. Apparently, they are releasing segments of it now on Fox News.
I'd like to focus on our country, but I'm doing this to save a lot of lives. Yeah, very severe. Thank you very much, everybody.
You like doing those things?
It's almost like a competition. It's like winning at golf. You know, they're coming in. Every question is a kill. They hope you're going to make a mistake. They're looking, and they had a field day with Biden. That's why he didn't do it.
But you're making any news there?
I don't think so. Nothing. I always go out. I say, is there breaking news? In other words, when I leave, if there's breaking news, that's a bad thing. That means they got me on something. Let's go.
After you.
He's a good golfer, everybody.
We started after a short break for a call with a world leader in the president's office on board. You just had me in the office here, and you had a phone call with the leader from Belarus, Lukashenko, and you talked about this meeting. Can I ask you what he told you about the possibilities?
Well, I really called him to thank him. He released 16 prisoners, and it was a very nice thing. They've been trying to get these 16 people out for a long time. Biden was obviously unable to do it. Even other countries, because it's not just Americans. And he was great. He let them out, and I just called to thank him. And believe it or not, there's about 1,300 more, and I think he'll let them out, too, at some point in the very near future.
And what about his thoughts about this meeting that you're going to in Alaska?
He was very positive about it. He's friends with President Putin, as you know, very, very close neighbors. And they work together. And he thinks that President Putin wants to make a deal. He wants to stop this horrible killing. He mentioned it himself. He said it's a horrible situation. And he said he has great respect for me and for the country, but he didn't have a lot of respect for our country under a certain different leader. And I can understand that because nobody else did either.
So what are your expectations? I mean, is the goal of this meeting in Alaska to walk away with a ceasefire?
So when you talk about deals, it's all I do. My whole life I do deals. You never know. You don't like to have too many expectations. You want it because you have to weave and bob and you don't know what's going to happen. But we're going to go and find out. I'd like to see a ceasefire. I wouldn't be thrilled if I didn't get it, but everyone says you're not going to get the ceasefire. It'll take place on the second meeting. The second meeting is going to be but I'm not going to be happy with that. So we'll see what happens. I'm going to be, I won't be happy if I walk away without some form of a ceasefire. Now, I say this, and I've said it from the beginning, this is really setting the table today. We're going to have another meeting if things work out, which will be very soon. Or we're not going to have any more meetings at all, maybe ever.
But don't you sense that Putin comes to this table maybe in an economic pinch, and that maybe the things you've already done have put him in an economic pitch? Is there an economic side to this, as Russia hoping to open up to the world?
Well, he lost an oil client, so to speak, which is India, which was doing about 40% of the oil. China, as you know, is doing a lot. And others, I have another few countries. And if I did what's called a secondary sanction or a secondary tariff, it would be, very devastating from their standpoint. If I have to do it, I'll do it. Maybe I won't have to do it.
He's coming, though, with the thought that maybe there's going to be a deal on the economy. He's coming with businessmen and...
Yeah, they're bringing a lot of people. Over 500 people are coming. A lot of them are businessmen. And what they really would like to do is, look, we built in a short period of time the greatest economy ever. I had the 4 greatest years ever as an economy, and this is going to blow it away. We're doing well. We were a dead country. And I say this often. I'll say it loud and clear. We were a dead country a year ago, a dead country, not respected by anybody. We had inflation at levels that we had never had before. They say 48 years. I say it was worse than ever before.
So if you were to paint a picture of what perfect looks like coming out of Alaska today, what does that look like in your mind?
Look, it's not for me to negotiate a deal for Ukraine, but I can certainly set the table to negotiate the deal. And our next meeting will have President Zelensky and President Putin and probably me. I'd like to focus on doing our country, but you know, I get these interruptions. I've solved 6 wars in 6 months when you think about it. And that's from Pakistan to India. That was going to be a terrible one. Planes being shot down. That was getting ready to flare, and then nuclear powers and so many others. And, you know.
Well, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Congo, Rwanda. In fact, did you see that Hillary Clinton yesterday said that if you got this deal done and not capitulate to Putin, that she would nominate you for the Nobel Peace Prize?
If President Trump were the architect of that, I'd nominate him for a Nobel Peace Prize.
Well, that was very nice. I may have to start liking her again. I will say this. This is an important meeting. The second meeting potentially is more important. It could be more finality. It's not for me to negotiate for Ukraine, but I think I have a pretty good idea what they'd like to see and what's good and what's not good. But more importantly than the deals and all of the things we've been talking about in their lives, they've lost right now 5,000 to 7,000. They're losing a week, mostly soldiers, Russian and Ukraine soldiers. Think of this. You have Russian soldiers, you have Ukrainian soldiers. They're losing on average 5,000. Last week, they lost 7,011 soldiers and some other people where bombs were lobbed into Kiev and other places. It's something that has to stop. And I'll tell you what, if I didn't win this election and if I wasn't doing this, you right now could be in a third world war. That was heading to a third world war, you know.
You've said before that we got a lot of BS thrown at us by Putin. What is it about an in-person meeting that makes you think he's not going to, in your words, give you BS? I mean, how are you going to trust him because you can look across the table at him?
Well, look, I've known him very well. I had a very good relationship despite the Russia hoax. It was a hoax. And that really made the relationship much harder. But I had a good relationship with him. We had no problems. We had, you know, a country that we were getting along. We were doing fine. We have tremendous potential. You know, Russia has very valuable land. We have tremendous potential to have a great relationship, a great business relationship. But we couldn't do it because of the crooked, demented people that created the phony Russia. And I told him, I said, you know, Vladimir, there's no way we're going to make a deal. You know that.
Are you going to add anything or just let the video play?
No, not
That's
tough.
your
It's
president
impossible.
talking.
Because
Shut the
I
fuck
have
up.
wise guys that created a phony deal, and until that settled up, that
You
was
shut up and
the
listen.
hoax, the big hoax, the greatest. Well, one of the greatest hoax. I think we have a lot of others that we could talk about, all by the same group of very, very bad Americans.
Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine because of the Russiagate conspiracies.
But we have a potential to do some very good things at this meeting. One of the
like
things,
the proper way to analyze this is to say Biden postured aggressively against Russia because of the Russiagate hoax, but he can't even fucking get that. His brain is so slop and his statements are so sloppy that he can't even like make a coherent narrative out of
Vladimir
it.
Putin. So there has to be some sense that you have going into this that you're going to have something. Because
That would be the coherent narrative.
Otherwise, you said
This
you
is not a,
go in and look
an
across
assessment
the,
on whether
the
it's
table
truthful
and
or
be
not.
able to
I'm
say
just
in the
saying that
first
that
2
would
minutes
make more sense if he
whether
was
it
like,
gonna
oh,
happen or
Democrats
not.
were really posturing against
I'll
Russia.
be able to tell very quickly whether or not
Because they
a
whipped
good
themselves
meeting.
up into
A
a
good
frenzy
meeting
because they lost to me and they couldn't deal with that, so they had to blame a foreign nation over and over again, and then they whipped themselves up into a frenzy and like postured too aggressively against Russia, which then caused Russia to be fearful and invade Ukraine or some shit, you
next
know?
week. So we're going to have a second meeting Now, it could be
I could
that if
message
this
better than
meeting's
him
bad enough
for him.
that I'm gone.
1986, Reagan walks away from Reykjavik with Gorbachev, and it was a strong moment. I mean, you could foresee if it goes down a bad path, you get up and walk away.
I'm not doing it based on history, based on anything else. I'm doing it based on a deal.
Uh-oh,
if we
there's
make
movement.
a deal, great. If I see that there's no hope of making
Wait, they ended it early?
a deal, I'm out of there.
There's
It's
an hour
over.
and
I'm out of
30
there. This
still
isn't
that
my
remains.
war. This is Biden's war. This is Biden screwed this up, just like he did with Afghanistan with that horrible retreat. And the way he did it, I'll never forget it. That was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country. Well, this is Biden's war, too. This is a war that should have never happened. I saw it for 4 years. It didn't happen.
Trump hasn't been doing semen retention techniques. He busted too early.
Apple of his eye. Ukraine was the apple of his eye.
He
There was
busted too
nowhere
early
he
and
was gonna
busted too
move on.
hard.
I'll tell you, you have a very similar thing with President Xi of China and Taiwan. But I don't believe there's any way it's going to happen as long as I'm here. We'll see. He told me, I will never do it as long as you're president. President Xi told me that. And I said, well, I appreciate that. But he also said, but I am very patient, and China is very patient. I said, well, that's up to you, but it better not happen now.
These guys, both Xi and Putin, have said things before that they didn't live up to, or they did other things. And, you know, when you were campaigning, you said, we can solve this right away, 24 hours. You got into it. You've explained it's much more complex. It's
For
tougher,
those
right?
asking, what does it mean that the
So I
conference
thought this
ended
would
earlier?
be-
Or the
I
press
said on
conference
6
happening
wars.
before it was supposed to, when they are
We
supposed to
said
have another hour
what
and 30 minutes? I have
Congo
no
was
fucking
going
idea.
on, this
I'm
was
going to be
with
very
Rwanda,
honest with
was
you.
going on for
I don't know what this
31
means.
years, and I got it
I
settled.
genuinely don't
We
know what
have
this
a
fucking
case with-
means.
Take a look at
I don't know.
Cambodia. Take a look at so many. And the most difficult ones turned out to be easy. The easiest one, which should be this one, turned out to be the toughest.
And that's because of Putin?
Well, it's because of a lot of things. It's because of personalities that don't get along very well. I mean, President Zelensky and President Putin did not get along. Again, I inherited this. I came in. I got very angry at people yesterday. I came in.
So you were
and I said,
wrong in
"What
your
the hell?
assessments?
I
Are you talking to
inherited
me?
this
I
mess.
made no fucking
I inherited a
speculation.
mess from Biden with the economy, with
I've actively
inflation,
said from the
with
start,
high
I don't know
taxes,
which way
with
this
so many
goes. I
other
just
things.
don't know
You
if
said
we'll
that there could
get
be very severe consequences if
a
Putin
real
doesn't do a ceasefire, if this falls
commitment.
apart. But you've also in the past said that sanctions you don't think
And I hope I'm wrong.
really affect Russia because he's gotten around him before. What does severe look like?
Severe. Let me just tell you one other one. Cambodia, Thailand. It was starting. It was, and I got it right at the beginning. But many people are dead right along the border.
Oh my God,
And I
brother!
happened to
Shut
be
the
talking
fuck
to one
up!
of the
Oh
two
my
parties.
God! Oh
And
my
I said,
God! Oh
"Are
my
you guys
God!"
going to war again? Because they've been fighting for, as they said, 500 years. I said, how long are you fighting? Said, 500 years, on and off, right? I said, this is not good. I got that one solved. So we're going to see what happens. We're going to have a meeting today. Hopefully it'll be good. If it's bad, if it's something I don't see a future in, I'm a deal guy. If it's something I don't see a future in, I'm gone. I'll leave. I don't have to do a press. I'll just say,
This
not
happened
gonna
very
be a
fast.
deal.
Press here
I'm
for
outta
Trump.
here.
Putin joined presser. We're
And I
told to
go
get
back
into
to
seats
the
quickly,
United
and that it
States,
could begin
and I
in
preside
10
over
minutes from now.
the
This is earlier than
economy that-
expected. Both
wait till
podiums
you
are
see
set
what's
up.
happening with all of this. You know, we have trillions of dollars pouring in. Even people that were against tariffs only because they didn't understand tariffs, they didn't even know what a tariff was. You had economists that didn't even know what a tariff was. They're all my biggest fan now. They're also, you see it. We have an
What?
economy that's
You
gonna
had
be
economists that didn't know what a
ever,
tariff
I
was.
think,
Is
in the
so
history
funny.
of our
Only
world.
Trump knows what a
Land in
tariff
Air
is.
Force One. It sends a different signal. It's a pretty good way to travel. And we're going to land in this base in Alaska that's going to have a lot of military equipment there on the ground. It's pretty impressive.
Well, I think people are going to be impressed, and I hope your cameras can look at it. It's a very big base, and it's got a lot of great equipment. We have F-22s. We have the B-2 bomber that everyone saw. How about that? 36 hours back and forth.
We don't
Not
know if
a
it's going to be
screw
a
was
joint
loose,
presser. Who knows?
Not a plane
Who
went
knows?
down, even from a mechanical standpoint. if you take a look at the last raid into Iran,
My prediction is Russia gives Ukraine back the territory in exchange for NATO membership. Yeah. Yeah, Russia withdraws its troops from Ukraine and then says Ukraine can join NATO. That's what's going to happen.
Message to the world.
It sent a message, and that plane is one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. But when you land, you'll see the B-2s. You'll see, I think the most beautiful fighter jet in the world is the F-22. You're going to see F-35s all over the place. It's a big base. You're going to see lots of equipment.
Oh, you're saying Russia
and
joins
NATO. And cameras
NATO.
can cover it because it will be very impressive.
Mr. President, thanks for the time. Thanks for the ride, and we'll talk to you on the way back. Just deplaned. We're in Alaska. Air Force One here on the ground. Just minutes before President Putin is scheduled to land, they rolled out the red carpet, literally the red carpet, and a number of B-2s and F-22s here in Alaska. All right, on the ground here, breaking tonight, just word now from the press room as you look there live that the meeting has ended. After 3 hours, the meeting is ended, and we're hearing that the press conference may be imminent. You see the backdrop there with the two podiums pursuing peace. They have called the press pool into that room, which is on the other side of this base, and they are getting prepared for what seems like an imminent press conference. This is a lot sooner, about an hour and 10 minutes sooner than we thought. There was going to be some downtime. There was going to be a little bit of space in between these. This seems like they're doing this a little quicker. Jackie Heinrich's on her way over there. In the meantime, let's bring in our panel. Harold Ford Jr., former Tennessee congressman, co-host of The Five. We also have the Fox News senior strategic analyst, retired General Jack Keane, and host of Sunday Night in America, Trey Gowdy. General, let me start with you. The thought that this is moving a little bit quicker. You heard the interview on Air Force One. We expected this news conference maybe in about an hour and a half, maybe an hour and 15 minutes. It seems like it's moving a little bit quicker now as they get reporters in place. Your thoughts about this? They clearly were behind closed doors for about 3 hours.
Well, I think the fact that they spent that much time together is a good thing. There's a lot of issues to discuss, and they were discussing them. And I think, this is very different, the way this president operates. He operates from the top down when he's doing negotiations. Usually it's a step-by-step process at lower staff levels to identify the issues and try to resolve them. And then when you bring in the principals, a lot of things have already been resolved as a result of that. But the president has enormous confidence in himself, in his ability to feel out an adversary or a counterpart and make judgments right while that's taking place and make decisions. And we've seen him do this time and time again. And he's obviously much more successful at this than he has setbacks, for sure. So I think what we're going to see here is likely something positive, given it lasted that long and there's a joint press conference. And that's what we're all hoping for. Certainly the people of Ukraine want to see that as a positive result. And I would imagine if there really is going to be a next step, there's a lot of real detailed work ahead in terms of what that next step is, and also that would likely bring, as he has advertised more than once, President Zelensky, you can't
Alaska.
make a deal about Ukraine's future.
This is a joint
without
press
President
conference. I assume a
Zelensky
positive
sitting at the
announcement.
table. So
Yeah.
And he said
If it is actually a joint press conference, because they're not going to take out one of the podiums.
And let's dip
right?
into that room.
Like they
Jackie
set it
Heinrich's
up
just,
in preparation for a joint press conference, so who
Jackie,
knows?
Kind of got the red alert that this was the time, right?
Yeah, Brett, we were moved
But I
as
assume it
the press
is.
corps into these seats and told that this news conference could begin as soon as 10 minutes away. That was about 10 minutes ago, and it happened pretty suddenly. As far as we were aware, the expanded bilateral lunch that the president was supposed to have that included the Secretary of Treasury, the
Russian
Secretary
Defense
of
Minister says
Commerce,
he's in an
the
excellent
Chief of
mood
Staff,
following
Susan Wiles,
meeting.
and also
What
the
the
Defense Secretary.
fuck?
That had not yet happened. As far as we were told, the president was still in that 3-on-3 meeting that included Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Steve Witkoff, and then also on the Russian side with Putin, Lavrov, and a foreign policy aide. And we were told by the president that if things were not going well, he was going to call this off, send Putin home, and address the press alone. So, of course, when we were hurried into our seats, we were watching the stage to see if a second podium came down. It has not. And we had a gentleman come out and just do a sound check in Russian at the second podium. So we expect to see both leaders here. But of course, it is in advance of the timeline that we were expecting, which just might be a signal that the president got through the items that he cared to talk about and maybe was not going to entertain the long list of other things that Russia had on its mind, namely economic partnerships and different agreements where the U.S.-Russia relationship could move forward. The president has made pretty clear that his main objective today is to get a ceasefire so that a second meeting can be set up, because Ukraine has made clear that a prerequisite for a second meeting is a ceasefire. And the president told reporters on Air Force One today he was not going to be happy if he didn't get that. So we expect to hear from them soon, but this was a very quick movement. And
video of Trump and Putin walking out of the meeting. Okay, let's get the body analysis here. The restricted format talks between President Vladimir Putin and President Donald Trump have concluded. Putin looks happy. Where's Trump? I mean, yeah, it's going to be secondary negotiations are going to happen, but who knows if this means that there will be a cessation of hostilities or not in the interim. I don't know what Donald Trump gave up in exchange. I don't even know what Putin gave up, if he gave up anything at all. The mood is always the same. It's great. Okay, that doesn't mean much. How did negotiations go? Wait, what did he say? Calling it now, but an alternative timeline where America joins Russia and both invade Ukraine. Then World War III starts with everyone jumping Europe, including China, or they just exchange puppies to sign a goodwill. Rate my prediction. Yeah, I don't know if that's a good. He just said, duh. There's supposed to be another meeting. The Kremlin says the short format meeting is over. They are supposed to do another one, but it's not clear if that is happening. Siluanov and Belousov are meant to be in that, and they're in the front row waiting for the presser. So there was the short form meeting that was supposed to take place until 4:30. That was cut shorter, an hour shorter specifically. And then there's supposed to be another second meeting with a larger group of people. And I don't know. I don't know where that goes. I truly don't know. And I don't know why we should speculate at this point, because obviously it's going to happen in a second.
There's a bill, by the way, a Senate bill, and you're signed on to it.
I'm one of the original co-sponsors. Over 80 senators co-sponsored.
Now, the White House is not buying into that yet because they want to control the situation. Is that fair?
I think the White House is working with our majority leader, Senator Thune, and Lindsey Graham closely on when to unleash that. But there's good cooperation between the White House and the Senate on that sanctions bill.
So when you look at this, getting ready to come out, the two leaders, what do you think, not knowing what they said behind the scenes, but heading in, they had to have some framework that they were looking for?
Yeah, look, I think the president, and your interviews were great, congratulations, but I think the president has been very clear that this is a table-setting exercise with the threshold issue, a ceasefire. So whether or not they got the ceasefire or not, I think is going to be really important. I was actually pleased to see Secretary Hegseth here, the NATO commander, the Supreme Allied Commander, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, because if there's going to be a ceasefire, those are the experts you need to see how you would lock that down. But that's the important threshold issue, it seems to me, with the president. And then, you know, then he talks about if it's not, we're going to have severe consequences. I think the fact that he's talking about severe consequences, you know, I was on Air Force One right when the president landed to greet him. But, you know, he talked about, hey, we will move to severe consequences, and maybe secondary sanctions on China could be coming if this isn't successful. So I hope the threshold issue of a ceasefire has been reached, and if that's the case, this is a very successful summit.
We're getting word now from the pool. It could be 5 minutes. The two leaders coming out. You'll see it obviously right here on Fox News Channel. Senator, thank you. Stand by if you would. Harold Ford Jr., I want to get you
It's a joint press conference. It's official. The Kremlin says Putin and Trump will hold their press conference soon.
What we're seeing right now.
First,
the Alaska summit was meant to start with just Putin and Trump one-on-one with their translators, but now Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff will join Trump.
He laid out,
they turned it into, instead of a one-on-one meeting, they turned into a 3-on-3 meeting, and now they're doing a joint press conference.
Able to end this war.
Is it going to be live? Yes, in a second, in a minute.
They said he could end it immediately. Here he is now, just less than 9 months into his administration, and we're about to, I believe, as General Keane said, here's something very positive. I think Senator Sullivan's saying the same thing. I think the audience that will be most intent and most closely listening to this evening, Brett, will be the Ukrainians. They're obviously are not there tonight.
Where
Mr.
at any moment, President Trump
channeled through President Trump, and you have to think something positive, something meaningful. It's unclear to me. It's going to be said tonight. It's unclear to me if President Trump has been able to mute or lessen the ambitions of President Putin, who, as we all know, seeks to...
Based on everything I've seen so far, it probably went really good for Russia. I doubt that there is any sort of significant concessions that they agreed to, especially because the conditions that are set forth are determined by the battle lines, and on the battle line side, Russia is winning. Russia has hardened its positions in eastern Ukraine and is now slated to take over even more territory militarily, leading up to this conversation. So, for that reason alone, I don't think that they have. I mean, they have the leverage.
Yeah, Brad, I can tell you.
Part of the reason why I also feel this way is because Donald Trump has actively talked about how Russia could take all of Ukraine. Like he's soft launching territorial concessions over and over again, claiming, Russia could take so much more if they wanted to, but they're not, saying, this is not removing himself from the equation, saying, I don't need to stop this war at all, but I'm doing it for the Ukrainians, a war that Biden started, a war that Zelensky started, making it seem as though no matter what he gives to Russia, it's actually still at the behest of the Ukrainians, even if it's going to be something that the Ukrainians didn't want, objectively did not want. Why are there 37,000 people here on a Friday evening? I don't know, because an incredibly consequential meeting of two foreign adversaries has just taken place. And this could potentially, this is a world-changing event, potentially.
He was trying to get Congress to stay engaged. He was also sending a message to Putin. In that interview, here's just a piece of it.
And Trump, he said that I want to be in the middle, otherwise I will not put these guys at the table.
And is he right?
I want to be very honest, I want really him to be more at our side. I will explain why. Because it's not just that the war began somewhere between our countries. The war began when Russia brought this war to our country, and they're not right.
I've actually interviewed President Zelensky a number of times. That was after his contentious Oval Office meeting with President Trump and Vice President Vance, about a year later, but we were on the front lines before that. General Keane, as the Ukrainians watch this moment and the two podiums, what do you think is going through their minds?
Yeah, they're probably saying a lot of prayers, frankly. When it comes to President Zelensky, he's always wanted to meet with Putin. And Putin's never wanted to meet with him. And I believe, in the early stages of this so-called summit,
okay, that's
there was some thought that the three leaders would meet together. But Putin did not want Zelensky participating in the initial meeting. Trump didn't did not
That's
insist
just not
on
true.
it because he still felt an in-person meeting with him and Putin, following on to the several phone calls they had, would be an important ingredient, and there was value in it. And it certainly wasn't.
Why are you watching
worth
Fox?
losing.
Because I'm going to switch over anyway, but you need to understand what the enemy is thinking and what the enemy is saying.
By then, saying that basically a victory for President Trump would require him to walk away with an unconditional ceasefire. That word unconditional, hugely significant, Tom. They say if there are strings attached, that would be a victory for President Putin. So
well,
in
also because I'm a conservative, I'm an American patriot. I'm an American patriotic conservative. I'm a reactionary.
Have to say, is this announcement one of process, or is there a real agreement that has been reached? Will there be a second meeting? And of course, the big question looming over all of this, does President Trump acknowledge that it is President Putin who is the aggressor in this case? That is what Democratic sources say they would like to hear from this president. This is, of course, a conflict that has divided the Republican Party. Some 51% of Americans disapprove of President Trump's handling of the war in Ukraine. Remember, he promised to end this in 24 hours of being elected. He has acknowledged it's proven more difficult than even he anticipated. So this is one of the biggest tests of his second term, Tom.
Christian, stand by for us. We are getting some new reporting. This coming from the Kremlin. The Kremlin announcing this in Russia, that the news conference of the president of Russia and the U.S. will begin shortly. I want to go back to Peter Alexander. We see him there in the screen in front of the two podiums there. Peter, my question to you, I know you have trouble hearing because it's loud there. Do we know if the American press will be allowed to ask questions at this news conference?
Tom, it's a good question. We don't have an answer to that one yet. In fact, this came together very quickly. We did anticipate a news conference. It wasn't clear that both presidents would be here, though that was the initial expectation. Now the Kremlin has announced that Vladimir Putin will be here alongside Donald Trump. I was just speaking to some of the top White House advisors if they could give us any timing on this, any more specifics. They basically said, just wait. A Russian advisor to the president moments ago telling reporters when asked what happened behind closed doors, he said, you'll have to wait to hear for yourself. So there is certainly a lot of anticipation about the way that this is going to play out right now. One in particular occurred there, whether they were able to come to some agreement on a ceasefire, whether the topic of, in the words of the president, divvying up Ukraine did come up, even though European allies and Ukraine itself have urged President Trump not to discuss that very topic without Ukraine in the room. So, in effect, we are right now in what Donald Trump, in TV terms, would describe as a cliffhanger. We wait to see exactly what happened here, specifically as it relates to those meetings. And certainly, as we've been listening to a lot of the Russian reporters here, including those from state television, they view this perhaps in much wider terms, beyond just the topics of a ceasefire, a potential peace deal as it related to Ukraine. They view this more broadly as an opportunity to restore a strained relationship between the United States and Russia, between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin themselves. So we will anticipate with you what happens, and we'll certainly have a lot of questions we want to ask both presidents. Whether we get that opportunity remains to be seen.
Peter, before you go, because we can see from the wide pool shot where you're standing right now, you seem to be kind of close to the front row, at least from where we're looking. Can you see which members of the Trump administration or cabinet members are already there, and or the Russians, or have they not arrived just yet?
Yeah, there are members of both delegations here. They're seated in the first rows on each side. Some members of the Russian delegation and of the American delegation. Notably, none of those individuals who were inside the early meeting that took place today, lasting more than 2.5 hours, are present for the U.S. That's the Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, Marco Rubio, the National Security Advisor and Secretary of State. They are not here as well. The expanded bilateral meeting, what was supposed to take place over lunch, was to include some of the top advisors economically for the president. The Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent. Howard Lutnick is the Commerce Secretary. They were among those who were expected to be in attendance. But to this point, we don't know whether there was in some form an abbreviated expanded bilateral, or if they're just coming from what was a 3-on-3 meeting with their interpreters before arriving here. Tom, to pull back the curtain a little bit, this has been a remarkable day. In more than 13 years of covering the White House, I have not seen security like that, which we have witnessed here today as the American and Russian Russian reporters were welcomed onto Joint Base Elmendorf. Richardson, they each went through separate, in effect, vetting where they were swept to check for any equipment that wasn't allowed to be brought in, any weapons or anything of that kind. And one of the Secret Service officers heading up that process said to me that this was a much more meticulous process than you normally see. So meticulous that as we waited on buses to enter, there were literally Secret Service agents who were opening up each of the pre-prepared lunch boxes, breakfast boxes that were being brought in for those individuals who would be inside here, just to check them so that nothing was snuck onto the property here before today's meeting take place. If we look around this room, I would tell you there's probably a couple hundred individuals here, certainly a full contingent of reporters who cover the White House, the president, on a daily basis. There are dozens of Russian reporters as well, but there are also reporters from all across the world, all of whom obviously would be impacted by the potential of any agreement of any kind as it relates to this 3.5-year relentless war after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Tom?
And I do want to ask you about the reporters in the room, Peter, because explain to our viewers here, are most of the people that are in that room reporters? And how, in a news conference like this, a bilateral news conference, will people get to ask questions opened up to questions, right? Because any reporter on any part of this globe would want to be in there right now asking those two men questions.
Yeah, it's a good question. We don't know the answer to that. I can tell you that every reporter that I'm seated around certainly has questions prepared. I'm sure there'll be a cacophony of voices as they all try to get heard by the president here, trying to get his attention. President Trump, when he holds news conferences regularly, does it a bit differently than past presidents, where he just sort of picks and chooses and calls on individuals as he likes. Whether or not there are some
both Trump and Putin do a similar press conference style. Let's just say
there are some opening statements, and I think that's where we will all be listening very closely to get a better understanding of what, if anything, was agreed to, what came of this private conversation, what it means.
The only difference in this situation is that even like the Trump dick riders and glazers also still hate Putin, so they might actually ask some contentious adversarial questions in Putin's direction, with the exception of like Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend, who will probably stand up and say, Mr. Putin, you are so handsome and I love you. Like the opposite of what he did to Zelensky.
Right now. So there's just so many topics and so many questions, not the least of which relates to the killing, the deaths that have taken place across Ukraine over the course of this 40-plus months. Hundreds of thousands of people have been killed, certainly tens of thousands in
MAGA
Ukraine.
Fucks with Putin, they hate Ukraine? No. A lot of those reporters, even at like Fox News and shit, you're not paying attention if you think that like Fox News is pro-Putin. Fox News is not pro-Putin and not pro-Russia at all. They literally actively, every time they talk to Trump, they actively have to walk him off of saying incredibly kind and pleasant things about Vladimir Putin. Members of the media are also still very much invested in Russia is a foreign adversary that needs to be attacked. So I could totally see them asking contentious questions to Vladimir Putin if given the opportunity. I can't speak on the Russian media team. I don't know what their situation is with respect to Trump. Like, I don't know if they would ask him any adversarial questions. I doubt it, but who knows? Also, come on, man. This was supposed to fucking happen already. What's going on?
Much earlier than we've expected.
They're teasing us,
I don't
bro.
want to lean too heavily on precedent here, but despite the best efforts of the White House to lower expectations about this meeting today, they got ratcheted back up by the president's comments on Air Force One, suggesting he'd be very upset if there wasn't a ceasefire to announce today, and by the stagecraft of this event. This is not some small meeting to set up a larger meeting, Tom. This is very clearly something that has been amped up by the president. The fact that Vladimir Putin is still here, that there are two podiums, that they're coming out, does suggest there's some positive development. I want to key in on something that Peter said, because I think this could be the delay that we're in right now. The president said earlier in this week that Zelensky would be among the first people he would tell if there was news out of this. That could very well be what's responsible for this delay right now.
Yeah, the president could be calling the leader of Ukraine, who is right now fighting a war, a wartime president, to let him know of any developments. I do want to bring in the former U.S. ambassador to Russia, Michael McFaul, who has a tremendous amount of of experience in bilateral meetings, in meeting foreign dignitaries, including Vladimir Putin. Ambassador McFaul, what do you make of what we've seen so far? We were told possibly the meeting could be up to 7 hours long. It was less than 3 hours. We're awaiting this news conference. I know it's all speculation at this point, but what do you think's happening behind closed doors?
Well, I'm just speculating, but I have been in these meetings with Vladimir Putin and President Obama. Sometimes the small group meeting goes longer. So the one that they just had goes so long that the larger meeting with the full delegation gets squeezed and maybe in this case canceled altogether. So that could be happening. I know the people in that delegation. I see the Russian delegation right now. I see Kirill Dmitriev's head. He is sitting right in the front row. And that suggests to me that the press conference is going to happen before lunch or there's no lunch because he was supposed to be one of the delegates in the wider meeting.
Yeah, Trump is announcing that he's arming Russia instead of Ukraine.
Bad outcome or a good outcome.
We got to even the playing field. They're buying so many of our weapons, folks. Are you going to buy it? Are you going to buy? Oh, Witkoff is in the building.
Ambassador McFaul, I'm going to tell you, it looks like we have Steve Witkoff, special envoy, who's done a lot of the negotiations with Vladimir Putin. He actually had the meeting that was the meeting before this one that essentially set the table so this could happen here in Alaska on U.S. soil. It looks like other members of the cabinet are going to be making their way inside right now. Ambassador McFaul, what is a victory for the United States, but maybe more importantly for Ukraine to come out of this meeting?
Well, I'm glad you phrased it that way because summits are supposed to be about what's good for us, the American people, not what's good for Putin or Trump individually. And I think the way we should measure success are our American security interests advanced as a result of this meeting. And in my view, we have a security interest in preventing Putin from dominating and annexing territory in Ukraine. So that's what I'm going to be focused on. Have the president advance that ball because he put a lot of work into this meeting. I mean, literally a red carpet for a imperial dictator who has not since Hitler.
Putin says Donald Trump gets to have a Trump Tower in Donbass. If he concedes to legal annexation, legal recognition of annexed territories, he gets to have a Trump Tower in the LPR and the DPR. If he builds, Donbass Riviera, yep. If he is allowed to build a land bridge and take Moldova, the entirety of Moldova, Transnistria and Moldova is given to Donald Trump. He just gives him the territory. Trump Tower in South Ossetia, because why not? Yeah. That is the kind of shit that, Trump is down with, though, if we're being real. Trump Hotel in Crimea.
And I think President Putin just keeps calling his bluff. If he wanted to get tough, if he wanted to signal that he was going to be more coercive, which in my opinion he should have done before the summit, not after, there are three things he could do. One, he could seize Russian assets, billions of dollars of Russian central bank assets that are sitting in America. He could do that overnight. Two, he could sanction all of the ships of what they call the shadow fleet that ships that oil out of Russia. Right now, we haven't done that. And three, he could sanction all of the Russian banks that provide the services to allow those exports to happen. He could literally do that on Monday if he wanted to show Putin that he was serious.
Huh. And you think from the delegation that the Russians brought here, investment advisor.
5D chess incoming. Trump arrests Putin on the spot. At the end of the press conference, tells Russia complete surrender or you're not getting Putin back. Zelensky says he doesn't need more bullets. Mr. President, we don't need more bullets. Only one you put in Putin's head. Yeah. We're back. Complete American domination.
Meeting, you're there to talk about business deals.
Trump takes the Russian war economy, ramps it up so that they could advance on China.
negotiate an end to the war with the Ukrainians. They've met from time to time in Turkey, was not part of the delegation. And that suggests that Putin wanted this to be about U.S.-Russian relations, with Ukraine just being a part of it. It looks like, if they're not having that bigger meeting, that it was just about Ukraine. And I think that...
This was funny. I saw this. Mike Sington, senior executive at NBC Universal. I think they're going to arrest him. Mark Halperin predicts Trump will have Putin arrested today in Alaska for being a war criminal. Note, Halperin's record of predicting in advance what's going to happen with the Trump administration has been remarkably accurate.
This question, a serious question. What's the % chance that the United States arrests Putin today? That's what I'm looking for. Dan, what's the % chance they arrest him as a war criminal? Zero. Sean?
0.
Okay, when it happens, we'll post this moment. And I'll just say before we take your questions, we to the two-way tonight is on the 2028.
Wait, do you disagree? Yeah. Do you disagree?
Oh no, I think they're going to arrest him. I think they're going to arrest him.
I've never, and I mean never, seen a more insane take. Oh my God. If this were, I mean, the chances of this happening are I feel like is less likely than, I guess nuclear weapons are fake. Yeah. I feel like the chances of this are less likely than Trump just completely ceding Alaskan territory to Russia. Fuck it. Give Alaska to Ukraine. I feel like that's higher likelihood.
I think that's the whole thing is to trick him to come into the U.S. and going to arrest him. He's a war criminal.
Even his co-hosts don't believe it. First of all, so is Benjamin Netanyahu, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? And Trump literally gave him a suck job in the middle of D.C.
That he is. But.
Yeah. So let's see. But we may do my point is we may do a special report. Just, we'll see this weekend. That's one thing to look for is if we decide to do a special report because, they've arrested Putin. All right. Let's go to your.
Says you, buddy. Welcome to your second Russia take. Yeah, my predictions have been wrong. My big predictions have been wrong. I'm not in the predictions game anymore when it comes to Russian affairs, okay? Both parties are unreliable and also insane. So it's, I think, very difficult to speculate. I got the analysis was good, and I got a lot of the broader outlines correct in terms of like where this would head and whatnot. But let's be real, okay? When it comes down to it, if this is a moment where, these two guys are the ones making the decisions, it's very difficult to predict.
So for President Trump,
I don't think that's the case, though. I don't think that. I do not think that Donald Trump is going to arrest Vladimir Putin.
Can do things that other presidents cannot. That certainly will be put to the test here. So much at stake.
What the fuck is taking so long? They're arresting Putin. That's what's taking so long. Oh. Movements.
Along with Steve Witkoff as well. The envoy who sort of set the table for this meeting has been traveling really around the world to both Israel and trying to establish peace there, but also Russia. Somewhat freelancing in the role. It kind of goes wherever the president wants to send him. And the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, his role transforming, spending a lot of time now at the White House as a national security advisor. These were the two men that were part of the U.S. bilateral meeting, the initial meeting that was supposed to take place, that we believe did take place. We saw sort of the pool spray, if you will. That's when they gave us the first images of those people sitting together. It's unclear what meetings happened after that. We believe it stands to reason that the lunch was scrapped on the schedule because of the timing of all this. It was kind of fascinating.
Oh, there we are in the future.
It was less than 3 hours. The Russians had talked about possibly 5 to 7 hours. That being said, President Trump can come out here and say they had a wonderful lunch. They've had several meetings and they've made some agreements. But that's the big question. What have they agreed on? What did they come to terms on? And what does it mean for the people of Ukraine who have lost tens of thousands, who are still fighting so bravely and who have sent their men of all ages to fight against the Russians, whereas the Russians themselves have taken about 20% of Ukraine and have called on North Korea and even their own prisoners to fight this war, even asking North Korea for ammo and weapons as well, as the U.S. has sort of had a back and forth with Ukraine over those weapons as well. No doubt Ukraine could not fight this war without the help of the United States. Kristen, if I still have you here, the relationship between President Trump and Volodymyr Zelensky has evolved over the years. It looks like this is about to start. We see President Trump and Vladimir Putin. Let's listen in.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, our negotiations have been held in a constructive atmosphere of mutual respect. We had very thorough negotiations that were quite useful. I would like to thank once again my American counterpart for the proposal to travel out here to Alaska. It only makes sense that we've met here because our countries, though separated by the oceans, are close neighbors. So when we've met, when I came out of the plane and I've said, "Good afternoon, dear neighbor. Very good to see you. In good health and to see you alive." I think that is very neighborly.
Oh my God, why does Trump look so happy? I feel like he loves him.
Kind words that we can say to each other. We're separated by the Strait of Bering, though there are 2 islands only between the Russian island and the U.S. island. They're only 4 kilometers apart. We're close neighbors, and it's a fact. It's also important that Alaska has to do with our common heritage, common history between Russia and the U.S., and many positive events have to do with that territory. Still, there is tremendous cultural heritage back from the Russian America. For example, Orthodox churches and a lot of more than 700 geographical names of Russian origin. During the Second World War, it was here in Alaska that was the origin of the legendary air bridge for the supply of military aircraft and other equipment.
Last time he talked about the historical relevance of a country, he invaded it, okay? I'm just saying.
Dangerous and treacherous route over the vast
Last time he talked about the historical relevance of a country,
however,
of sovereign
the pilots
territory
of both countries
that,
did everything to
has
bring
deep
closer
ties
the
to
victory.
Russia.
They risked their lives and they gave it all for the common victory. I was just in the city of Magadan in Russia, and there is a memorial there dedicated to the Russian and the U.S. pilots. And there are 2 flags, the U.S. flag and the Russian flag. And I know that here as well, there is such a memorial. There is a military burial place several kilometers away from here. The Soviet pilots are buried there who died during that dangerous mission. We're thankful to the citizens and the government of the U.S. for carefully taking care of their memory. I think that's very worthy and noble. We'll always remember other historical examples when our countries defeated common enemies together in the spirit of battle camaraderie and allyship that supported each other and facilitated each other. I'm sure that this heritage will help us rebuild and foster mutually beneficial and
a
equal
joint
ties
invasion of Ukraine.
This new stage, even during the hardest conditions.
He's going to say now the real Nazis
It
are
is
Ukraine.
known
I
that
convinced
there have
Trump.
been no summits between Russia and the U.S. for 4 years, and that's a long time. This time was very hard for bilateral relations, and let's be frank, they have fallen to the lowest point since the Cold War. I think that's not benefiting our countries and the world as a whole. It is apparent that sooner or later we had to amend the situation to move on from the confrontation to dialogue. And in this case, a personal meeting between the heads of state has been long overdue. Naturally, under the condition of serious and painstaking work, and this work has been done in general. Me and President Trump have very good direct contact. We've spoken multiple times. We spoke frankly on the phone. And Special Envoy of the President, Mr. Witkoff, traveled out to Russia several times. Our advisors and heads of foreign ministries kept in touch all the time. And you know fully well that one of the central issues was the situation around Ukraine. We see the strive of the administration and President Trump personally to help facilitate the resolution of the Ukrainian conflict. And his strive to get to the crux of the matter, to understand this history, is precious. As I've said, the situation in Ukraine has to do with fundamental threats to our security. Moreover, we've always considered the Ukrainian nation, and I've said it multiple times, a brotherly nation, however strange it may sound in these conditions. We have the same roots, and everything that's happening is a tragedy for us and terrible wound. Therefore, the country is sincerely interested in putting an end to it. At the same time, we're convinced that in order to make the settlement lasting and long-term, we need to eliminate all the primary roots, the primary causes of that conflict. And we've said it multiple times, to consider all legitimate concerns of Russia and to reinstate a just balance of security in Europe and in the world on the whole. And I agree with President Trump, as he has said today, that naturally the security of Ukraine should be ensured as well. Naturally, we are prepared to work on that. I would like to hope that the agreement that we've reached together will help us bring closer that goal and will pave the path towards peace in Ukraine. We expect that Kiev and European capitals will perceive that constructively and that they won't throw a wrench in the works. They will not make any attempts to use some backroom dealings to conduct provocations to torpedo the nascent progress. Incidentally, when the new administration came to power, bilateral trade started to grow. It's still very symbolic. Still, we have a growth of 20%. As I've said, we have a lot of dimensions for joint work. It is clear that the U.S. and Russian investment and business cooperation has tremendous potential. Russia and the U.S. can offer each other so much in trade, digital, high-tech, and in space exploration. We see that Arctic cooperation is also very possible, and our international context, for example, between the Far East of Russia and the West Coast of the U.S. Overall, it's very important for our countries to turn the page, to go back to cooperation. It is symbolic that not far away from here, at the border between Russia and the U.S., there was a so-called international dateline. I think you can step over, literally, from yesterday into tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
And I hope that we'll succeed in that, in political sphere. I would like to thank President Trump for our joint work, for the well-wishing and trustworthy tone of our conversation. It's important that both sides are result-oriented, and we see that the President of the U.S. has a very clear idea of what he would like to achieve. He sincerely cares about prosperity of his nation. Still, he understands that Russia has its own national interests. I expect that today's agreements will be the starting point, not only for the solution of the Ukrainian issue, but also will help us bring back business-like and pragmatic relations between Russia and the U.S. And in the end, I would like to add one more thing. I'd like to remind you that in 2022, during the last contact with the previous administration, I tried to convince my previous American colleague that the situation should not be brought to the point of no return when it would come to hostilities. And I said it quite directly back then that it's a big mistake. Today, when President Trump saying that if he was the president back then, there will be no war. And I'm quite sure that it would indeed be so. I can confirm that. I think that overall, me and President Trump have built a very good business-like and trustworthy contact. And I have every reason to believe that moving down this path, we can come, and the sooner the better, to the end of the conflict in Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. That was very profound, and I will say that I believe we had a very productive meeting. There were many, many points that we agreed on, most of them, I would say, a couple of big ones that we haven't quite gotten there, but we've made some headway. So there's no deal until there's a deal. I will call up NATO in a little while. I will call up the various people that I think are appropriate. And I'll, of course, call up President Zelensky and tell him about today's meeting. It's ultimately up to them. They're going to have to agree with what Marco and Steve and some of the great people from the Trump administration who've come here, Scott and John Radcliffe. Thank you very much. But we have some of our really great leaders. They've been doing a phenomenal job. We also have some tremendous Russian business representatives here, and I think, you know, everybody wants to deal with us. We've become the hottest country anywhere in the world in a very short period of time, and we look forward to that. We look forward to dealing. We're going to try and get this over with. We really made some great progress today. I've always had a fantastic relationship with President Putin, with Vladimir. We had many tough meetings, good meetings. We were interfered with by the Russia hoax. That made it a little bit tougher to deal with, but he understood it. I think he's probably seen things like that during the course of his career. He's seen it all. But we had to put up with the Russia hoax. He knew it was a hoax, and I knew it was a hoax. But what was done was very criminal. But it made it harder for us to deal as a country in terms of the business and all of the things that we'd like to have dealt with. But we'll have a good chance when this is over. So just to put it very quickly, I'm going to start making a few phone calls and tell them what happened. But we had an extremely productive meeting, and many points were agreed to. There are just a very few that are left. Some are not that significant. One is probably the most significant. But we have a very good chance of getting there. We didn't get there, but we have a very good chance of getting there. I would like to thank President Putin and his entire team, whose faces, who I know in many cases, other than that, whose faces I get to see all the time in the newspapers. You're almost as famous as the boss. But especially this one right over here. But we had some good meetings over the years, right? Good, productive meetings over the years, and we hope to have that in the future. But let's do the most productive one right now. We're going to stop really 5, 6, 7,000, thousands of people a week from being killed, and President Putin wants to see that as much as I do. So, again, Mr. President, I'd like to thank you very much, and we'll speak to you very soon and probably see you again very soon. Thank you very much, Vladimir.
Next time in Moscow.
Oh, that's an interesting one. I don't know. I'll get a little heat on that one, but I could see it possibly happening. Thank you very much, Vladimir. And thank you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So nothing happened. Nothing. It was even worse than I thought. It was just him glazing Putin.
Long way from whatever they
So we have just been watching this news conference between President Trump and Vladimir Putin, and it is strikingly unclear what, if anything, was accomplished here. The president saying there is no deal until there is a deal, saying they have disagreed on some major points, but they've agreed on other points, that he's going to call NATO now. He's going to call President Zelensky. But this is quite incredible. Under the banner of pursuing peace here in Alaska on U.S. soil, Vladimir Putin's first trip to the U.S. in nearly a decade, it is unclear what they've accomplished. It is unclear what they've agreed on. And more importantly, it is unclear what this means for the people of Ukraine that are currently fighting a war against Russia that has invaded their territory. Peter Alexander was in that room there. Peter, you know, they were dropping sort of some nuggets here and there, but it's really unclear what they've agreed upon. Putin spoke a lot about a cooperation with the U.S., possibly in trade, in space, and high tech.
What is happening?
A lot of platitudes were discussed, nothing concrete. What is your takeaway from what we just heard there?
Hey, Will, can you hear me?
Well, first of all, this is one of the very few times, Tom, I think we can say that the President of the United States had few words. How many times have we seen him where he took questions for hours and hours today, not taking a single question from reporters in the room, leaving unanswered a series of questions like, is there any ceasefire that was agreed to? It appears clear that there was not, at least from him saying there's no deal until there is a deal. He said there has been significant, as he described it, progress that's been made. A couple things are striking here. You'll remember the president earlier today, as he was departing Washington aboard Air Force One, said he was not going to be happy if there was no ceasefire reached. He would be willing to walk away from this without a news conference and fly back home. Obviously, he stuck around, but it doesn't appear that he came away with what he was hoping to come away with. What is still up in the air is what this means for Ukraine. I was struck by what we heard from Vladimir Putin, who in effect said that they had a series of conversations, and among those things that need to be addressed are the origins of this war, in effect blaming Ukraine for this war. I think most would agree, all should agree, that this was a war started by Russia, but it's unclear if Donald Trump supports the idea of an independent, sovereign Ukraine next door to Russia, why he would trust Vladimir Putin to stop the killing of soldiers and civilians alike. There are so many questions that remain unanswered. It's not just the future of Ukraine that remains up in the air, but ultimately its impact throughout that region. We're going to be working our sources right now. We are told that the reporters who are traveling aboard Air Force One have already been rushed out of the room gathering.
Bro, this is the most bitch-made thing I've ever seen. The situation is more dire. America is like, dude, Vladimir Putin literally came to the United States of America, took his cock out and said, suck it. And Trump gave him a blowjob, only to turn around and get nothing out of this equation at all beyond glazing Putin. What the fuck? I mean, so far, that's what it looks like to me.
Quite literally zero details. And the president himself, though, at one point saying that thousands of lives will be saved if this deal is accomplished. But again, we have no idea what's going to happen. It sounds like he's going to go to NATO and go into, I guess, the Ukrainian president and maybe talk about the terms of the deal and come back. But it's unclear. I do want to bring in now moderator of Meet the Press, Kristen Welker. Kristen, you've interviewed President Trump several times. You've covered these bilateral meetings just like Peter. You've been in the room. Look, if we start to read what's happened so far, a lot of the meeting was scrapped. It was shorter than we thought it was going to be. There's a news conference. No questions are taken. And now both leaders are on their way back to, Putin's back to Russia, President Trump back to D.C. What can we read from all this?
This is an extraordinary turn of events, Tom. Peter laid it out well. The fact that this feels rushed, the fact that we just heard from both leaders, and yet it's very cloudy in terms of what exactly was discussed, what was accomplished. They offered few, if any, specifics, Tom, and they took no questions. This is a president who relishes taking questions. The Russian president relishes taking questions when he holds his annual news conference that can last for hours on end. So the fact that this was so clipped, the fact that you heard from a somewhat muted President Trump underscores that he is not walking away from the ceasefire with a ceasefire agreement that he was hoping for. Remember, those were the terms that he laid out at the beginning of this day. That was how he was defining victory: an immediate ceasefire, an unconditional ceasefire. We did not hear the term ceasefire uttered. We didn't hear any end to the fighting talked about. And that really was the goal to this meeting, and to get a second meeting. Will there be another meeting with President Zelensky? I'm starting to get some reaction, Tom. A European source telling me this was a big nothing burger. A Republican ally of President Trump saying it's a very good start, but not providing any details. And a Democratic
okay, we got to watch Fox.
Really
we got to see the spin.
What exactly happened here? So I think the broad reaction.
Putin come out and address.
Trump said he could go to Moscow,
first.
brother.
And
What
we
are you talking
on
about?
U.S. soil here, and that left the media scrambling to get their headsets in. Usually, it is the the leader of the country, the host country of a summit, that speaks first and addresses the room in their language. But Putin started right off in Russian, and we all had to get our headsets on and listen to him rattle off this diatribe about the history of the U.S.-Russia relationship, making some allusions to something that
Even
we didn't
Fox
get many
News
details
is cooking him a
on.
bit.
But
You hear
also, without knowing the full background of it, there was something that he said that was a little bit alarming, I thought, that seemed like some of the things that he has done in the past, setting up false flags and that kind of thing, saying that we hope that Ukraine doesn't do anything to sabotage the progress that we made today, knowing full well that Ukraine has agreed to a ceasefire unconditionally for the last several months, and it has been Russia that has not agreed to a ceasefire. That was President Trump's main objective today. And when we did hear from the president, he said, we didn't get there, but we think that we can. So a lot of questions remaining for the president, Trump, not just about what was discussed in that room and what might be happening now, but also how that all happened back there. It was just very unusual, atypical, and I think we're all awaiting, the readout, because the way that it felt in the room was not good. It did not seem like things went well, and it seemed like Putin came in and steamrolled, got right into what he wanted to say, and got his photo next to the president and then left. Of course, that is only the piece of the picture that we have right now, and certainly President Trump, who is the host and who is the president, would not want to, I think, enable something that would make him look weak. But we are eagerly awaiting to hear the background on that. And I will also note that we didn't see any sort of scowls on the faces of the likes of Steve Witkoff or Secretary Rubio or any of the other members of the U.S. delegation. And I think had it been concerning, we might have seen something there. But just to paint a picture for you of in the room, how it felt, what we're wondering about, what we need to know to put the pieces together and fully understand what we all just witnessed.
Yeah,
Right.
I guess you have great sources, and so does a lot of people, and we'll try to put this thing together. The other thing is, it's really not between the U.S. and Russia, as you know, Jackie. It's between the U.S., it's between Ukraine and Russia. We're almost listening to say, is there a chance, is there a path to a ceasefire? And if not, the president's going to make evaluations from there, because he said
definitely more likely now
after and the arms are going to
What
continue
the
to flow.
fuck?
And so therefore, if Vladimir Putin thinks he's steamrolled or thinks he's got a victory, if a victory is us with more sanctions and more arms, that doesn't look like a victory to me.
No, it certainly would not be. And the president has noted rightfully that the tariffs that he threatened on secondary sanctions on big purchasers of Russian oil like India and China that really drove Putin to the negotiating table, that would drive Russia's economy from bad to worse. And the picture really inside of Russia is very bad. They are having to give sign-up bonuses to join the military that are larger than the average national.
I'm just saying.
The average salary for across the country. They're running out of people. They're running out of cash. No one will buy their debt. There are any number of data points that you could reference here. And so certainly the president holds all the cards. But there were some things that Putin said that are always cause for concern. When he references things like root causes,
I know.
It's always a reference back to his ultimate goal of taking all of Ukraine. And so we'll see, though, of course. We got more out of Putin than we did from President Trump. And I expect that we'll get the full picture when he talks to Sean Hannity. Very, very grateful that he is going to be giving the full readout here soon.
Jackie, you're about to get a flow of information, so I'm going to let you gather that. So I appreciate it. Meanwhile, former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo joins us now. Last time they met, he was there. Mr. Secretary, your thoughts about how little we know at this point?
Yeah, Brian, that was different for sure. Different than most of the pressers that President Trump has, where he's usually very straightforward and very forward-leaning and sharing all the things that he can. Clearly, he felt in this instance to deliver on behalf of America, the best thing to do was to be quiet. I don't think we should overread that. I would also urge everyone watching. I'm sure the Russians are already out with a series of statements. They'll come out with more. Pay little attention to what they actually say. What we ought to all focus on is what they do in the coming hours. Will there be missiles flying tonight in Ukraine? Will the Russians continue their advance? What will the Ukrainians do on the ground? I'm sure President Zelensky will get the briefing from President Trump on what actually took place. But will we see a de facto ceasefire, at least for a little while they try to, I want to make sure I get President Trump's words right, to try and iron out some of the things that still remain to be figured out. But I agree, pretty non-transparent, much that we don't know.
Right.
That does suggest there are significant roadblocks along the way that remain.
Mr. Secretary, I didn't go to KGB school. I couldn't get in. It was probably the Russian language that stopped me. But it looks as though they've been listening to the president. If in 2022 I met with President Biden, he essentially said, and I said it doesn't have to come to a war. We don't need these hostilities. But he didn't seem to care, so we had a war. So blame President Biden for that. And he also went on to say there wouldn't have been a war if President Trump had been president. That's exactly what President Trump feels. Also, they went out of their way, even before the summit, to establish in the past how America worked together in World War II, putting roses on your monument, symbolizing the U.S.'s role in defeating Nazi Germany. He also went out of his way to talk about this has been the lowest point in the Cold War, but we have so much in common. Look, we're neighbors. You want to read into that a little bit?
Only this, Brian. Putin gets the joke, right? He is trying diligently to snuggle up to President Trump. He knows that President Trump holds all the cards that can bring his nation to near ruin. That, by the way, that read of World War II, I've heard from
Dog, yeah, he glazed Trump
so many times it's laughable.
and attacked Biden. Who gives a fuck? Trump is giving him everything.
Good actors in the aftermath of World War II, to say the least. The Soviet Union destroyed so much and did so little for its own people. He also defended the Christian church. I mean, it's really quite laughable as well. But he hit all the notes he thought would matter. I think that is a misread in some ways. President Trump, while he said we have a great relationship, has been incredibly tough with respect to Russia, far more capable of deterring Vladimir Putin than Joe Biden or Barack Obama.
America's fall as the international superpower, the hegemonic superpower, is not even going to be like a graceful
Secretary,
exit.
I just want to bring it to the one point. You know that you had a long
it's
3
just
or 4
happening
speech
at
from Vladimir
an
Putin,
alarming rate
ready
that
to go.
I previously
The president
could
probably
not
would
have
show up. He had a
fathomed,
few comments and
could
then,
not have imagined.
Said this of significance.
And it's like Trump is just truly accelerating it. He really is the great nation builder for China and I guess for Russia as well.
Just a very few that are left. Some are not that significant. One is probably the most significant. But we have a very good chance of getting there. We didn't get there, but we have a very good chance of getting there.
So, you know President Trump. You know his body language. What are your thoughts about what he means?
I think there's still significant sticking points along the way. They may have identified interests that they can work their way through, perhaps on economic matters and the like, but it sounds to me like sort of the central issue, the thing that we've all been talking about for the days leading up to this, Vladimir Putin's willingness to conduct a ceasefire with no conditions so that they can get to the table and discuss a formal resolution of the conflict. It doesn't sound like Putin showed up today ready to concede that core point.
Yeah, we didn't get there is what he said, but we have productive meetings. I'm going to call NATO. I'm going to call the EU, European leaders. I'm going to call Zelensky. So he does have something to say, right? And soon we're going to get that, what happened and what didn't happen.
Oh, yeah, he has something
and then
to
we're going
say.
to have evaluation. It's just very different not to get that from the press conference.
Yeah, in a matter
Bro,
of
they're
hours,
having such a hard time spinning
this.
They can't even spin it because it was so devoid of nothing. And it's like one of the worst possible outcomes because then all you've done at that point is just like show good favor to Vladimir Putin. And that's it. And you got nothing in return for it other than Vladimir Putin saying Biden was responsible, and also I would have never invaded Ukraine if Trump was still president. That's it. That's what Trump got in exchange for bringing Vladimir Putin to America under the auspices of like a ceasefire negotiation that literally, by his own admission, did not come to a reasonable conclusion at all.
There should be another meeting. I was kind of interested to get your take when President Putin recommended a venue. Watch.
Mr. President, I'd like to thank you very much, and we'll speak to you very soon and probably see you again very soon. Thank you very much, Vladimir.
Next time in Moscow.
Oh, that's an interesting one. I don't know. I'll get a little heat on that one, but I could see it possibly happening. Thank you very much, Vladimir. And thank you all. Thank you.
I think that caught him by surprise. Your thoughts?
Yeah, probably so. I'm sure President Putin would like to show up with the remaining fighters that he can still fly, and the Russian bombers, just as the Americans flew over the meeting today. Putin would probably like to return that favor and have a home and away game. I think President Trump will be pretty smart about where the venue for the next meeting, And I think it'll be important that President Zelensky be at that meeting as well. I'd be very surprised if President Zelensky, Trump, and Putin all met in Moscow. That would surprise me quite a bit. Who knows?
And a lot of people are going to talk about this. Jackie Heinrich points out, in tradition would have it, usually the home team gets to speak first. Vladimir Putin spoke first.
Yeah,
but with the president's unorthodox way of approaching everything about the presidency, I would not look into that.
Zelensky. They bring Zelensky over and then they kill him. Vladimir Putin gives Donald Trump the weapon to kill
President Trump. Correct?
Zelensky with, and he's like, "Come on, do it."
Diplomatic niceties are not something that's going to offend him. I think also he likely wanted the last word. I know when I was in meetings like this and there was a readout, I always wanted to be the last one to clean up anything the other person may have said that didn't ring true to me. I imagine President Trump wanted to keep that prerogative so that if President Putin said something that he found either incorrect or needed to be fixed, he'd get that last word. He certainly got that today.
Mr. Secretary, check your text messages in your email. Let us know when you get some detail, and we'll have you just bump right in. Thanks so much for being our expert.
Oh, yeah, because you wanted to get the last word.
Meanwhile, 22 minutes after the hour, let's bring in Fox News contributor Kellyanne Conway, Jason Chaffetz, as well as Fox and Friends weekend co-host Charlie Hurd. Kellyanne, I'll talk to you. Your sense about the fact that we did really not get any details from that press conference. Why?
Look, I think anybody who's confused about how this went down is still wondering what happened at the end of that final Sopranos episode. This is exactly what President Trump said was going to happen. He said it's not his deal to make. Putin is killing innocent people in a sovereign nation. He invaded that nation, and the country that is being attacked so viciously needs to be at the table to make the final deal. The second thing the president promised and delivered upon, Brian, is that this meeting would set up the framework for the next meeting. And it is not always the case where one meeting leads to another. We've all seen President Trump be one and done. I think in addition to the art of the deal is the art of the details. And I know President Trump is going to get back on Air Force One tonight. He's not going to go to sleep at all the entire ride. We already know that. And he's going to expect everyone around him.
He's going to be kicking his feet up, thinking about how Vladimir Putin fucked his ass.
And what the details should be like. And I think he's going to talk to Zelensky again. He's going to talk to the other European leaders again. Look, everything came up Trump in the U.S. today. This was his meeting on U.S. soil with U.S. bombers ahead. Look at the step and repeat behind them. It says pursuing peace. Do you think Vladimir Putin wanted to stand in front of a banner on U.S. soil a foot shorter than the U.S. president in front of words that say pursuing peace? That's the goal here. But that's President Trump's
goal.
Are
you serious?
And the last thing I'll say is Putin, I disagree completely with who said he's got cards to play. He got the first word.
Bro, they're
the
libs
first
now.
Statement. I think today
they're
the most
fucking
important
libs. They're libbed
word
up.
to get
They're
was
libbed
the
up the
last
wazoo.
word.
This
and
is
President
crazy.
Trump was crisp and concise. You know why? Putin treated him like they're friends. Oh, the religious artifacts. Oh, you're looking so healthy and vibrant. Donald Trump was not being his jovial, jaunty self in this press conference. It was not emotional. It was transactional. And I think it's because Putin knows Trump can crush Russia's economy with primary sanctions like he's done before and these secondary sanctions for countries like India and China who are buying Russian oil. I think it's a huge win
this is
for peace
worse
today and a
than
huge
I
win
thought.
for our president.
Yeah, and when we get details, I'll know.
Okay, this deal, this fake deal that wasn't a deal at all is literally even worse than we previously thought. If this is the spin,
so far, they both
the
came
spin
out.
is
I think that's actually a good
wow.
line that Putin
Donald
had,
Trump
and why they
made
laughed.
Vladimir Putin look short in comparison in front of a banner that says "Pursuing Peace."
No kidding. I think it's a huge win for President Trump, for the United States. There is but one superpower in this world. It's the United States of America, both militarily and economically. You had the visuals on the military side, but both President Putin and President Trump talked about the economic strength. I also don't think this is all about Ukraine. I think they probably had a discussion that was much broader than that. I think this has to do with China. I think it has to do with Israel. I think it has to do with where Vladimir Putin...
You think they talked about all that?
I think they do mention that. I don't think they go 3 hours
or do you think
with
focus?
maps. Well, because I think they actually go through and they want to talk about all of these places on where Russia is in the world. And we can push Russia around, because if Donald Trump decides to turn that knob and say, you're no longer going to be a participant in the world economy, then you're going to fall apart. That's why President Trump holds all the cards.
And that's why John Radcliffe going, don't you think, Jason?
Yes.
John Radcliffe going is important
Howard Lutnick.
because he knows what's going on in Russia. He has the intelligence. So he says, listen, I know what he's telling you, Charlie Hurt. Radcliffe could say, but I'm going to tell you the reality, what's really happening in Russia, and the CIA knows.
Yeah, and I think the big reason we're all kind of reeling right here is because
we know nothing.
Yeah, well, we know nothing, but also we're so accustomed to Donald Trump taking all these questions. The president never misses an opportunity to take questions, and so we're sort of like confused by this. Right now, normally, under normal circumstances, we would be 1/8 of the way through a reeling press conference where he answers every single question.
It's amazing. Dude, they're trying desperately to spin this around into like a positive, and there's so nothing. There's so much of absolutely nothing, nada, zero, that they're just like, yeah, Trump looked hot on stage. Of Vladimir Putin, I bet he felt bad after he nutted in Trump, you know?
This summit, which President Putin described as an agreement, and one that he didn't want to see European
Trump actually didn't want Vladimir Putin to call him an Uber after he nutted inside of him. You know, that's like normal. That's actually a power play.
That concludes this NBC News special report. We'll have much more coverage.
That's a real power play from Trump. Yeah, he wanted the nut. Oh my God, this panel is like the most freakish panel of all time. John Bolton, Rahm Emanuel, what the fuck? Oh, CNN is busted again. That is how John Bolton actually sounds, though, low-key.
Really got what he wanted from Trump. And if Trump had been irate, he would have called things off. Putin has gotten to him. I think that's very clear.
Yeah, I mean, I think that just thinking back to the beginning of this, Putin walking off the plane to a round of applause from the President of the United States, Trump was a very eager participant in resetting this relationship, the personal relationship between the two of them.
I'm gonna keep a buck 50. Like the whole second meeting will take place in Moscow. Second meeting will take place in Russia is a crazy statement. And then and of course, like Trump is on the spot there, but it's wild that his response is, "Oh, they would get mad at me, Vladipoo. They would get mad at me if I were to do it, Vladipoo." We basically have zero information but some clues. No ceasefire announced. Putin alluded to a great meeting and warned the EU and Ukrainians not to torpedo whatever proposal it is he put forward to Trump, which he would actually agree to. Clearly, this didn't mean EU/Ukraine red lines, and that's why Trump kept saying he needed to call them after the meeting to see that it is potentially acceptable.
Sorry, Ambassador Bolton, you, the other night on my broadcast, you were talking about, well, maybe one of the things Vladimir Putin might try to do is broaden this out. And
the second meeting is supposed to have Zelensky. You understand? That shit ain't happening in fucking Moscow if Zelensky is showing up.
You know, we're going to start new talks on the future of nuclear weapons. That would have been something, a headline. He didn't even get that.
Yeah. Well, it's also what he said, there's not a deal until there's a whole deal. Back in Cold War days when there were Soviet-U.S. talks, they would refer to bilateral issues between the U.S. and the Soviet Union and regional issues, conflicts in Africa, conflicts in Asia. I think Putin may have gotten back to that, and Ukraine's a regional conflict, but he was talking mostly about bilateral issues. And if so, I think that's a big win for him.
And there is a little hint of that. I saw some video with the Russian ambassador who was interviewed quickly by a Russian reporter, and they were talking, it was very hard to hear him, but he said basically some issue on visa issues, which would be part of the relationship. It's so minor, but, you know, getting them back into the embassies, restoring the relationship, visas, etc.
Stuff that for 3 years has been off the table. Stuff that for 3 years has been, no.
Reestablishing the relationship has nothing to do with Ukraine.
The U.S., I mean, the economic piece of this, all the potential that was there that was supposed to be held kind of back, that may be where the progress is because of the U.S.-Russian relationship. And Ukraine is basically kind of still in that treading water with no progress, which means that's not good for Ukraine because he slipped the noose on the sanctions number 4 time, and he gets to continue his war unencumbered.
I'll tell you what, it's clear why there was a delay in them coming to the stage, because you and I both know, and you don't know as well too, Ambassador, they were spending a lot of time trying to figure out how to spin a nothing burger into filet mignon.
The media attention for John and Carolyn got a lot worse when they got married.
There's a kind of frenzy because everybody.
Break. This is nutty, dude. This is some real ass nutty ass shit right here.
So what are your expectations? I mean, is the goal...
Yeah, Trump told Brett Baer before the meeting, I won't be happy if I walk away without some form of ceasefire.
Of this meeting
Well,
in
now we
Alaska, to
know.
walk
That was an
away
abject failure.
with a ceasefire?
So when you talk about deals, it's all I do my whole life. I do deals. You never know. You don't like to have too many expectations. You want it because you have to weave and bob, and you don't know what's going to happen. But we're going to go and find out. I'd like to see a ceasefire. I wouldn't be thrilled if I didn't get it, but everyone says you're not going to get the ceasefire. It'll take place on the second meeting. The second meeting is going to be but I'm not going to be happy with that. So we'll see what happens. I'm going to be, I won't be happy if I walk away without some form of a ceasefire. Now, I say this, and I've said it from the beginning, this is really setting the table today. We're going to have another meeting if things work out, which will be very soon. Or we're not going to have any more meetings at all, maybe ever.
So what are your expectations? I mean, is the goal of the...
Should have had Turkey at the table? Yeah, true. I mean, I think Trump's top envoy, Steve Witkoff, who was in the 3-on-3 meeting, entered the press conference room, took a seat, and then abruptly left minutes later. Oh, shit. Bro saw his ex and immediately fumble everything. He is just like me. Bro went from no ceasefire means I'm going to be upset to no ceasefire and the second meeting will be in Moscow, which means, again, whatever the fuck Russia wants, I guess. Yeah, Brett Baer said that a Putin interview was potentially in the works, but it's not happening after the rescheduled press conference, probably because like Putin already nutted too much inside of Trump, so he's like, I can't nut anymore. I'm out. And I guess Sagar's assessment here is the most hopeful, most optimistic one, but I don't think so. Especially because who knows what those red lines are going to look like. I also don't think that like Trump has ever, like this also implies that Trump gives a fuck about red lines that EU could have set here or red lines that Ukraine could have set here. When has Donald Trump ever given a shit about whatever red lines the European Union has wanted, whatever demands that the EU has made? Like the idea that Donald Trump is just not revealing the outcome of this ceasefire because he's like waiting to call European leaders to get permission sounds insane. We didn't get there. U.S. President Donald Trump says no deal, but progress made after Ukraine talks with Vladimir Putin. Trump says many points were agreed with Putin, but a few remain, including one he describes as significant. Putin calls out European nations out the torpedo progress as he talks with Trump were thorough and constructive. I believe we had a very productive meeting. There were many points that we agreed on. I will call it NATO in a little while, and I will, of course, call President Zelensky and tell him about today's meeting. Yeah. The White House officials state that the luncheon between the U.S. and Russian delegations have been canceled, adding that President Trump will immediately return to Washington. This, by the way, is why it was odd to agree to EU-Ukrainian red lines in the first place. The U.S. president should only consider his own red lines ahead of a major diplomatic summit. Yeah, I don't think the Trump administration gives a fuck about whatever the EU and Ukrainian red lines are. What are we talking about? It's so far looks like a spectacular failure. One that is actually unique because it's so it's like you're used to Trump dominating global leaders, right? You're used to him bitching them out, having them come to the White House, sitting there as he like chirps on endlessly about, I don't know, transgender athletes or something, right? This was Putin doing that to him. And you just saw it. Like, and for a guy who cares so much about the aesthetics of domination, compare Donald Trump's meetings with like Keir Starmer, Macron, Merz, and any number of different world leaders versus the meeting that he just had and the press conference that he just gave with Vladimir Putin. He was the one in the bitch seat. And this is something that he cares about. He cares about not looking like he's being dominated. It's maybe the only thing he cares about. So, I don't know. I just feel like it's pretty crazy that he was like even smiling through the process when it's like very obvious that the deal didn't go anywhere. He started off with a smile and everything.
President Trump says we're not quite there yet, which is the bottom line.
Right, and that whole area has not been conquered by Russia, so why would Ukraine give up the most valuable piece of land that they've worked so hard to hold on to since they've been attacked since 2014? Ed, thank you so much. We'll look forward to more details in your analysis. Joining us right now, former ambassador at large Nathan Sales, Fox News contributor, Washington Post columnist Mark Thiessen, and Christian Whiten. He's a former State Department senior advisor. Mark, we don't know a lot, Mark Thiessen, about what took place, but reading between the lines, what have you concluded?
Well, if they had not had a press conference, then that would have been the sign that the talks had failed, because Trump said if they don't go well, I'm just going to walk away and that's it. If they had taken questions, it would have meant that they were in agreement. And they didn't take any questions, so they seem to have split the difference. Appeared together, so the talks are alive. But even within what they said in the prepared statements, they were disagreeing, because Putin said, we've got a deal and Ukraine better not throw a wrench in it. And Donald Trump said there was no deal, that there were some things that were agreed on, some big things that weren't agreed on, but might get agreed on. So, you know, even there, without even taking questions, there was some daylight between what the two of them were saying. So we don't know the answer. I expect President Trump's going to get on Air Force One and start making those calls, because Air Force One's a lot more secure than the air base in Alaska, and we'll see what the word comes from the Europeans as to what they've got.
Nathan Sales, a good point. I mean, we saw last week when Steve Witkoff thought he had one conclusion from his conversation with his counterpart when they met over in Russia. And then by the time the week ended, we had a different readout about what they agreed on. So now, again, we have a little difference between Russia and the U.S. from the same meeting. So what do you read from it?
Yeah, no surprises there. Vladimir Putin is a trained KGB spy. This is his bread and butter, sowing confusion. Look, I think if you look at Vladimir Putin's statement, there's a couple of reasons to be concerned about his willingness to seriously consider ending the war. First of all, there's no ceasefire. If there had been a ceasefire, which the Ukrainians have agreed to months ago and which Putin has been tapping us along about, if we'd had that, they would have announced it. They didn't, so still a lot of work to be done there. And also pay attention to how Putin described how the war started. He's talking about Russia's security interests and root causes. Let's be clear. The root cause of this war is Vladimir Putin. He could end it today if he wanted to, and he doesn't want to because he thinks he can win it on the ground. What his goal is to take back all of Ukraine, to neuter it as a sovereign and independent state. And why does that matter? Because if you don't have Ukraine, you don't have a Russian empire. And that's Putin's endgame. He wants to reconstitute the Soviet or Tsarist empire, the collapse of which he has said was the greatest geopolitical catastrophe of the 20th century. He still thinks that. Right. He's going to keep fighting, I'm afraid.
Okay. So, Christian, there's no doubt about it. He wants.
No, he said that about the USSR's dissolution and the collapse of the USSR, and he was right about that. No, that doesn't even matter, though, because he's not trying to recreate the USSR. He wants the Russian Empire.
Hey, by the way, we're neighbors. We're 2.5
If
miles
he has any capability of doing so is, of course, an entirely different question.
Ukraine, don't get in our way.
But
so clearly he's posturing there, right?
Having said that,
No,
having
I think
said
that's
that,
actually a good objective to have because the Europeans are a problem here. They are the ones who are encouraging Zelensky.
these guys are
to continue with the myth.
these
that
guys
he's
are
going to
talking
get
about
all
this
Ukrainian territory back, including Crimea, which
while trying to also simultaneously glaze Trump, and they're failing to do so because, like, the American State Department position broadly, or American foreign policy position broadly, is being antagonistic to Russia. But Trump, as an individual, is antagonistic to Ukraine.
The reality is there's no compelling United States interest at stake here. There's a continent called Europe with as many people.
So on the one hand,
an economy as large as
on the one hand, they're trying to fucking present this as like a good thing that took place.
when you see the day start in Europe coming up.
But on the other hand, they're just like they're still left with commentary that says, like, you know, Trump's best friend Vladimir Putin, that he obviously clearly loves being around, is actually bad.
Towards Asia and the United States. That's why he brought businessmen along. I'm not sure that'll work, but I think we have a recipe here, unless the Europeans are willing to see reality. And one last point on the economy, we've been hearing a lot of talk about how Russia is about to collapse. The ruble is up 50% this year. Unlike the United States, they actually have a central banker, Elvira Nabiulina, who is good at her job. Russian economy isn't growing much, but it's growing a little bit. And Russian oil exports, yeah, India may be off if they do decide to chop some of their purchases because of Trump's tariffs, but that can always go to China or Brazil or somewhere else. So I'm not really buying the Russia on its heels argument here.
Yeah, I disagree with you. I think it is in our interest to back up Ukraine. In fact, now suddenly Republicans, and thanks, I'm going to bring up Mark again, but now Republicans, according to the latest poll, are up 9 points in support of Ukraine, and 74% of Republicans now say Ukraine should get more arms.
I told you, see, Brian is a big fucking, like, continue war with Russia guy. And I think there are some people, like the guy who just kicked off the conversation there abruptly, as you noticed. There are some people who are unironically either genuinely invested in, like, ending this conflict.
I didn't interrupt you, Christian. I didn't interrupt you, Christian. Stop talking. There are people who are literally robbing grocery stores for butter so they can sell it on the black market. The only thing propping up the Russian economy is oil and gas sale. And if Donald Trump crushes oil and gas sale, the Russian economy is going to be in big, big trouble. So there's nobody pushing for a victory to the end and driving Russia out of all the territory. Everybody wants peace. Everybody wants to end this war in a stable way. And so does Donald Trump. And I don't think Donald Trump agrees with the word that Christian said there either.
All right. Thanks, guys. We can't wait to get more details about what took place behind closed doors because both leaders have left. We just have their remarks, and we'll analyze that.
Your old shower for too long. It's outdated, unsafe.
That's really interesting. There's like actually people. There's actually people on the fucking Republican side that are like, I guess, pro-Russia. Or like maybe they're genuine isolationists. I don't know. What I am seeing here, however, is that the meeting fucking was a failure. And it was such a failure that even Fox News is having a hard time.
Yeah, I think you have it right, Jake. Look, the
Describing it in positive
of the
terms.
entire summit was somewhat cringeworthy. The fact that Putin was being welcomed on American soil, the fact that Trump gave him literally a red carpet treatment, the kind he has rarely given to any, Democratic ally of the United States. You can tell that Trump thinks Putin is an equal, is this big shot on the world stage, and he's been treated by the rest of the West as a kind of pariah. I mean, he can't go to Europe because he'd be arrested. And so there was a lot of the atmospherics that were cringeworthy. But I will say, on the most important thing, at least for me, it was positive that there was no deal. I think everyone was worried that there was going to be a deal in which Trump was going to make major concessions. I don't think anyone thought Putin was going to make any concessions. The fear was that Donald Trump was going to cave in various ways, sell out Ukraine, sell out the Europeans, and he didn't do that. And so I think, I'm at least relieved. Now, when you watch it, what you saw was Putin had clearly decided his strategy was he was going to make no substantive concessions of any kind.
That's the reason why he's saying there's no deal.
Really amp up the flattery
because
of
I
Trump.
suspect that it's like
So he
everything
says
that
if
Russia
Trump
wants.
Had been president, there would have been no war, which is easy for him to say now. Trump should get the Nobel Prize. He's amazing. All that, is cheap.
Isn't it success in and of itself of the Trump admin if everyone around him is confusion for a couple news cycles? No.
At the end of the day, he made no concessions. So Trump
No.
comes back empty-handed, but in a way,
I don't-
better to come back empty-handed.
I don't think it's the. I don't think is. I said that this was probably not going to come to like a meaningful conclusion. But the very fact that they didn't even have an outline that they could present together means that it was worse than expected. Fareed Zakaria is saying that it's good because a ceasefire is not imminent. I think that's bad. That means that he has no, he recognizes that he has no leverage. Or at least Putin is capable of showcasing to Trump that he has no leverage. This is a major W. A major W for Vladimir Putin. He got to do like a flex tour, basically. We'll see what happens in terms of the conflict, in terms of the bombings and whatnot tonight. But it feels like there is no meaningful conclusion coming anytime soon.
If you believe that, it is important.
And also
to
on top of that, it was a
preserve
relitigation
Ukraine
of
as an
the
independent sovereign state.
leverage that
But it
Trump,
wasn't a
the
disaster.
leverage that
And
Putin has
again,
over both
I
Trump
will
and
give
obviously
Donald Trump
EU
credit for this.
and
Presumably,
Ukraine
Putin
and
stuck to
everybody
his
else.
guns, and Trump didn't concede. It's possible there is some framework that was discussed that he now needs to take to the Ukrainians and the Europeans, but Donald Trump tends to be fairly indiscreet. So if there is such a framework, if anything substantive was agreed on, we will know in the next hour. It is inconceivable to me that Trump will be able to keep that quiet. He will feel the urge to boast. So the fact that at least so far we haven't heard much leads me to your conclusion that really at the end of the day there's nothing to show for.
Right. I mean, he did say, just to quote him, many points were agreed to. There are just a very few that are left. Some are not that significant. One is probably the most significant. Well, we have a very good chance of getting there. We didn't get there, but we have a very good chance of getting there. I assume we all here on the panel think that one that's the most significant would be the ceasefire. But President Trump also said that he's now going to call NATO leaders and
He can't stop
Ukrainian
himself.
President
He loves Putin.
What do you see happening next? President Trump did talk about they would talk soon and probably would see each other again soon. There was some idea floating that the next summit might even be in Moscow, although he acknowledged he'd get a little heat on that one, although he didn't say no. What do you think happens
People don't
next?
mention this, but without terrorism,
what message
Trump
would it send
wouldn't be
if Trump
capable
were to
of
go to
secondary
Moscow?
sanctions against India. You're wrong. What are you talking about? He can just do sanctions to India directly. He doesn't need to do tariffs. As a matter of fact, I don't even think he's floating real tariffs against India for that. I think he's talking about sanctions against India. Sanctions are not even controlled by the president. It's controlled by the Treasury, and it's so easy to put together that it's become a major problem for the American government. He just says secondary tariffs. What do you mean what? You can literally fucking go and apply for sanctions if you have enough juice and enough motion for a competitive foreign company. We apply sanctions so fucking loosely. It's not implemented by a congressional approval or anything. That's the reason why they use it so much. They use it so frequently.
the past and is unlikely to work now. What we need is pressure on Putin, military pressure through military aid to Ukraine. That's what will get his attention.
Fareed Zakaria, thank you so much. Anderson, back to you in D.C.
Jake, thanks a lot. Here with me now is Leon Panetta. He served as former defense secretary and former CIA director under President Obama, and he was President Clinton's chief of staff. Secretary Panetta, I mean, you have seen a lot of these kind of global world leader meetings, these kind of summits. Did anything come out of this? Have you seen one quite like this?
Look, Anderson, I think the fundamental test for this summit was pretty clear. That the president had to get a ceasefire. That's at the top of the list. And he himself said he needed to get a ceasefire. And that they ultimately, if they got a ceasefire, they would then establish a negotiation between Ukraine and Russia to work out the issues on territory and on security. That would have been a successful summit. That did not happen. There was no deal. There was no there. There was no ceasefire. So it's pretty hard for me to understand just exactly what was the purpose of this summit, because whatever I thought was the fundamental test of success was not achieved.
In fact, I want to play something the president said Wednesday when asked by a reporter about what would happen if this was not a successful summit. Let's just play that.
Will Russia face any consequences if Vladimir Putin does not agree to stop the war after your meeting on Friday?
Yes, they will. Yeah.
What will the consequences
There will be
be?
consequences.
Sanctions, tariffs?
There will be, I don't have to say, there will be very severe consequences.
Secretary Panetta, we certainly did not hear on that stage when the president was face to face with Vladimir Putin anything about any kind of consequences or any kind of.
To be honest, I don't even know what he could do. I guess if the options are trying to shut off every single fucking foreign country that can purchase Russian energy to sell it to the rest of the planet as a mediator, then you're cooked. Like, what are you going to do? You're going to sanction India, China, all these other countries? I don't think you can do that. So I guess at the end of the day, it is because Vladimir Putin holds all the fucking cards. And he's basically using the territorial the territory acquisition, the military invasion, and the additional territories taken over Ukraine, and signaling they could take more territory from Ukraine as a way to consistently slap Trump up a little bit, and not just Trump, but just America in general.
That's not the way to deal with Putin. You don't schmooze Putin. You've got to be tough with Putin. Putin is a.
You seen any Russian takes yet? No, they're too busy fucking popping champagne.
Putin is not to be trusted, and you've got to be tough with him. You've got to come down. You've got to implement sanctions. You've got to provide weapons to the Ukrainians. That is being tough with Putin. That's what Putin understands. It's the power of force. And Trump somehow thinks that he doesn't have to resort to that kind of tough action and that he can do it through the power of his personality. And frankly, that's not working.
Yeah, Secretary Panetta, I appreciate you.
You cannot sanction us. We make everything. We shut off rare earths to the west, and you're done. No U.S. autos, no F-35s, no Ukrainian drones. You have no cars. We make them. Yeah, no, I agree. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that what is Trump supposed to do? He really can't fucking do anything. He's just to sit there and eat it. Because there is not really. Trump is the worst possible person to have this situation come to a close. He literally is the worst guy to do this, because he can't even be like he can't even communicate effectively without coming across like he's glazing Vladimir Putin the entire time. But ultimately, it just seems like America's a little more cooked today than they were
Merkel
yesterday.
thought that would be a great idea. Thanks so much, Chairman Mast. I appreciate it. And great to get your analysis. I can't wait to get more details. By the way, Vladimir Putin said flat out, I expect today's agreement will be the starting point, not only for the solution to the Ukrainian issue, but will also bring us back to business and pragmatic relations between Russia and the U.S. And he went on to say they were at a low point since the Cold War. Byron York, Fox News contributor, joins us now. Byron, Vladimir Putin clearly wants to establish relations with the U.S., citing historic moment after historic moment. Was he effective?
Well, we don't know yet, but it doesn't look like it. You know, on Air Force One, on the way to the summit, President Trump said to Bret Baier, I won't be happy if I walk away without some form of a ceasefire. Now, if the two of them came together on some form of a ceasefire, they certainly didn't tell the world about it. Now, maybe it's possible there's some sort of incipient deal that they have to run past Ukraine and the Europeans or something like that. But it's also possible that this summit was just a bust. President Trump talked about that
Fox
possibility
News,
several times in the days leading up to this, saying, well, you know, it might not work. We don't know. And if it doesn't work, I'll just walk away or we'll try something else. We'll know more very, very soon. But right now, there's really no sign that they've accomplished what the president wanted to accomplish by going there.
Right, and now he's going to talk to our allies and see what their conclusion is after they're related. I also like the move the president had by going 3-on-3, because I think he likes to sit back and evaluate interaction. A lot of times he has his aides disagree in front of him, and if you have Marco Rubio and if you have Steve Witkoff, and then you got Lavrov across the way, and then Vladimir Putin and the former Russian ambassador to the United States. You get to see that interaction, and that helps your evaluation. Do you like that 3-on-3 instead of the 1-on-1?
Oh, yeah, I think it was a smart idea. Trump has gotten actually criticized in his first administration for one-on-one meetings that, other than translators, there was nobody there. So it is a good idea to have your top people, in this case, Rubio there. It was also a good idea to take the Secretary of the Treasury, because obviously if Putin remained intransigent, as he has been for so long, the next steps the United States would take would be economic. So Trump took his Secretary of the Treasury with him. I think that was an important signal as well. But here again, right now, we just don't know what happened.
Yeah, real quick, 30-second answer. Remember, he had another round.
I'm going to keep it a $1.50. I do think that we are officially in a multipolar world right now. That's what it feels like to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. But it kind of feels like we are no longer, we are now officially in a multipolar world. You're saying cope? Okay. Is that a bad thing? Not necessarily. But in this situation, for this situation in particular, if it's a multipolar world and America doesn't recognize it, that means America is going to, oh, you're saying not you, Fox. That means that America is going to increasingly engage in belligerent ways with foreign adversaries that will probably draw out even more violent responses. It's a pretty bad thing? No, it's not. I don't think it's a bad thing unless America recognizes it. America is not recognizing it. That's the bad part about it. Because, like, as I said already, if America's solution here is to bring China to the table and say, like, China is a superpower, it's a global power, it's the senior partner in this coalition behind Russia, we have to all get together and draw out a reasonable conclusion in this, then that is the only effective way to stop further bloodshed from taking place. If America behaves as though it's still the hegemonic superpower, the only singular power that matters around the world, and continues like increasing the sanctions and tries to attack all of the other allies that are also non-aligned with America entirely. So they are also playing both sides. Like they're playing Russia as well. They're working with Russia as well, like India being a great example. Then it's going to isolate itself further. America's going to isolate itself further. And in that isolation, as I said before, without soft power, 800 military bases go from joint security partnerships to 800 different military invasions. America is not capable of that upkeep. That'll be incredibly violent. And I don't even know. I don't even know if they were, if maybe Brandon wasn't capable of fixing this either.
Over the vast emptiness of ice. However, the pilots of both countries did everything to bring closer the victory. They risked their lives and they gave it all for the common victory. I was just in the city of Magadan in Russia, and there is a memorial there dedicated to the Russian and the U.S. pilots. And there are two flags, the U.S. flag and the Russian flag. And I know that here as well, there is such a memorial. There is a military burial place several kilometers away from here. The Soviet pilots that buried there who died during that dangerous mission. We're thankful to the citizens and the government of the U.S. for carefully taking care of their memory. I think that's very worthy and noble. We'll always remember other historical examples when our countries defeated common enemies together in the spirit of battle camaraderie and allyship that supported each other and facilitated each other. I'm sure that this heritage will help us rebuild and foster mutually beneficial and equal ties at this new stage, even during the hardest conditions. It is known that there have been no summits between Russia and the U.S. for 4 years.
Trump praised and thanked Lukashenko on Truth Social after the meeting and wants to meet him too in the future. We're so cooked.
Let's be frank, they've fallen to the lowest point since the Cold War.
I just don't know. I don't know. I actually don't know what Trump could even do at this point, outside of what I've mentioned, like bringing China to the table and rerouting the conversation through China, because without that, he has no leverage. The only leverage that America has in this situation is like what? Dissolve NATO? That's ridiculous. The Ukraine war and Israel's genocide in Gaza show we're already in a multipolar world because the U.S. can't unilaterally control outcomes. Russia, China, regional powers in the global south act on their own terms, form parallel alliances, and block Western goals. Multiple centers of power now shape global events, not a single hegemon. I mean, Israel is the one area where he has unilateral control, so it's fucking crazy that they won't even enforce that. And I think part of the reason why they won't enforce the unilateral control they have over Israel is because they too recognize that their time is running out, so they want to make sure that Israel has maximum power and maximum leverage in the region before they are forced to shut the money faucet. They will erode every last ounce of global influence they have on this Israel shit, while simultaneously hoping that the Gulf, the GCC states that are a part of OPEC continue to abide by American interests to a certain degree. I don't know. It kind of feels like America is more of a... I haven't felt this way ever, but it does feel like America is more of a paper tiger today than ever before. And I guess in that respect, Vladimir Putin did succeed. Because this was, you know, this was a decent blow, I think. Just judging by the optics of the situation, looking at the way Donald Trump deals with, again, Canada, and maybe even some instances Mexico, European allies, versus the way he deals with Vladimir Putin, there's a big difference there. So much more reverence, so much more respect for Vladimir Putin, if we're an adversary, than all of the allies. It feels like he is trying to reinstate his power on the global stage by just like consistently bullying the allies, knowing that they'll take it. While simultaneously, when it actually comes down to being a superpower, a hegemonic superpower, when it comes to dealing with Russia, he actually truly shows the limits of American power. You know what I mean?
Women and children and bury them in mass graves. He's kidnapped children as we speak. The reality on the ground is that
look at this, Cope. This is also another incredible fucking moment of Cope. Look, we wipe Iran nuclear power plant from the map, and now we're a paper tiger. Yes. Exactly. This is a limit to American power. This is a real limit to American power. Another real limit to American power is its dealings with China. Because remember, a lot of the fucking tariffs conversation started off because of China. And China's the one that keeps getting extended. China's the one that keeps getting the delays on its tariffs. Look at the way Donald Trump deals with the vassal states that it demands more and more tithing from versus the adversaries that he is supposed to be competing and dominating. How do you not see what I'm seeing?
Countries to the EU, and they can give those weapons to Ukraine, but I believe it was J.D. Vance who said we don't want to be in the Ukraine war business any longer. We heard President Trump say that there would be significant consequences if President Putin did not agree to an end to the war at this summit. I want to play just some of what we certainly didn't hear that in this press conference. I want to play some of what President Trump did say at the press conference when he was actually facing Vladimir Putin.
Many points were agreed to. There are just a very few that are left. Some are not that significant. One is probably the most significant, but we have a very good chance of getting there. We didn't get there, but we have a very good chance of getting there.
I mean, it seems like if there were going to be some consequences or severe consequences, he could have said something to that effect to Vladimir Putin face to face.
You're absolutely right. He could have said face to face, there will be severe consequences. We'll never know, at least for right now, in the short term, whether there was any kind of threat, veiled or otherwise. But I hope Caitlin Collins is absolutely right, that the reaction around the world to this kind of optics triumph for Vladimir Putin will enrage Donald Trump, or at least annoy him enough that he will support more sales of the military. You're absolutely right. It is through those sales to the Europeans that they are transferred to.
I'm not sure what
Ukraine,
Trump could have done now that I think about it, like
in the United States,
other than just basically say, all right, well, the battle lines are the battle lines.
India, Brazil,
whatever you want, my good sir. Because like, think about the alternative. The alternative is what? Continue giving weapons to Ukraine. Fine. That's great. That's beneficial to the military-industrial complex. I guess, like, tell Ukraine that they have to lower the age of conscription and no assurances that that will work. You know? Because obviously the real red line that is dictated by mutually assured destruction is, like, actively joining the battle with American troops. Tell Ukraine to lower the age of consent. Okay. I don't know if you accidentally, I don't know if you meant that as like Trump being a pedophile in the Epstein files, or if you meant conscription, but you said consent instead. You mean the age of conscription? I can't tell if that was a mistake. I am messing, bro. Trump lowers age of consent in Ukraine so that Republicans finally care about it as a utopia. Yeah. Trump's like, folks, believe me, it took a long time, but we're sending Alan Dershowitz to the Ukraine. This is finally American patriots will care about Ukraine.
Today for messing with the message and talking about the tragedy of what's happening in Ukraine, even though he invaded it. So I do think that they will want to reset the message. How quickly they try to do that, how quickly they try to establish another round, virtual phone call, whatever, with President Trump will be interesting. How loudly they speak out to get this done quickly, I think, will be an indication for us about about some of the details that are not being discussed publicly. It would be my guess.
Can I just make a note as we're watching the tarmac as President Trump's about to leave? And I this image, I think, really just illustrates the limits of a reliance on imagery in a moment like this. You know, President Trump set this whole thing up with the fighter jets, with the flyover, with the red carpet, to try to create a moment. And ultimately, Vladimir Putin is just pretty steel-faced about this whole thing and probably had no intention of putting any real deal on the table. And I think it is a letdown, I think, would be an understatement, but it's a little embarrassing, frankly, to see all of that on the tarmac. The show that the White House put together.
Well, the show's, to see the show over, it's like, you know, the magic of the movie has.
The balloons have all dropped, and it's
the theater lights have gone on, and you know,
but Putin
has left the stage.
Putin got moments, plural. He got a flyover, a handshake, a red carpet.
He got a wave walking down the red carpet.
And he was told that he has a fantastic relationship. The President of the United States told him we have a fantastic relationship, even though the President of the United States did not get what he came for.
Dimitri, I just want to hear from you because we haven't heard from you. What do you think of? Did anything come out of today? What needs to happen next?
Well, I think Putin had three goals going into the summit. The first one was to embrace the leader of the free world, the President of the United States, the most powerful man in the world, to stand on the same stage, get the red carpet treatment. He clearly got that. But there's still a big question about the other two goals. The second goal is clearly delay any further negative consequences, further sanctions, tariffs on other nations that are buying U.S. oil. We'll see what happens with that. And the third one, to distract. I think he wanted to go into this meeting. He brought three other officials into this meeting that didn't even make it into the room. One of them is the Minister of Finance. The other is the head of the National Wealth Fund, Sovereign Wealth Fund of Russia, clearly wanting to push economic projects with the United States, whether it's the Arctic, gas deals, whatever. And I think he probably failed in that goal because I think Trump did not bite the bullet on that and did not bite on that bait and really pushed for the ceasefire that Putin had no intention of executing on.
We'll have more with the panel. I want to go back to Jake in Anchorage.
All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. What? Okay, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to have a lot more from the Trump-Putin.
I really do. I'm thinking about this a lot, and I just don't really know what Trump could do in this situation, or any leader at this point. What? Air raid and sirens, Kharkiv? No. Are you memeing or are you being serious? I mean, I guess that's you have your answer if that's actually happening. Would you say that Trump isn't holding all the cards? Yeah, it kind of feels like Trump's not holding any of the cards. And part of that is not even his fault entirely. But part of that is also because he's completely eroded whatever goodwill he might have had with other allies. Air raid sirens in Kharkiv, Richard Engel reports, even as Putin is still on the ground in Alaska. Well, feels like it's not. It feels like it didn't work, really. You know, doesn't seem like the meeting was productive. Beyond, like it does genuinely feel like Trump brought Putin to the United States of America, to Alaska, just to have him say, "Oh, this war would have never started if Trump was still president." That's it. Like, that's what he got. That was the concession he got from Putin, which is completely meaningless. And Putin in return said nothing. Like, we're not stopping anything. We're just doing. We're going. All systems go.
Brett Baer, in his interview with President Trump, when Trump said, "Look, it's not my job to go out and negotiate on behalf of Ukraine. It's to go out and negotiate for the best of the United States of America."
He's reffing. He's reffing, and he wants to make sure that the other side gets to the table, and they weren't going to get to the table unless they met one-on-one with President Trump first. So he's thought, I'll go up to Alaska, we'll do it, and see what happens. President of the United States obviously, very slowly taxiing down on the runway at Elmore Air Base. He's going to be making his way I think it's between 6 and 8 hours back to Washington. Quick turnaround, 3.5 hours. But Charlie, it reminds me, too, when you listen to Jason talk, one of the objectives of Trump's first term was to make sure Russia and China don't get closer together. Yeah.
And he wanted to establish that relationship. Now, I know it's much more complex now, but the Russia illusion stopped that. And the president, and it seems like Russia is trying to say, I want to get back with the U.S., even though they have not earned that relationship. That seems to be their objective in their closing remarks.
Yeah, and I think going back to something Jason said earlier, I think is a very important point that we could wind up actually talking about for a long time, is that, how contained was this conversation? Was it just about Ukraine? And I think that it probably was much broader. And they were talking about all of the other ways that the United States.
That's not nothing. That's Putin saying that is a huge W for Trump. Anyone who spews bullshit for him online and television, you're wrong. Because the goal here is to get something out of the deal. Like, the goal here, you don't make a grand fucking entrance if you're not going to get anything out of it. You don't spell out that you're going to get a ceasefire negotiation going for weeks in advance if you're not going to get anything out of it. So the very fact that he brought Vladimir Putin here, and the only thing he got out of this bargain was Putin being like, Trump, you're awesome, is crazy. Especially because the comparison between the comparison between Trump talking to European allies versus Trump talking to Vladimir Putin is so stark that it even makes the hogs probably second guess this. And now what is he supposed to do? Because, if America must maintain its superpower status, it has to continue arming Ukraine, which Trump supporters say they don't want to do, even though their attitude has changed on that now. They discussing raw earth minerals. Bish, what you talking about? I don't know. I guess maybe I was a little bit hopeful that there could be at least an outline for a potential ceasefire. So the fact that didn't even happen is really wild. Raw earth.
You probably need to talk to Zelensky, talk to NATO. Just the fact that he said in front of Vladimir Putin that he's going to talk to NATO, that's what's scary. Donald Trump has done more to build up NATO than anybody else in the world. I mean, the amount of money that's going towards NATO, the expansion of NATO, that is an unbelievable accomplishment of the Trump administration. So I think that was, I don't read into it that it was too short. If it was 10 minutes, like Donald Trump said it might be, maybe. But the fact that they both got up to the podium, I think, bodes well.
Russia thought they'd have a 2-week war. They have a 4-year war. Russia has lost influence in the Middle East. They're now out of Syria, and they lost that important port. Russia now has to deal with 2 formidable foes that added to the NATO arsenal, who are experienced, well-armed allies.
First of all, Biden did all of that. Why are you fucking saying, like, technically that's Biden's victory, if that's a victory at all?
5% of their economy is fueled by military hardware.
What the fuck are you talking about? Now you're glazing Biden's foreign policy.
Begin to pick up speed, and if my memory serves me correct, he'll gradually get air underneath him and fly all the way home to Washington, D.C.
That is the point.
Flaps down, table trays up. More Trump-Putin summit coverage right after this. Don't move.
I can't believe how hard we've Brandonized at this point, where, like, he did AUKUS Jack is now being propped up as, like, a fantastic achievement of Trump. He Finlandized NATO. He NATOized Finland. Look at this sad man laboring up the stairs. We're waiting in the next half hour, hopefully, if Trump is on time. He's supposed to be having a conversation with Sean Hannity. Who knows if he'll actually do it, but here's some updates on that front as well.
I just was texting back and forth with Sean Hannity, who just sat down with the president, and he said the president noted that he came out and said there wouldn't have been a war if he was president, and that's what part of Vladimir Putin said at the end of his written remarks. And he also said, in a scale of 1 to 10, I give today a 10. So that's the president grading what he thought of the meeting. By all of our standards,
She's the one who said it was a flop, by the way. That's why her response is like, okay. Wow, Trump really cooked it, man. Yeah, Trump really won this round of talks by not even having any of the goals that he set out in this process. I think this is, like, I view this in the same way that I view, like, Vladimir Putin telling Trump he wants a ceasefire and having Trump yell at Zelensky only to turn around and, like, bomb the fuck out of Ukraine. I feel like this was another version of that, but even more damaging to American diplomacy and American power. Like, this is literally what Vladimir Putin's been doing throughout this entire ceasefire stage. He's even gotten Trump to, like, refuse to send intelligence to Ukraine for brief periods of time. And now he even went to the United States of America, went to Alaska, and turned around and is continuing along the exact same trajectory that he was doing even before he came to the United States of America. But I also don't know. I don't know what you do in that situation. Like, I don't know what a reasonable, brilliant foreign policy guy would do. Because the limitations are mutually assured destruction if America were to engage more aggressively. And also the limitations are, you're saying sanctions, but, like, we have already sanctioned half the fucking planet. If we continue sanctioning everybody, then you're not sanctioning anybody. Do you understand? You're sanctioning yourself. If America sanctions the whole planet, then the only people that America is sanctioning is itself.
Begin that news conference, not really a news conference, actually, 2 successive speeches with no questions. When I heard him with these 2 phrases, one, we must address the root causes of the war, and Russia's legitimate interest must be addressed. That's what Putin has been saying from the beginning. The root causes being he blames NATO, he blames everybody but himself for invading Ukraine, and Russia's legitimate interests really are reducing Ukraine to a runt of a nation, right? That's basically
freeze the Russian oligarch bank accounts. You're being very anti-Semitic, sweetie. You're being anti-Semitic. Are you telling me you want
Let me see if I got this right, because you're the Russia expert.
Israeli industry titans to no longer have their money? Jewish Israeli
He wants a guarantee
titans
that Ukraine will
to no longer have their monies? Not today. Not today, friendo.
English troops there. And 3, he'd like as much of Ukraine as possible to be absorbed back into Russia.
He'd like all of Ukraine. That was his intention in February 2022. It's just that he hasn't been able to achieve it, in large part because Ukraine has fought so bravely to defend itself with an enormous amount of help from the U.S. and Europe. No sign that he's given up on those long-term intentions. And the concern had been, going into this, that Putin would try to tap Trump along once again, right, using Trump's own words. Just delay it, push the negotiations out, and continue to fight on the battlefield where he believes it seems that he's winning.
Yeah, and Kristen, let
Why
me
did
show
you
this to you.
specify Jewish instead of just Israeli to really drive home the point that it would be anti-Semitic? But you're right. If we're talking about Russian oligarchs with Israeli passports, they don't really have to be Jewish. Still anti-Semitic, though.
They've been unusually quiet, and I think that, one, we're going to hear from President Trump. He's doing an interview, unsurprisingly, with Fox and with a friend of his, Sean Hannity, so we might get something out of that. But in terms of the White House, they aren't talking about this. Now, it's not surprising that we're seeing this from the Kremlin. They are highlighting every part of this that we had discussed, which was the win for Putin, walking in on a red carpet, the handshake in which President Trump was smiling, he looked comfortable, just the fact that Putin was on
For
U.S.
those that
soil.
you don't understand, for those who don't understand the joke, I'm saying Russian oligarchs use Israel as an entry point to the rest of the globe. They almost many of them have dual citizenship with Israel. That is the joke. For those of you who don't understand the joke that I'm making.
There's a lot of fear going into this meeting among European leaders, among Ukrainians, that a lot of different paths that this could go down. One of them being that even though President Trump had said, we're not going to talk about land swaps, we're not going to talk about ceding territory to Russia, that at the end of the day, Putin might be able to convince him to agree to something
Right,
as a
give
superpower.
off the Donbass region. And,
Exactly,
yeah.
without consulting Europeans or Ukraine. That doesn't appear to have happened. The other part of this is that they were worried that Trump might make some serious concessions, not just in terms of land, but in terms of anything else. That doesn't appear to have happened. It does appear that they went into this meeting and they began the talks. Now, that is not what President Trump said he wanted out of this. But as we spoke about here on this panel before he came forward, this is likely the outcome.
I think it's funny to talk about like Ukraine and the European Union's involvement in this, like doing this without consulting them when they clearly have no say in this. And it kind of feels like even America has no say in this. At least that's what it looks like right now. Like, you mean European leaders in the UK and Ukraine, but America doesn't even hold the cards. It's just Putin. I don't even think Trump has a say in this process anymore. And it's not just because he's like, Agent Krasnov or anything. It just truly feels like there's they don't have any options to dominate Russia. It almost is like this long extended proxy war to cripple the Russian military has almost entirely turned on its head, and it's making America look weaker as a consequence of the gains that Russia made in Ukraine and the consistent push that Russia is engaging with while simultaneously dangling a ceasefire negotiation on Trump's face. I guess the only alternative is like Biden probably would not have entertained something like this. Why do you think Israel would have to stop without funding, but not the same for Ukraine? Wait, what? No, Ukraine has no... The only reason why this is still going on is not because of like a real Ukrainian need for emancipation. The only reason why it's still going on is because America doesn't give weapons to Ukraine tomorrow. The outcome doesn't change. America continues funding Ukraine. The outcome doesn't change. It just like basically puts an extension. It pushes the timeline of Russian incursion further. That's it. Whether America continues funding Ukraine or not, it's just like, is it going to happen tomorrow or is it going to happen a year from now? Do you see what I'm saying? One phone call and the U.S. can make Ukraine come to the table? What are you talking about? Of course U.S. can make Ukraine come to the table. What do you mean? This conversation is not being held back by Ukraine. What is wrong with you? What? The reason why this summit, I think, turned out the way it did is because like Russia is not interested. It wants to continue pursuing territorial acquisition militarily. Ukraine has already conceded. Ukraine knows that they have no cards. It didn't even need Donald Trump to tell Zelensky that in an embarrassing fashion. Brother, EU is the one calling the shots. Ukraine is the leader. Yeah, Zelensky is dominating. Zelensky is the real shadow leader of the European Union, actually. At what point, realistically, do you think Russia will genuinely come to the table? I don't know. I don't know. I don't even know what that table looks like if they were to come to the table.
Meanwhile, more special coverage of President Trump's historic meeting with Vladimir Putin and all the circumstances and the stagecraft around it in just a moment. You're watching a special edition of the Jesse Waters Primetime.
Here I am.
I want to know how people are going to try and spin this on like the liberal side too. I guess like I think I think the implications of this meeting was far worse than the way Americans currently understand it. I think the implications of this meeting was far more damaging for American American international diplomacy, American power around the globe. And I don't even think it's necessarily because of like Trump's sexual appetite for Vladimir Putin. I don't think it's because Trump wants to fuck Vladimir Putin or has a soft spot for Vladimir Putin. I think it's a larger problem than that. I think people will say like Russia controls Drumpf, it's Agent Krasnov, and it's a little bit of a cope. I think it's more damaging than that if you're invested in the continuation of American hegemony. You know? Surprisingly similar response from libs and conservatives at this point. Yeah. I mean, even though I do think that Vladimir Putin and Trump might be having sexual intercourse, I think that's besides the point. Putin is doing it for Israel? No, he's not. Putin has the Trump P tape up his sleeve? I don't think so. Let's see.
Being realized across the board, and President Trump, I think, is just crystal clear that Putin's back is against the wall, and I think he demonstrated that clearness with his very first action before saying a word, with the fact that he flew B-2 bombers over his head.
Why was that important?
I think it was that was.
Oh my God, this is so desperate, dude. This is, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of like the sickest military parades put together by the weakest military countries around the planet. It's like watching the Egyptian military parade and going like, look how powerful their military is. Like, that's it. It's just all aesthetics. What the fuck? This is just loser talk. What do you mean? Oh, he flew fucking planes overhead. He rolled out the red carpet, man. He rolled out the red carpet. What the fuck are you talking about? He literally said he's going to go to Russia. He's going to go to Moscow. There is no salvaging this, I don't think. I think Israel is a real domestic issue for every Western country because it showcases the limits to Western democracy, right? There is an overwhelming majority of the population that wants something, but the politicians do not follow through on their desires, on their demands. It makes people realize that maybe democracy isn't real, right? And with respect to foreign policy and American power around the globe, I think the Russia-Ukraine situation has been a spectacular failure in terms of not being able to, in terms of America basically rolling up their sleeves and getting involved in this as a means to, and they openly stated this, as a means to destroy the Russian military. And all that has created is an environment where Russia didn't only dominate Ukraine, but also is seemingly dominating America and also the Western powers as well. So it looks pretty cooked.
Not on accident, obviously. For him to fly a B-2 bomber over Vladimir Putin's head, it was a signal to him that when President Trump says, hey, there could be very serious consequences, he's saying that these serious consequences can be very far-reaching. Maybe it's fires that we sell to European countries or other NATO countries that can reach Moscow or St. Petersburg or oil refineries or other things, or maybe it's other weapon systems that we make sure get into the hands of the Ukrainians. I think that's what I read between the lines of that number one action of them stepping on stage and having those.
Vibes-based assessment is true. It is vibes-based. And maybe I'm totally wrong. But once again, I urge you to consider the way Trump treats Vladimir Putin today versus the way Trump treats the EU, leaders of European nations, Canada, like India, every other country. The way he treats China and Russia when they are supposed to be like the real adversaries, the ones he's supposed to be posturing against, or Zelensky, that's another one, you know? Like, think about the way he treats Zelensky versus the way he treated Vladimir Putin. That's what I'm basing my vibes-based analysis off of. Now, I think you either look at that situation and say it's because Donald Trump is in love with authoritarian leaders, right? Strongmen, which there's some truth to, or it's because Trump wants to dominate these guys, but he can't. He just simply can't. Because he's a bully. He dominates anyone he can dominate, ally or foe. And these are simply guys he cannot dominate, even though he wants to. Trump looked weak and inconsequential. He's diminished the office of the president and made the United States irrelevant. I mean, for sure.
The European banks have frozen $300 billion of Russian money. That's a third area that President Trump could use and get that to Ukraine.
And now, Ivana, you have a situation where 51% of Republicans are now in support of giving Ukraine aid in this conflict. That's up 9 points, really, since the spring. And I think it's because they watch President Trump sincerely try to get Vladimir Putin to the table and act and just say flat out that he's been tapping him along and he doesn't know what happened to him. They did get to this point, but the Republicans saw a sincere effort to bring peace to the area, and they read the frustration through the president's remarks.
President Trump is absolutely right to show that peace through threat actually works. So he has been trying to talk nicely to Putin, but Putin really does not understand kindness. So I'm absolutely pleased that President Trump is now seeing through Putin's lies. And after all, this war in Ukraine, it's not only about Ukraine. Russia, China, and Iran and North Korea are trying to completely rewrite the global order, and this is a new axis of aggression. So this is precisely why President Trump should also go after Russia.
Absolutely, and we'll see, because the president's already spoken to European leaders, our NATO leaders, maybe the NATO General Secretary, and we'll see how they interpret what took place. But I have a source on the plane right now on Air Force One that says there's a lot of optimism. There's a lot of optimism that a second meeting will get this across the finish line. I imagine that that's a ceasefire and ideally a sustainable peace. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. More coverage of this historic Trump-Putin summit so we get more and more facts. Don't move.
Don't move. Don't do it. This could have been a real W moment for Trump if he was able to like secure some semblance of ceasefire, but I guess like Putin had different opinions. So the very fact that Trump thought that Putin was coming in with a ceasefire in mind, only to just like fucking bully Donald Trump and then turn around and fuck off, is not good, I would say.
Than it was a year ago?
It's basically over, right? The $60 billion that Congress authorized in terms of direct aid to Ukraine, that's coming to an end. Intelligence support is still there, but significant shipments of military aid.
The U.S. is going to allow the EU to buy American weapons, and they can send it to Ukraine. But it's not as if the U.S. is dipping into their own arsenal.
That's right. And to buy new weapons, you have to manufacture them first, so there's going to be a delay for that.
And I think that's going to be a harder and harder pill for the Europeans to swallow. I mean, if we just go back a week, to Abby's point, that Trump sees the path here to what he wants with Putin is his relationship with Putin. But we've seen the relationship with European leaders really tatter and fray more over the past week. It was barely a week ago, the German Chancellor Friedrich Merz was almost saying, you know, we've heard for a long time nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine in the room, Ukraine at the table. He was almost saying nothing about Europe's security without Europe at the table. I mean, that was strong diplomatic language. That was when Trump was talking about a land swap. That was only a week ago. It toned down a little bit, but this myopic view on focusing on Trump is shredding a broader relationship, and European, people in Europe see this, and they see their capitals dipping in their pockets to pay for these weapons when their hospitals are crumbling, their schools are failing, their roads are full of holes. The money's going on weapons, and the United States is not stepping up.
I'm sorry. This is precisely why Trump is doing it, because Americans feel the same way. I mean, particularly his base, they don't want to see American dollars going to Ukraine, even those who support Ukraine. And so this is a way for him to say, no, we're making money on this. We're not giving money, we're making money.
And Putin gets the laugh here as well, because what he wants to do is sow division between Europe and the United States. And this is what's playing out.
What incentive does Vladimir Putin have to seriously negotiate when he knows what Dmitry just said, which is essentially that the United States has stopped aiding Ukraine.
And is not going to push for Ukraine to get into NATO.
Yeah, and is not going to do that, is going to then start charging the Europeans for helping Ukraine, maybe charging them more than the costs. I mean, Putin is looking at this and is saying, these people are not serious at all about this. So what incentive?
You even said that he never cared about ceasefire and made fun of his pretending to want to stop the war. What changed? I mean, like a little bit of hope. I think hope is probably the worst problem. That's what it was. Like, it just, it's almost like you get like you get hope dangled in front of you. Also, that was a little bit because of Vladimir Putin, I guess, but you get a little bit of hope dangled in front of you, and it feels worse when it doesn't happen. You know what I mean? If you've never had the taste of a delicious ice cream sandwich, okay, then you don't know what you're missing out on. But if you take a bite out of a delicious ice cream sandwich and then it's taken away from you, you're like, well, I want more of that ice cream sandwich. What the fuck is this? As opposed to never having it at all. That's what it is. Because it was a big move to invite Vladimir Putin to the United States. So I guess that big move in and of itself caused me to believe that there was like some active something going on there that we were not privy to, in spite of my overwhelming pessimism. That's it. Because I just didn't think. I didn't think that even Trump. I didn't think even Trump would be so fucking stupid that he would literally dangle, like he would just bring Putin to America and make it seem like there was going to be a ceasefire just so he could get one teeny tiny concession out of him, which was just a thing that will maybe boost his domestic outlook. Putin saying, though this war would have never started without Joe Biden. Like that is literally, you underestimated Putin again and again. No, it's not an underestimation of Vladimir Putin. I don't trust Vladimir Putin. I guess my mistake here was I didn't realize Trump would be that fucking stupid. And I know Trump is stupid. I just didn't think he would be that stupid. And anyone that says like, no, you would expect him to do that, like, come on. Like that bad? That fucking bad? Like that's insane. It's like letting Russia nuke a part of Ukraine, and only because Russia said, you know, Joe Biden is the reason why I'm doing this. Like, what do you mean? I don't know. I still don't fully understand. I feel like I got whiplash from this meeting. I still don't fully understand what we just watched. He got nothing out of that. Like America got nothing out of that. Even I guess I was overestimating like America's influence a little bit, despite the fact that I have been a early adopter of. We live in a multipolar world. We're living in we're living in a different power structure. Even though I said most likely nothing is going to come of this, I still was holding out hope, you know?
What was agreed to, but apparently it was nowhere close to what President Trump was seeking, and they didn't get a ceasefire. So let's see what the president's going to do.
We must be missing a lot. Listen to Trump on Hannity for further information. Yeah, that's going to be enlightening. No, I'm going to tell you what that's going to look like. Trump is going to say, it was a great meeting. It was beautiful. Did you hear how Putin said this war would have never started if I was still president? That was cool, right? And then Hanny's going to be like, yes, Mr. President, that was cool. You are the coolest. You and Vladimir Putin. It's obvious Vladimir Putin respects you. He does. He respects me so much. He respects me so much. That's why the strikes immediately started as his plane's wheels took off the Anchorage airport. That's why he respects me. Oh, yes, Mr. President. I respect you too. Is this how you sucked Putin, Mr. President? Okay, there you go. I leaked the script for you. Yeah, 10 out of 10 meeting. It was incredible. It was the best meeting. Many people are saying, all the European leaders called me. They're blowing up my phone. They're still calling me Sean. They're calling me hot. They're saying we've done such a good job. We're playing make-believe with like a fucking dumbass. It's like having... This is like when you have, a monarch that passes away and the fail son takes charge at a young age before they've even developed like a healthy attitude on how to rule over the kingdom. And now we're just like stuck at the mercy of this like idiotic fail son prince. And everyone has to just play make-believe. Everyone around him has to just like act like he's doing a great job. It's so sick. Amazing.
Cost him a lot. and whatever pressure that we can exert on Russia needs to be exerted sooner rather than later.
Congressman Carlos Jimenez, Republican of Florida, always good to have you on, sir. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Coming up next, former Republican Congressman Adam Kinzinger joins us live for his reaction.
Right, Putin said we're neighbors. That means Russia considers us part of their region. Isn't that sweet? Yeah, I've seen what Putin has done to one of its neighbors. Oh, man. Dude, I just want the fucking war to end, okay? I don't give a fuck how it's done. That's why I was willing to willing to give Trump props if it did. Not that I thought that it was likely, but you mean kind of like how everyone around Biden had to play pretend? Yes, exactly like that. Except the difference between Biden and Donald Trump is that Biden wasn't making the decisions. They were still making the wrong decisions, okay? But they were not at the mercy of Biden. You think Jackson Henrique still has a job after saying Putin steamrolled Trump? Wait, Jackson Hinkledink said that? Anyway. Come on, Hasan. Do you really believe that? What do you mean? Do I believe what? That Biden had a team of evil yet competent administrators that dominated its foreign policy and set the stage for what we're experiencing currently? Yes, I do believe that. 100%. All right. Let's get to Israel. Israeli society divided over war in Gaza.
War in Gaza continues. So do the images of devastation coming out of the Strip. But in Israel itself, much of the media doesn't focus on what's happening to Palestinians there. In fact, many Israelis don't believe that people are starving in Gaza. Our international editor, Jeremy Bowen, has been speaking to people in Israel and the occupied West Bank to gauge public opinion.
On the day earlier this month when Jews mourn the...
One of the Russian aircrafts turned back around and is headed back to Anchorage, not to be open into Andy, but I wonder what that's about. Who knows, man? I don't fucking know.
Destruction of their temples in Jerusalem in biblical times, the modern war in Gaza was raging 50 miles away.
Israeli society split over the war in Gaza. They're like, some want permanent genocide, some want different techniques of genocide. Some want genocide through starvation. Others want genocide through small arms and bombs.
This was a day of prayer for them, but after more than a century of conflict between Jews and Arabs, religion and the politics of the conflict are intermeshed.
We want our hostages back. We want everybody to have peace. This is the heart of the whole world, not only our heart. When God will be here, all the world will have peace.
For some on Israel's religious right, the war is also a time of miracles, a God-given chance to reshape the country. Amen. In a deliberately provocative...
I don't know, dude. I think it's productive to acknowledge some Israelis are totally against it. Yeah, I do acknowledge that. It's just that their numbers are so fucking marginal. What are you talking about? There's a 92 to... It's like saying it's pretty productive to acknowledge that there are a percentage of Democrats that are pro-Israel. Okay, it's 8%. And in Israel, if you're looking at the Jewish Israeli population, 70+% of 79% of Israeli Jews see the starvation in Gaza and say they don't care about it. You know?
Itamar Ben-Gvir, one of the hardline Jewish nationalists who keep the prime minister in power, prayed in the compound where the temples once stood, but now is the third holiest site for Muslims. It's the best place, he said, to demand victory in Gaza. This is the other side of a deeply divided country. In Tel Aviv, secular Israelis protest every weekend against the government. They were doing this even before the Gaza war started.
We wish to replace Netanyahu's government, but specifically bring back all hostages at a deal at once and ending.
The order of priority is a little out of whack, don't you think, in a society that is supposed to be mired in conflict? This, of course, when you listen to this coverage, they make it seem as though there is like genuine major disagreements. And those disagreements are, do we do genocide now, or do we pause the genocide, extract the hostages, and then continue the genocide afterwards? That's the major difference here. You understand? That's it. That's the big conflict. Yes, there are Israelis, conscientious objectors, anti-Zionist Israelis, but their numbers are not even marginal. Their numbers are so tiny in comparison to the other, I guess, like, still small, but much larger force that is seemingly a coalition of people that are kind of anti-war, but not necessarily. They just want the hostages back.
Netanyahu's war in Gaza, which at this point has become completely political and serving nothing but his own political survival.
Maybe if Netanyahu was here, he'd say, hang on a minute, your position is the Hamas position, because that's what they say. End the war, you get the hostages back, and then you get out of Gaza.
That's propaganda. We have a great army which can protect the border, which can stay out.
See? So basically 90% of Jews are bad. Is that what I said? That's not what I said. Also, Israel is not the entire Jewish world, for the record. Okay? Why do you have to reframe it like this? Like, what are you, a fucking Nazi? Israel's own demographic designation is Jew and Arab, okay? Jew and non-Jew. That's Israel's own demographic categorization. So when I tell you like 79% of Israeli Jews say they don't care about starvation in Gaza, that's not me criticizing Jews or saying Jews are a monolithic force or anything like that. That's Israel's own conflation between Judaism and its national project. Dumbass. I can't believe people still at this stage try to get a fucking clip chimp in. Jesus, Lord mercy, dude. Holy fuck. Yeah. This poll comes from the Israeli Democracy Institute. Over 3/4 of Jewish Israelis, 79%, were not that troubled or not troubled at all when asked about the famine and starvation that was happening in Gaza. It's a fucking Nazi country. Okay? Yeah, 21%. 4 out of 5 Jewish Israelis are not troubled by the famine in Gaza. It's a Nazi country. This is how it works. That's it. It's a Nazi country. When I say that, I'm not using the term Nazi because because they were responsible for the Holocaust, an atrocity that killed 6 million Jews. I'm saying Nazi in the way that Nazis used it. They're fascist. Israel is a fascist society. Okay? This is it. A fascist society that turns a blind eye to their own version of the Holocaust. Is 6'7" some kind of dog whistle? No, dude. No, it's just a thing that fucking Gen Alpha and Zoomers say. Anyway, here's Sean Hannity
together in
Trump.
terms of, their land is incredible. The rare earth, the oil, gas, everything. It's incredible. It's the largest piece of land in the world as a nation by far.
It's from a song.
I think they have 11 time zones, if you can believe it. That's big stuff. But we would have done a lot of great things, but we had the Russia hoax, which stopped us from doing that. We would have done so great. But we had one of the great hoaxes. I mean, there were others, like the election itself, as you know, as you covered better than anyone. But it was a rigged election and a horrible thing that took place in 2020. But we would have had a great relationship, but we did amazingly well, considering, he would look and see what happened. He would think we're crazy, with the made-up Russia hoax. So we had something very important, and we had a very good meeting today, but we'll see. I mean, it's, you have to get a deal. We agreed on a lot of points. I want to see people stop dying in Ukraine, and that's what's happening. We're losing 5, 6, 7,000. They're Russians, mostly Russians, and they're Ukrainian soldiers. There's some people dying in cities and towns where they're trying to blow up missile manufacturers and other things in some cities. I don't know if you know what's going on there, but there are a lot of people dying. And if we can end that war, it would be very good. And I was very happy to hear him say, if I was president, that war would have never happened.
Mr. President, that was my next question. He said at the joint press conference that and you have said this many, many times, and he confirmed for the world today, that if you were president, this wouldn't have happened. Did any of the specifics come up as to why he said that?
It did. It doesn't matter at this point, but that this war should never have happened. A lot of wars should never have happened. There was stupid things go down, and the wrong people are talking. But
play me pre-watching it
Biden
earlier
was a
if you want to
terrible
make a clip
president in so
copy.
many ways. He should have never let it happen, and it did. There are millions of people killed. I mean, it's the worst thing since I see everyone saying worst since World War II by far. There's nothing even close. But we had a very good meeting today, and I think a lot of points were negotiated on behalf of Ukraine and on behalf of the whole NATO situation, where we're dealing very well with a lot of foreign countries that are great, European countries. Look, as far as I'm concerned, there's no deal until there's a deal, but we did make a lot of progress.
The meeting took place in this room.
Yeah.
This is where you met, right in this room.
Did. Well, let me examine it. Oh, there it is.
That's where you were sitting.
That's it. I would say that's it. Yep.
So did you have alone time with him?
Yeah, I did. I did actually after our speeches. He made a very good speech, and I also finished it up. And afterwards, we spoke. Right after that, we spoke very sincerely. I think he wants to see it done.
Yeah. In your press conference, you talked about a lot of things that you agreed on, and maybe one big issue you don't agree on. Are you prepared to go public with that?
No, I'd rather not. I guess somebody's going to go public with it. They'll figure it out. But no, I don't want to do that. I want to see if we can get it done. It's not a done deal at all.
Mm-hmm.
And Ukraine has to agree. I mean, President Zelensky has to agree. But it's a terrible war where he's losing a lot, and both of them are. And hopefully it can get completed. That'll be a great achievement for them. Forget about me, for them. And you'll save 7,000 lives a week. That's a lot.
I spoke very briefly to Secretary of State Rubio, and he did say to me, he goes, there's a difference when you're in the same room together than versus, talking to each other through the press.
Even through the phone?
Even through the phone.
It's not the same thing. When you're on a telephone, it's not the same thing either. This was
when you see him in person,
we were
he's so
together
much more
almost 3
attractive,
hours.
believe it.
And it was very extensive, and we agreed on a lot of points. I mean, a lot of points were agreed on. But there's not that much.
There's a difference between phone sex and sex in the person.
But I think they can be reached. Now it's really up to President Zelensky to get it done.
I say, kiss me through the phone.
I would also say the European nations.
But it's not the same as feeling his luscious lips against mine.
I think we are and if they'd like, I'll be at that next meeting. They're going to set up a meeting now between President Zelensky and President Putin.
Vladimir
And myself,
Putin
I guess.
is
You know,
uncut.
I didn't ask you about it. Not that I want to be there, but I want to make sure it gets
uncut
done.
and a whole lot of men.
We have a pretty good chance of getting it done.
If you had to grade it on a scale of 1 to 10?
So I think the meeting was a 10 in the sense that we got along great, and it's good when, you know, two big powers get along, especially when they're nuclear powers. You know, we're number one, they're number two in the world, and it's a big deal. That's a big deal. You never want to even mention that word.
Well, it's a 10 out of 10 because
nuclear.
they got along. Sick.
But we have a tremendous nuclear. You know, I rebuilt it when I was president, first term, and I hated to rebuild it. It was the one thing I hated to rebuild, but we had to. And we have the greatest nuclear force. We have the greatest military in the world, actually, and they have a big nuclear presence also.
Oh, you got to respect it. You
always have to respect it. You never want to use it. If you use that, it could be the end of the world. That's the kind of power we're talking about.
Let's talk about what brought President Putin to the table. I would argue that there are 4 things in my mind. If you think there are more or you don't think they were a factor, you did the trade deal with the European Union, and in that deal, you got nearly $1 trillion in commitments to purchase American oil. That's money that would otherwise be funding Putin's war machine. That's number one. India, 50% tariffs if they import Russian oil. You also, Vladimir Putin was moving at a speed you were comfortable with, so you said you would, unlike Biden, you wouldn't give weapons to Ukraine, you would sell weapons to Ukraine. The last thing, and I don't think it could be underestimated, is NATO is now paying twice what they were paying, and those countries that weren't paying their fair share are. Were those the 4 factors that brought him into this room today?
Well, NATO is now paying 5% as opposed to 2%, and they're paying it. And, you know, look, it's headed by, as you know Mark very well. He's a great guy and great people. The leaders, I got to know him very well about 6 weeks ago. And great relationship with NATO, European nations basically, but a great relationship. I don't want to say anything brought him to. He's a very smart guy. Nothing brought him to the table, so to speak. I think that he respects our country now. He didn't respect it under Biden, I can tell you that. He had no respect for it. I was so happy when he said this would have never happened. All those lives would be saved if they had a competent. If we had a competent president, those lives would have been saved. It's so sad. You know, I've negotiated 5 wars to their end, and wars that were tough. India,
I have
Pakistan.
7. India, Pakistan, Israel, Iran in 12 days, Rwanda, the Congo, Serbia, Kosovo, Cambodia, Thailand, Azerbaijan, Armenia, Egypt, Cambodia. You played a role in all of those, did you not?
I did. I didn't want to include the decimation of the nuclear arsenal, and because I don't consider it necessarily, you know, conclusive, but we did something amazing because for 22 years,
we didn't
no
even need to watch this. I
was
literally
willing
told
to
you
do it. We
everything that they were
decimated
going to
the
say.
nuclear capability,
so
potential
stupid.
nuclear capability, which I think would have taken place within a month of Iran. And that was a big thing.
I have to go back. This is too historic
journalist
and
is
deep
Sean
and
Hannity. He is
profound.
not a journalist.
At a press conference, the president of Russia stated something that you had stated many, many times, and maybe people, your political opponents, might have dismissed. But he said this war would not have taken place if you were president. Now, he did give you behind-the-scenes specific reasons why it happened under Biden. He did give you reasons.
Yeah, he did, but I know the reason. It's gross incompetence. I mean, we have a border that's totally closed now.
He's going to mention it like
and people
4
come
more
in, but they
times
come
once
in
the interview
legally.
ends.
But we had 0, as you know. The first time you heard it was 3 months ago, but we've done it now 3 times in a row. 0 people coming in illegally. We have many things that are going well now. Our economy is great. We don't have inflation. The price of energy is down. The price of groceries are down. The price of everything is down. People are happy. We're saving Social Security. You saw that the other day, where we have a genius in charge. I took him out of J.P. Morgan Chase. He was the head of, one of the top people in there, and he did great. He went to one of the big funds. One of the top people. They take a cut. I think he said he's working for 1% of what he was working for. These are unbelievable people. And the job he's done in Social Security and making it really powerful and strong is amazing. And we've done that with many things. I love doing it. I love seeing this country be great again. And Vladimir said just a little while ago, he said, I've never seen anybody do so much so fast. He said, your country is like hot as a pistol. And a year ago, he thought it was dead. Everybody thought it was dead.
Let me ask you this. We mentioned, to whatever degree history will judge your involvement in the 7 conflicts we mentioned, and this conflict in particular, however they will end up judging you, I don't think any other world leader would have been able to set up this meeting today. You're expending a lot of political capital. I've watched a lot of leaders. I've been doing this since 1987 when I started my radio career. It's a long time. And I've seen a lot of presidents come and go, a lot of world leaders come and go. And you're willing to expend political capital. All of the conflicts that I mentioned, including this one, this does not impact the United States as much as it does our allies in Europe.
It's true.
The Middle East, when we get involved in the Middle East, but you're doing it anyway. Now, why? Is it to save lives?
Well,
Do you want a safer world?
Yeah, number one, to save lives in all cases, because wars are wars. When you see what would have happened with Cambodia as an example. Now, I'm not involved, but I was involved in negotiating a trade deal, and I said, you guys are going to be fighting Thailand, Cambodia, so many different. Look at India. Take a look at India and Pakistan. They were shooting down airplanes already, and that would have been maybe nuclear. I would have said it was going to go nuclear, and I was able to get it done. Number one is lives, and number two is everything else. Wars are very bad, and if you can avoid them, and I seem to have an ability to end them, to get people together. I use the power of the United States. We have got the greatest economy now in the world. We have trillions, not billions.
I think it's impressive that he got fucked so hard by Putin, and now he still has enough in the tank to get a suck job from Sean Hannity.
Government saying, where did I get the $29
A lot of you
billion
don't
from?
understand the sexual dynamo that Trump actually is.
And, you know, we have, as an example, the European nations, made a great deal. They pay us literally trillions of dollars. Japan, so many. And you know what? They like us better. They respect us. They didn't respect us. They were paying us nothing. Nothing. We were paying them. They weren't paying us. And I turned it around, and we're actually a very rich country now. You know, I told you my favorite word is the word tariff. I actually made that a little bit later because I got criticized by the fake news. You know, they said, what about religion? What about family?
Well, how many countries now have you made trade deals with, and how much is it incoming?
Many of them, and well, basically all of them, because I made along with some great people, as you know them very well. They're on your show, but I made, I would say, 12 or 13 of the big ones. In other words, we made the big deals, and the rest we just assign a tariff to, and we do that by gut instinct. We do that by how we're doing generally, the relationship, and we do it also by deficits. If we're losing a lot of money with a country, you got to pay us a tariff. We got to make it even. We want to balance it out. And I was generous to a lot. Some of them, we lose so much money that, you know, frankly, you'll never make it up. And if they're people that have been great to us as a country, then I take it a little bit easy. But for years, we've been a laughingstock all over the world, the way they took advantage of us. Now, in my first term, I did it. But we got hit with COVID. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country in my first term. But at the end of it, we got hit with a thing called COVID. You may have heard of it. And it decimated the world, the whole world. And we did a phenomenal job, Operation Warp Speed. A lot of people say it was one of the most incredible things they've ever seen. Operation Warp Speed, what we did a great job. But this was a tremendous problem for everybody. I mean, every country, even China, in all fairness, they got hit much later. People thought they avoided it. They got hit very hard. Everybody got hit. But we did a job like nobody's seen, and we came back, and we had a country that was respected again. And then
La Bubu Pazuzu! La Bubu Pazuzu! Ah, begone, demon!
a whole heap of trouble. And if that whole ideology didn't change, I think our country would have been dead. You know, they say it. I was with also the King of Saudi Arabia, the head of Qatar, the head of UAE about 3 months ago now already. The time flies. And they put up $5.1 trillion investment in our country. And we have about $17 trillion coming into our country. The numbers like we've never seen before. And by the way, this is after 6 months. This is this is after 6 months. We never had numbers like that after years. And our country is so hot, and we're building so many factories.
So hot.
The car companies that left, they're pouring back. The AI, which is a hot thing, we're leading China by a lot. We're leading everybody with AI. You know, a lot of these geniuses that you read about, they really are geniuses. I hope they're right. They're spending $50 billion to build a plant and $90 billion. You know, you think of $50 million for building a plant. No, they're building $50 billion, $90 billion. They're going to Arizona. They're going all over the country. Arizona is a hot spot, but they're going all over the country. And we're way ahead of everybody else. And, you know, the biggest problem they had, they couldn't do the energy because the energy is massive. We need more electricity by twice that we have right now. In other words, as a country, we produce a lot of electricity. We need double that electricity at least to win the AI fight. Can you believe that one industry needs it? And so you can't just do that off the grid. The grid is old and it's fine, but it's old and tired and is subject to all sorts of problems. And I came up with an idea. I'm going to let you build your own electric plant. So we have these companies building these massive factories of intelligence, factories of genius, I call it, and they build their own electric plant with it. And I say, build them big. And we have a great person, Lee Zeldin, is approving them very quickly and environmentally friendly and all of that, but very, very quickly. And an amazing thing's happening. Wait till you see what happens when these things start to open.
Let me go back to this issue of Ukraine and Russia for a second. Most people, as they analyze this from the outside, this is how almost everybody's kind of universal thinking, how this ends. There's going to be some land swaps. There will be more Russian territory than there had been. And what Ukraine wants and needs desperately is our security measures that won't be NATO related. If you had to look into your crystal ball, is that how it ends?
Well, I think those are points that we negotiated, and those are points that we largely have agreed on, actually. I think we've agreed on a lot. And I can tell you, the meeting was a very warm meeting. You know, he's a strong guy, he's tough as hell and all of that. But the meeting was a very warm meeting between two very important countries, and it's very good when they get along. I think we're pretty close to a deal. Now, look, Ukraine has to agree to it. Maybe they'll say no, because Biden handed out money like it was candy, and Europe gave him a lot of money. You know, we gave him $350 billion. Europe gave him much less, but still a lot, $100 billion.
What would your advice, based on today, when you talk to Vladimir Zelensky, what's your advice to...
make a deal.
Make the deal.
Got to make a deal, yeah. Look, Russia's a very big power, and they're not. They're great soldiers, and they have great, but, you know, they also had the best equipment. You know, they had our equipment. And I gave them javelins, if you remember, in my first term. In fact, there was a statement, I gave javelins. You remember the statement? I gave javelins, and Obama gave, because it was Obama at that time, Obama gave them sheets. And that's true. I gave javelins, and a lot of tanks were knocked out because of the javelins. The javelins, incredible weapon. It's a tank. You know, you look at this big.
I told you, man. I told you. It's just like he just repeats the same nonsense over and over again.
We have the greatest military equipment in the world.
I gave him javelins. Obama gave him sheets.
You know, they're fighting a big war machine, and I think, are close to a deal. But I don't like saying it. I always say, if I'm really close, I say 50-50, because so many things can happen. But I think President Putin would like to solve the problem, and it was a problem that should have never happened. This was a war. All of those families that lost somebody, and I have a book of thousands of people. They presented me with it today. Thousands of people, prisoners that will get released. We're going to have more than 1,000 prisoners.
That was agreed to today?
Well, they have to accept them. You know, they're going to release them. They have to accept them. I have a book of It's so sad to see. And then you have another book of people that are dead, and they have dead bodies all over, thousands of them, that they want to switch between the two countries.
And you saw the pictures?
I saw pictures of the dead, yeah, of some of the dead, but I saw pictures of over 1,000 people that are prisoners, yeah, today.
Let me ask you.
That we can get back.
Okay, so you're cutting into Russia's main source of energy, a main source of income, which is energy. You make this deal with the European Union. You tell India, if you keep importing oil from Russia, we're going to put a 50% tax on you. The other big importer would be China. My understanding is you've had conversations with President Xi. Any conversations about Russia, Ukraine?
So Biden did something that was unthinkable. He drove, and Obama too. I stopped it, and then, we had a tragedy happen, actually. It was a tragedy. The election was a tragedy. But he did something that was unthinkable. He drove China and Russia together. That's not good. If you are just a minor student of history, it's the one thing you didn't want to do, because they're basically natural enemies. Russia has tremendous amounts of land. China has tremendous amounts of people, and China needs Russia land. But because of pure stupidity, they were driven together. And you know what? That's what it is. I don't know that it's going to stay that way, because it really is. There's a natural friction there. But I think that today's meeting went really well, and I think we maybe will have a good result. But I just don't like to talk about it. That's why I agreed to do your interview, and I said, you know what, I'll do it, Sean. But that was like 2 days ago. I had no idea that. I said, Sean, are you going to ask me about what we
basically say on national TV, I regret saying yes to doing this interview.
I shouldn't have done it, but that's okay.
You don't have to.
By the way, I have to say to the audience, this guy's a fantastic person. He's a great patriot. You love the country.
I love our country.
You are a very smart cookie. For anybody that ever questioned that, which I don't think there are too many, and just an outstanding man.
I love the fact that there's a possibility of peace everywhere. This is not insignificant. I agree with you. I don't like to see the dying. I don't think I'd want to see the books that you saw today.
I didn't like looking. I was very sad to watch and see.
When you talked before coming here about the consequences for Vladimir Putin being severe, I found that interesting. Severe would be defined by me. India doesn't buy your oil. The European Union won't buy it. And why in the back of my head was I thinking, wait a minute, Donald Trump just delayed a possible increase in tariffs on China. Why do I think that probably President Trump was thinking ahead that maybe if you had to, that would have been part of the consequences?
Well, because of what happened today, I think I don't have to think about that. Now, I may have to think about it in 2 weeks or 3 weeks or something, but we don't have to think about that right now. I think the meeting went very well.
All right. Do you ever think Hillary Clinton, the author of the bought and paid for Russian disinformation dossier, the author of the Russia hoax, going into today would be saying she would nominate you for a Nobel Peace Prize? I don't think you ever expected that happening.
Well, I don't want to be involved in that, in the sense, not because of her. It's very nice. If she said that, it's very nice. I really appreciate it, too, actually. But
she tried to ruin your life, and in many ways, she ruined 3 years of your life.
Well, she made me stronger and tougher, and, we had...
You are way more forgiving than me.
Well, it was a sad chapter in our country's history. I will say that. Look, you can't run a country that way. Vladimir Putin said something, one of the most interesting things. He said, your election was rigged because you have mail-in voting. He said mail-in voting, every election. He said no country has mail-in voting. It's impossible to have mail-in voting.
Oh, my God, he's still talking about 2020. Bro, give it up. Oh, my God.
He said, you won that election by so much. And that's how he got it.
Dude,
he said, and
what
if you
are we
won,
doing?
We wouldn't have had a war. You'd have all these millions of people alive now instead of dead. And he said, and you lost it because of mail-in voting. It was a rigged election. But mail-in voting, Sean, the politicians, I think I'm going to make it a big, I know the answer is that Jimmy Carter, years ago, along with Scoop Jackson and some others, they had a committee. respected people, good committee, Jimmy Carter, good guy. You know, he's a good man. And the conclusion was you can't have mail-in voting. We have mail-in voting. It's so dishonest. They send stuff. Some people get 7 ballots. Look at California with that horrible governor they have. He's one of the worst governors in history. He's incompetent. He doesn't know what he's doing. They send out like 38 million ballots. Some people get 5, 6, 7. But Vladimir Putin, smart guy, said you can't have an honest election with mail-in voting. And he said there's not a country in the world that uses it now.
Oh, I would love to see election reform.
Well, we have to do it. I don't know why we're not doing it.
No,
and you bring it up. The Democrats don't want it. Look, the Republicans want it, but not strongly enough. I mean, they got to want it strong, because it can't be honest. It goes through a postman. It goes through somebody else. You know, when you go to a really well-run voting booth, you go in, you have to hand a card, a picture, or this or that. You don't have everything perfect. You get sent back. Go get it. It's very hard to do something fraudulent with a vote.
Paper ballots.
Mail-in voting, they give you boxes of stuff. You have no idea where they came from. This mail-in voting, you can't have a great democracy, republic. You can't have it. Well, maybe that's why we're going to end up with a communist mayor in New York. I don't know. He probably is very happy with mail-in ballot. But you can't have a great democracy with mail-in voting.
Voter ID, signature verification, chain of custody controls, updated voter rolls, partisan observers watching the voting all day, the vote counting all night. You do paper ballots, you pick a winner, and everyone goes home with confidence in the integrity.
For 10% of the cost.
Yeah.
So if you do paper ballots, it costs you 10%
Brother,
the cost.
what are we doing? How is he
Let me ask
still
you this.
talking about this, man?
The Trump doctrine.
Oh, my God.
I have a definition of it.
My God.
I've said it many times on TV and on radio.
Oh.
I can give you my version of it, or will you give us your version?
I'd rather have your version.
You want my version? I'll give you my version.
I've heard it before.
My version is...
I've heard it before. I love it. Go ahead.
No forever wars. However, some are interpreting that to mean isolationism. No. You've never been an isolationist. Your first term, you beat the hell out of the ISIS caliphate in record time.
Right.
You took out Soleimani on that tarmac. You beat Baghdadi and associates. You dropped the mother of all bombs on Afghanistan. Your second term, you did something I don't think anybody thought would happen, and that is somebody had the courage. They talked a lot about it for decades, taking out Iran's nuclear program. So you're not an isolationist, but you don't want forever wars either, right. And every action you've taken militarily is consistent with that philosophy.
And I beat ISIS. We wiped out ISIS.
You beat the ISIS
and
caliphate.
General Kane, who's with us right now, he's right outside, actually. General Kane, we call him Raisin Kane. That's his nickname. That's a good name, actually.
What's my nickname? I don't even want to know.
He's a great guy, but General Kane was the one that did it. Beat ISIS. I was told it was going to take 5 years. He did it in 4 weeks.
Wow. Mr. President, I'm going to let you go, but
I love to watch you leave.
And you're going to fly back, I assume, to our nation's capital. And you probably have time to reflect on this day. The next step, you had said that you wanted a meeting as quickly as possible, maybe with you, President Zelensky, and President Putin.
Yeah.
I don't know if I trust the two of them in a room alone together. I think it would be better if you are there.
Well, they both want me there.
Did that come up?
They both want me.
I mean, they both want me there,
Sexual
and I'll be
style.
there. You got to see it out. And it is a big day. I think either way it's a big day.
But I got eyes for only one of them, but they both want me.
We're going to save a lot of lives.
Are you confident it can happen in a shorter time period?
Fairly short, yeah.
Fairly short. Yeah. So maybe in the next month?
I thought this would be the easiest of them all, and it was the most difficult. Again, you say 6 or 7. It's a lot.
Yeah, time frames are hard.
I've saved a lot of lives.
No, it's not. If you get this one, then it'll be 8. My count is 8. If you include the Abraham Accords, is more.
I'm done with that. I'm never doing that again.
The impression of you is, I think a lot of people, because I think there's a false caricature of you, that Donald Trump would be the candidate, the leading candidate for the Nobel Peace Prize, might make some liberals' head explode, but you are involving yourself. You are expending political capital. And there, in many instances, is really not a lot of benefit for the United States, except that you keep doing your day job.
Well, it's interesting because somebody said, if I get this settled, I'll get the Nobel Peace Prize. I said, well, I'm not involved in it, but what about the other 6 wars or whatever it is? I mean, those were big. Those were wars. As an example, you go to Africa, the Congo against Rwanda.
Yeah.
31 years, 8 million people dead, and I settled it. What about?
By the way, how do you settle India, Pakistan?
Well, because I deal with all of the countries for trade. And while I have them on the phone, if I'm dealing with them, or my people, Scott and Howard and all the people that are doing such a great job, and Marco Rubio has been fantastic, JD has been fantastic. We have a great group of people. So if there's a war going on, they say, you know, there's a war going on, and if we're doing trade with one or both of them, I say, we're not going to do a deal unless you make peace. You have no idea. I mean, I've settled wars that have gone on for 35 years, a couple of them, and you know, at the Congo and Rwanda, that was 31 years, I think 8 million people dead with machetes, a lot of machete deaths. They walk in, the machetes are swinging all over the place. What a horrible situation, and we got it settled.
Mr. President, I know you may have spent more time. I never did an interview with somebody that said, I regret sitting here doing the interview. You could take it back if you want.
Well, you said 10 minutes, and you've kept me a little bit longer than that.
Mr. President, it's a historic day. And I know that Americans, I think this transcends political ideology. I think most people understand.
This was a day full of old men sucking each other off, dude. First Trump and Vladdy Poo, then Trump and Sean Hannity.
And thank you for taking the time.
That's all I did today. I just realized I spent 7 hours and 22 minutes on just old men going to town on one another. Real lemon party situation. It's kind of crazy. Historic moment. Truly incredible stuff. What a day. What an incredible day. A real freak off. Not gonna lie, this is making a good argument for vote blue no matter who. I mean, they have their own fucking issues too. But every day that goes by where I watch these people behave with open incompetence, I'm like, how the fuck did the Democrats lose to this? You know? Also, Fun Reacts are back, by the way. Okay, well, this was a pretty significant day, so I didn't get to do Fun Reacts today. But don't worry, I'll get to Fun Reacts tomorrow. The Jam Pod is out, by the way. Jam Pod is out.
How do you deal with hate within the Twitch community from other streamers for like?
Here it is. Hasan Piker eats cake with a spoon. The Jam episode 25. It was 2 hours.
Viewpoints, things you say, just in general. Because
Bro, so many of them are pedophiles, so it's just like, it's so easy. All my ops is pedophiles. But yeah, loud quitting on a Friday. Come on now. But yeah, go check the Jam Pod out. It's not, wait. Significant day, nothing happened. No, something did happen. It just ended up being nothing at the end of it. I guess you're technically not wrong. But even the fact that nothing happened is significant. But that's all I got for today. I'm tired. Love you all. And there will be more tomorrow. All right. But this is all I got for today. I'll talk about the Israeli security director getting caught with a minor in Vegas tomorrow as well. Putin did well. So that was good. I'm sure there will be more about this tomorrow. Yeah, Putin did so well. Real dynamo. Anyway, Peace, everybody. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uyghur's face. Sat in Discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. The H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.